Alrighty, chat. What's up? What's up? Sorry we're a little late. Right as I started the stream, had to deal with a little something, something. But we good now. Chilling with boys while they play Tarkov. We're watching some MDIs. You guys ready for some dungeons? We're gonna learn some shit today. Let's get this fixed up here. I believe it was something like this. And we shrink it down. We'll see, because I saw a different layout today. They did the single screen a little more, so we'll see. But somewhere in there, I believe it was, once they start rolling. Here, we'll find out, because we'll just roll back on this.
Strengths, you're also playing against the other teams and how you kind of play that bigger game, what you think will shut them down, what you know they excel at, what you've seen from them becomes a huge part of your strategies, just as much as any tech that you're sort of showing off, right? But we have some tech here to show off a little bit. We've got our movement map guesser game that we've been doing. Of course, we'll see what happens here, whether or not this Black Rook hold is, it's got to be Razan, right? I mean, come on, but we'll do it anyway. We'll try. Whatever happens in Black Rook hold, let's see what's going to happen here on the screen. We've been doing these map guesser segments, and as you can see, this is footage of one of our MDI runs, and we have to guess which boss it is.
I don't think it could be either of the thrones, right?
Don't let them fool you. Just because Razan isn't a shown option doesn't mean it's not something that they could just bring in if they wanted to.
I feel like this one just has to be, it has to be manifested time ways. Like,
I think it's manifested.
There's just so much movement involved here. You don't move this much on Ozumat, right? On Ozumat, you just blast the boss and you do little controlled moves. On Kurtala's Ravencrest, I mean, I guess you're moving because you've got a bunch of Lancers in on the pull, so that might be what's going on here. I guess I wouldn't want to eliminate that one just yet. And given the way they're kind of grouped up, but then look at the way they're moving. Oh yeah, it's got to be Kurtala's Ravencrest. That must have just been an intermission.
Oh yeah, they're just dodging.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right. I've changed my mind. It's Kurtala's Ravencrest.
Yeah.
Because
another reason
and it can't be Lady Nazjar, right? Because like you would never move this.
You could go even further and guess which
yeah.
team it is, but based off the fact that they actually have to do the intermission too, right?
That's
because
true.
we've only seen one team have to do the intermission this weekend.
Part of the reason too that it can't be Ozumat or Lady Nazjar is everybody who's played Throne of the Tides has had a Mistweaver monk.
That's true. You're
that's
right.
true.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
So
well,
you can never have Throne of the Tides.
I mean, I really thought that maybe there was some chance it was Razan again. I've been hurt too many times before. It didn't look anything like the other runs, but in my heart, I was still like, but maybe though. Maybe. It turns out it wasn't. Thank you. There's the spin. Thank you so much. But a huge thank you as well to Warcraft Logs for powering these segments. Level up your gameplay by visiting archon.gg/wow. Find those popular builds, optimize your gear, learn the meta, right? You know, we've seen even some new players in the chat over the course of the weekends asking, how do I learn more about Mythic Plus? How do I get into endgame? Warcraft Logs is a great tool, so absolutely check it out. And if you're curious to see more movement maps, head on over to @WarcraftYaks, who inspired this segment. Now, we have a big match coming up next, Mandatory and Eclipse. These are two huge powerhouses of teams that are facing off in the lower bracket. And even though we won't be seeing any teams eliminated today, of course, we can only have a single champion crowned amongst them. So sit tight, stay tuned. Mandatory and Eclipse coming up next. Who will be continuing on into the lower finals to face off against Bald Bandits? We'll just have to see.
I don't. Oh, did you? Oh, did I? Oh, playing with his food. Ooh, well, at least he did that. Shit. How nice of him. Yeah, he was definitely playing with his food. What a nice guy. Sorry, Chad. I'm just setting up some buttons while we're chilling and waiting. Oh yeah, I did start the stream, boys.
Oh yeah.
I'll be like muting you guys on the stream when the dungeons are in progress, but
Okay.
in between you guys will be unmuted,
Please do it.
Sounds like a plan.
so that way you guys can still do your communication as needed, and people aren't trying to watch these dungeons over you guys talking Tarkov. I need to type something in the chat here and test something out. Okay, that one's not registering. It's also not registering.
That's me coming down.
So they
Copy that.
can't hear us.
Oh, there we go. The YouTube and Twitch is going through, just not Kick. I wonder.
Hey.
You
Can
think,
stream-
bro?
Huh?
You good on food and water?
Yeah, I just ate and drank and masturbated.
Okay.
All the essentials.
All the needs.
Nice.
Should I take his scar?
What's the technical device? Is it LA or something?
N-A. A-N.
AN. AN's not
Right.
going for good. I think LA is going for good.
Is it going for good?
Scab.
Metal.
Okay, so there's not on there.
I can't see him.
You can't?
Yeah, I'm coming. That's me coming.
Yeah.
You still in there? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, scabs are like right there somewhere. Position?
I see him.
Take a shot.
Damn! He did.
There could be one more. Yep.
Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. Today is our third day of the Group B
killed him.
weekend, and we are
Yeah?
deciding
I
a
killed him, yep.
champion from the top 4 teams, which will be moving on to the grand finals in 2
What?
weeks.
Oh,
In
shit.
here?
Even though it's not the big culmination of the end, it's still a really
I'm
exciting
not
day
sure
as
where
one
he
of
at.
these teams will be our victor
This
and go
weekend.
into the grand
Shooting from
finals
the other
feeling more
building.
powerful than ever, theoretically. We've had Nagura join us
Probably
here on the
outside,
desk.
yeah.
And I mean, already it's been kind of a banger of a day. I mean, we got to see some really close matches at the start with Bald
I'm
Bandits
gonna push
going
up
up
a
against
little bit
Perplex.
and
Nagura, did
get
you get to
my
catch
eyes
any of
on
that?
the,
What were your
door
thoughts
right
as we
here.
kind of went through it?
Yep. I'm
Yeah, I watched
looking
it
what this
first with
nigga
Chris
had.
Manor, and that was so incredibly close. It was
Getting some
just awesome to watch,
XP.
and maybe we see the same thing again between
Mm.
Mandatory and Eclipse too, because both of these
Yeah.
teams are just really good. And again, Mandatory struggled a little bit on the first day, but yesterday they played incredible. So I do think that anything can happen in this match.
Anything can absolutely happen. I mean, both of these teams, really big powerhouses. But as we were talking about before the break, Throne of Tides. Now, from those stats that we've mentioned, actually, Throne of Tides has been banned over the course of both weekends 11 times and only played twice. And this is the first one we're going to be seeing this weekend. This is a difficult dungeon. I mean, Dratnos, what do you think this is going to put on the line for these two teams?
Yeah, I mean, the reason that we've seen this banned so aggressively, I think, is that it is just so prep intensive to do a 24 fortified bolstering anything. Not to mention Throne of the Tides, where you have a lot of really nasty bolstering pulls, because, you know, in a live key setting, you can just fight those big Ravagers by themselves.
No, he's not.
In an MDI, like, that's so slow, but are you going to be able to fight them with bolstering and, you know, put 10 bolstering stacks on it and, then live the acid barrages? That sounds very difficult,
right?
So you've got a very tough problem to solve. You can't really take any guidance from what we saw in Throne of the Tides the last weekend because they didn't have bolstering active. So you've really got to solve this problem. And an easier answer is just banning Throne of the Tides and staying in the upper bracket. And then
Broadcast
both of these teams got sent to the lower bracket, and now they have to have been ready for it. So we'll see just how much prep they were able to do for this dungeon, because it is a very, very difficult one.
It's a tough one, and this will be game one, Throne of Tides, mandatory versus Eclipse, a lot up against these teams, but Nagura, let's see how they handle it.
The row up here is still alive.
Yeah, one thing I'm also curious about is what comp they're playing, right? We haven't seen this dungeon yet this weekend. We'll see if they're going to be playing the Mistweaver. That is something we saw before, right, Taddles?
Yeah, Mistweaver is really popular in this key. I think a lot of it comes down to the crushing depth casts from the sentries and like the swell casts from the elemental mobs. So yeah, we're seeing
Mistweaver, baby.
I guess I'm a bit surprised that we're not seeing sub-rogue, but that's not like it's not the most.
They're using Mistweaver so they can pull mobs into the bosses. More mobs. More successful Mistweaver is going to be as far as heals, especially if they're using their ancient teachings like they should, keeping their hots on. They'll really rack. Yeah, see, they can really rack it up. See, he puts on some hots and hits that spinning crane kick within the it's not Jade Fire Stomp anymore. What is it? Or no, it is Jade Fire Stomp now. It used to be Phelan Stomp. Now it's Jade Fire.
But the trash pull is dying
but
so
either way,
with all of those cooldowns being up with Bloodlust as well as Kira. You actually Arcs does go down to an acid barrage. Look at all of these
throwing down the ring,
please. The building we're on. In front of you was something.
It's pretty uncommon to see Vintage Demon Hunter tanks and MDI playing double cheat, but Kira knows that he needs it because these mobs are going to just annihilate him. As that pack does go down for Eclipse, they have one death. And they're probably somewhere in the order of 10 seconds behind Mandatory, just because Mandatory had a bit of a cleaner finish.
It's above.
Were they group invising?
Yeah, they are group invising this whole trash area here.
Okay, so, do you want me to throw a grenade up?
The entire hallway.
Just doing it for the
I don't know. I'm interested in seeing. So they're gonna have to pull this trash whenever they come back out, right, of this hallway, because this is the head gauntlet with the lightning eels, the electric eels that you have to go through. So I think they have to pull this trash eventually.
Maybe it's because they want to recover their cooldowns.
Okay.
The Sentinels are also very dangerous mobs once you bolster them up. They are incredibly difficult to deal with and very hard to avoid their damage. Now they do have another Ravager here in this one. Eclipse doing something very similar on their side as well.
I'm stuck!
As they're trying not to bolster this Ravager, or you can still line of sight the barrage, right? So you can see them all walk to the right side here when the barrage is coming out, or that frontal cone. They are all walking behind this pillar, making sure they're not taking that damage, because of course once the bolster stacks are on the Ravager, anyone probably gets one-shot by this cast. That's why they don't worry about it too much and just all walk behind.
I think this mob is definitely, I would argue, more dangerous on pull whenever you're getting hit, or when it has like 1 or 2 stacks. If you don't have like a large defensive press, to become problematic. Mandatory finishing off that Ravager a few seconds ahead of Eclipse. Eclipse, I think, caught up a lot in time, Nagura.
Yeah.
Ooh, Mass Poly. What are they doing? Eclipse is doing some weird stuff. They left the Hounds in a Mass Polymorph after Ring of Frosting them, so I think that the Snapdragons are going to come in pretty late.
Mandatory did the same thing, so they both also, like, they gated past as well. You can see the Shadow Priest gated past, and some more players with Soothe on them as well, but now both of them engaging Lady Nashatar with some of the trash that is really dangerous as well to deal with. So the combination of spells here from the trash, plus the boss can be pretty deadly if you don't interrupt everything from this trash. And they have to be very careful with bolstering as well to not get too many stacks off. Water bolts being stunned, nice AoE stun coming in by Skylark here for mandatory as well. Some more water bolts, but it's looking pretty clean for mandatory at least.
Eclipse has a big sentinel. I am very worried. This Crushing Depths cast is going... Okay, Kira is getting clocked by this sentry as well. You see Darkness is coming out also. Whenever this next Crushing Depths goes off, okay, we're going to be fine, I think. We got it killed off in time. That was a bit sketch, though. Holy...
Yeah, that was a bit sketch, but look at the boss percentage as well. Eclipse actually not too far behind in comparison to mandatory, even though they killed this extra sentinel off. So they are now 3% enemy forces ahead, while not actually causing them too much damage on the boss. So very well done by Eclipse here.
Now both teams have these Snapdragons that have come into the
Spinning
fray a little bit late. The reason that they were not following them is they didn't want to get them bolstered up with the pack,
Rising Sun kick,
or they didn't want to add additional bolsters
he's
on that
it.
sentry either. So they elected to mass poly them, pulled them in
Blackout
late.
kick here and
Lady
there with
Nashar,
the,
for both Eclipse and Mandatory phasing it,
kick,
virtually
multiplier
identical
with the
paces.
Tiger Palm.
Yeah, and now they are even on those enemy forces because of that extra trash that mandatory had coming in as well. And yeah, look at that, 25%, 27% for them both. And after this phase, they're definitely going to be able to finish off the boss.
There's Axel.
This is a weird thing to talk about, but I don't think Eclipse is doing a good enough job of baiting those honor guards. They need to have all of their ranged DPS in melee to make sure that the ignite, all of the passive damage,
Chi Harmony, so he's using, or she's using Chi-Ji.
The Witch Doctors and
I didn't notice if Mist was using Chi-Ji or
Yuan. 5 to 10 seconds just by having better baits.
Yeah, I do think so as well. As Mandatory is now done with the boss, they're going to be moving on. Gonna have to deal with some of this trash we talked about earlier that they skipped, unless they have another plan to skip it again. We'll see what they're doing as the gateway is still up from previously. They do, of course. All right, looks like.
Oh, he transcendences out.
Nice.
Oh.
All right, very cool tech here. So we do see some sentinels just being pulled with Commander Ulthok here. Again,
so he pulled some of those mobs away and then came back using his transcendence.
Right? Of course, this is incredibly
I don't know what the benefit of that would be, but
with bolstering, honestly, doing big trash pulls with bolstering with completely uneven health percentages or health pools for these mob packs, I think it makes a lot of sense to just add.
They gated past the boss, went and grabbed the mobs before they aggroed in,
probably easier than
and they just pull all the mobs in with the boss. I see, okay.
Personally, I'm very concerned about the shockwave stomp plus dot if you also have that crushing depths heal absorb on you. I feel like that's a really easy way for these players to die.
The best mob
if you have
healer,
like a massive defensive press, say you have Ice Cold on you,
a lot of mobs,
your Mistweaver Monk should be able to top you. So Arxie's on the side of right there. You see that he has that healing absorb.
Single target healing is
not
as great.
He's able to get topped
it can
up
be,
by AJ, even with that
bursty, but not consistent.
And look at the boss's HP for Eclipse. So even though Eclipse was quite a bit slower on the previous boss, they caught up on boss HP so much. I'm not sure if it was a difference in cooldown allocations. You see Maystin just using Infernal a little bit later, maybe in comparison to Krona. But yeah, they caught up quite a lot on boss percent here.
I think it's a count difference. I think that Eclipse is going to be a little.
Yeah,
I think Eclipse is going to be a little bit behind in count.
Quite a bit more work as far as healing goes. It looks like.
So I think that that's part of it. Because Mandatory is actually playing all the trash
that means he's spending more time casting instead of attacking.
Yeah, that does make sense. All right, Eclipse now downing the boss. They're going to be moving on. And we'll see what they do to catch up to that enemy forces that they're missing in comparison to Mandatory.
Even Kira, so they messed up a mechanic somewhere or missed some interrupts.
I just look over.
Yeah,
for some reason I saw chat up and somebody types in chat, bring back bolstering bosses.
Do a decent amount of healing there himself, too.
Please no.
Dude, they're skipping this trash with bites. Dude, what is going on?
Oh, that's per leg.
Interesting. All right. Huh.
Least efficient bolstering mobs, I guess?
The most interesting thing to me is that somehow both of these teams came up with a very similar strategy, Even though, of course, all of the practice in this dungeon has been
essentially
hidden by all
about
of these
the
teams,
same.
and
They're
we haven't
like
seen Throne
Eclipse
at all
has
this
maybe
weekend.
a second
We've
lead
seen
right
it
now.
last weekend from Group A.
But they also have
but I don't
less
think we saw
mobs
something
taken
like this
care of,
last
so
weekend. Of course, we
technically
also
I
didn't
think
have
they're
bolstering
going to be
last
about
weekend
even,
either.
maybe just a
very
bit
interesting
behind.
that both the Mandatory and Eclipse came up with a pretty similar strategy.
So that means
So now
Mandatory
Eclipse
will
here
have a
taking all
chance to
these Skill
skip
Goblin, Aqua Mages, and
possibly
Hunters
a mob,
into this
one
Sentry.
group of mobs. Saving
These
them
mobs
just a bit of
are
time.
very dangerous, especially when bolstered. On top of that, you have the Unstable Corruptions as well. Whenever they die, they put a increased shadow damage taken debuff on you. It is a disease that can be dispelled, but it's not something that's easily dispelled by every member of this party. And that swell going off with the bolstering stacks and the Unstable Corruption debuff, it was a bit scary.
Yeah.
Now we're having
Tiger
another
Palm,
one going on
Rising
for Eclipse
Sun
here,
Kick.
as everybody is dropping super low. AJ able to get them topped up. On the
Renewing
left-hand side of the
Mist.
screen, Mandatory is instead electing to go to that
Or possibly
that
an
Shaman
instant
boss.
Vivify if
And
you had
they're,
an instant
they're
ready.
playing
I
a
didn't
completely
notice.
different route than what we're seeing from Eclipse here.
Yeah, of course they do, because I just said how similar their route is, and then they do something completely different. Of course they have to. As you
Saving the
said, they are
stomp, I
pulling
guess.
those Watchers together. Watchers, again, can be incredibly difficult too. If you both them out,
feel like
Skylark drops incredibly low.
Well, okay, I
using
see.
That,
Yeah.
Leon
They're
Hands
gonna pull it
potion
into a larger mob,
basically
and then he's
to
gonna
heal
stop.
himself
Okay,
back up.
that makes sense.
And now Eclipse doing the last double sentry pull. With
Didn't realize they're gonna pull that
AoE
into the
fear, actually,
boss,
on these
but of course that
casters,
makes
making
sense.
Sure they don't have to deal with
Rookie
those.
thinking on my
I have a
part.
suspicion that they're going to finish off these double sentries and then take
shit.
those Hunters and Aqua Mages
yeah.
into the boss. So the
makes
prerequisite
sense.
to open this gate, as I said that, I'm just making stuff up apparently. The prerequisite of opening this gate, though, is having the sentries killed off. It's not necessarily killing off all the trash here, but you have to kill off all the sentries to open up the gate to Azamat.
Yeah, so what they did here was, because the sentries have a lot more HP than the Aqua Mages and the Hunters here, so what they did was go do the sentry, or get the sentries low to a point where they have the same health pool left than the mages, and then they pulled it all together, make sure they can AoE it all down without bolstering the sentries too much, and they executed it really well on Eclipse's side.
Exactly. For Mandatory, they've already started off the third boss of this dungeon, the Shaman boss, Ernuak Stone Speaker. And so they're actually going to have to pull all these minions that are in the back into this boss as well. And you're seeing that they're slowly peppering in these mobs. The Psionic Pulse, whenever it does AoE damage, just Mandatory is taking a lot of damage from any of those minion casts that are going off, and Stove drops incredibly low. Something that Mandatory is also doing that's interesting is they're electing to not kill any of the totems. On a 24 fortified, Vengeance Demon Hunter basically never needs you to kill any of the totems. They're just going to full tank the boss. And so instead they took the boss far away from the totem, and they were like, it's fine. Wait, what is AJ doing on the side of Eclipse?
AJ.
What is he doing?
Wow,
Is he gonna pull
this
trash?
is very cool.
This is
very
insane.
nice.
Transcend it out.
Oh my god.
Okay,
He's
so
gonna pull all the garbage.
transcendenced out of the room, and he's grabbing pretty much every trash mob he reasonably can.
Shadow
He melts it
melding.
off.
He's shadow melding.
He's gonna go back into the boss room. He's gonna go back to the boss room once they get the Azumat buff.
Yes. That is exactly what they're doing. This is so smart.
So
keep in mind,
Eclipse
the
guy
rest of the group does
transcended
not have a
out of
healer
there,
right now, so they have
went
to survive
ahead
without AJ being
to
there.
pick up mobs.
Bring a
Coming out,
piece.
he's pulling the Watchers.
He's gonna snag
and
them
he's
up
gonna
with the
transcend
crackling
back, and then all of these
crackling
ads are gonna snap
lightning.
to the rest
Jade-
of the group. If he
Jade
manages
lightning,
to
sorry.
survive, if he gets
Something
any
like
kind of melee hits from these mobs, he's probably gonna die. If he doesn't have any cooldowns left. Okay, Cocoon coming out, but
He's
he
dead.
does
He's
go
dead.
down.
He's dead. That's
this
so
strategy does
bad.
not
That didn't work
for
out.
them. This
That
is
did not
a
work
huge
out.
problem for Eclipse.
I think he has to line that first Crushing Depths cast that
Yeah,
pulled
I
him.
think so. I
never noticed that all the cooldowns there,
Crushing
shit.
Tentacles is not Crushing Depths. The Crushing Tentacles cast that gripped him. I think he has to be lining that to make the strategy
He didn't
effective.
have the
But if
bruise.
they pulled this off, Eclipse would have been in a commanding position. But
he
instead, they're
didn't
going to
have the
finish off
defensive
Azumat not only
bruise.
without the healer, but they're not going to be getting that count that they needed. They were going to be able to
Or did he
basically
just
get all
already
of that
use
count
it?
for free, pull
Oh,
it
it might
into
be
the
right
boss.
there.
And with that damage buff,
Yeah,
they were going to be able to
6
just like
minute
nuke off
and that
all of the trash that
48
Mandatory took
second cooldown
such a
one, I
long time to
think,
kill.
was 2.
But now I think Mandatory is going to win, Nagura.
Fortifying Bruise,
I
the
think
shorter
so
one,
as
and
well.
the
So
6 minute
even though
cooldown is
the
the
idea that Eclipse has here is incredible, it's such a smart play, making sure they get this extra
dampen
damage buff
harm
and
or
use it
something
to
like
kill
that.
off some trash as well. But of course, this is a very risky strategy. You have your healer.
Or is it the other way
who all
around?
of these
Fortifying
watches
Brew,
all of this
6 minute
trash,
cooldown,
somehow
and
has to survive and does
dampen
not
harm
manage
was
to
the
get the
3 minute
transcend
cooldown.
through before that grip.
Something like
and
that.
of course, there's no way to recover
We'll find
that.
out
You
as
cannot
soon
rest,
as it
AJ
pops
there
up.
at all. So now, it's not that they're wiping. They're of course still are finishing off the boss here. but all of this time they're supposed to save, they did not save. So obviously Mandatory now in the lead as they're using their second Bloodlust for
that
the
would have been a
sentry pull on
good
their
play.
side. They're up to 90% enemy forces, and they only have that last boss left on their side too. Look at the damage coming in for Mandatory though, as some of these sentries are bolstered up a little bit, and now they're all casting that swell simultaneously.
I mean, Mandatory here just needs to make sure they don't wipe. I think that what Eclipse did, if Eclipse went for the home run. Unfortunately, AJ dying there, I think, is going to cost them a significant amount of time now, as they have to fight off this trash packs one by one. For Mandatory,
yeah, that did cost them. That was a great
idea. They have 100%
idea.
enemy forces.
Like
they didn't die to the sentries. They basically are just going to be doing Ozymat vanilla. There's nothing. There's no added spice to this boss, and so with this being the case, I think that Mandatory is going to be able to take this map 1-0. But this kind of leaves you questioning, like, what if? What if AJ was able to pull that trash pack into the boss? What could have been with this run? And Throw the Tides has just gotten, I think, a lot more interesting for a lot of our competitors.
Yeah, now, one thing to note, though, is that it is Sunday, right? So it's, like, the other teams don't really have time to, like, try this strategy. I would say maybe... Yeah, I don't know. What do you think? Do you think any other team can maybe adapt to this?
So I know that other teams knew about this. I don't know how widespread it was with MDI teams or what they thought they could/couldn't do with the trash. I know that on like high level fortifieds, what happened to AJ is actually pretty common. But again, it's one of those things that I don't know how practice went with the strategy.
All right, very interesting. I would love to see this strategy pulled off once. Now, unfortunately, I have a feeling that we're not going to see Throne anymore, as Eclipse actually has a full wipe on their side to some of this trash. Unfortunately, I mean, their strat just didn't work out.
I mean, they were desperately chain pulling, right? They weren't. That's clearly not what they intended to do. They were desperately trying to get those mobs grouped up, and then Seers got bolstered up and killed people with the mind play.
But yeah, Mandatory about to finish off Ink of Asamat here, as they're going to be gaining that buff, and then they're going to be done with this dungeon in no time. So it's very likely is Mandatory that is going to be winning this throne, as Eclipse does have another full wipe. But yeah, I mean, I like this strategy from Eclipse if they would have managed to pull this like super sick trick off there at the very end.
This one's
but it doesn't matter
what's
if
called? That's what I'm looking for.
it doesn't matter how cool your strategy is.
Okay.
If you cannot pull it off in the actual tournament, then it doesn't matter.
On to the next
one. A trade
Mandatory
offer.
winning off, winning that dungeon. Mandatory going 1-0 here.
What if we run it back? What if we force the teams to run it back so we can see what it looks like whenever it's clean? Because I want to see it.
I'm for it. I mean, we don't have a say, but...
Well done. Mandatory's on it, dude.
I'm signing it. I'm signing this
Consistency, son.
Agreed. I mean, look, we don't want to...
Can we do like a caster vote?
Yeah, I agree with you both. I would love to see it. You know, I would hate to take this victory away from Mandatory, who did earn it. I mean, they came into this dungeon. One that, as we've talked about, is a really tricky one. And of course, they really played well. But Eclipse's strat, I want to see it work too. I'm kind of sad we didn't get to, but maybe next time if there is one. Otherwise, we got to see a lot of really interesting tech and differences in routes in this one. And I'm curious, Dratnos, do you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, I mean, mostly the story here is the Mistweaver and what you can see with the Transcend, what it lets you set up, where, especially in these dungeons where there's so much backtracking, you get to leave behind a Transcendence that then you can go and use and pull a bunch of trash onto bosses, which is extremely powerful, right? Being able to do that. You talent into Escape from Reality, I believe it is, that lets you press it again after you press it, and you can transcend back in. And you could just be fighting all this trash with all these bosses that means that you can, like, you skip them the first time, and then you fight them with the boss. And with bolstering the way it is, this strat is so powerful with, just with bolstering, right? Because you don't get bosses bolstered. Then, of course, there's the big strategy of doing it when you have the damage amp on Azumat, the second phase. Like, that is hugely powerful if that works, right? We're talking about the same idea, all those benefits that's worth doing on its own, plus you then get to be fighting trash while you have a massive damage amp. I mean, that is incredibly powerful if it is consistent. Unfortunately, here we saw it attempted and then failed, so that's something you gotta look out for, right? That's a strat that the degree of consistency maybe means it's something that I don't know if you can make it more consistent by just practicing it over and over again, or I don't know if you're just accepting the risk that you're gonna die to the first auto. I don't know what the strat is there. I haven't got enough information about exactly how consistent you can get that thing. But Tettles, you were saying that's something that keys get bricked to on live all the time as well.
Well, it's not that they get bricked to on live. I've heard that MDI teams were like really struggling to like pull off, and I think that it comes down to like getting meleeed. Like you saw him playing Black Ox statue to pull that Watcher away, and I think that once he got gripped back by that first grasping tentacles cast, I think he was in a lot of trouble, but we didn't recognize it at the time. And then once he got gripped back the second time, I think that was pretty much over. I think that what you need to do is probably line the first tentacles cast, is what I kind of expect to happen. But it was very close. I think that AJ was getting incredibly close to being able to press his Transcendence and get back into the Ozomat room with the trash.
That was a huge strat from them. I mean, something that, as far as I know, we haven't really seen. Of course, we haven't seen much of Tides, right? As we were talking about, this is one that many of the teams have banned out of the dungeon pool. But to see what you can do in it, even when there is a big challenge ahead of you, is so exciting. And I'm glad we got to see them play this. Even if Mandatory took it and that tech didn't quite pan out for Eclipse, still a really fierce first run for both of these teams. Now, of course, up next for them, we'll have Blackrook, who did not get banned out, as you were kind of theorizing they should have gone for Tunnels. But, I mean, is it something where maybe the teams just feel confident enough that they can both deliver in this?
I mean, it's easy to practice key. It's more just like teams very rarely ban versus their opponents, and instead they ban kind of like whatever they think they're weakest.
Watching this shit makes me realize how
don't have the most practice
how inexperienced and stupid I am in this game.
I gotcha. I mean, seeing what they tried to pull off with Tides, is it likely they go for any other big strats with Blackrook, trying to see if they can do that? Do they play it a little bit more safe this time around? What do you think they're sort of theorizing, Nagura?
4 markers I need. Okay, I have 4 markers on me.
We actually saw Eclipse in Blackrook Hold already.
Oh, and I need a jammer.
Time of this weekend with a
do not forget about the jammer.
Technically speaking, Eclipse have the upper hand here. Mandatory and
the good old cram and ram.
Not seen in Blackrook Hold at all, which is very interesting.
Best thing is I didn't do the task to buy the jammers from the mechanic, so I have to spend double the amount to get it from the flea.
And to know what Eclipse is doing to get that 10-minute 50 here. Now the question is just, can Mandatory be...
What level are you? Because opening the jammer and mechanic is pretty early, isn't it?
Some sort of mistake?
It is early, but I'm not feeling like doing the task.
Fair enough.
Fair
enough.
It's after you got mail or something.
And so you
that's
need like
on
basically
streets,
a
I
full
don't
lust
feel like going there.
And the second lust comes up at the 10-minute mark. So like I think that the 10:52
or is it
is the fastest time of the weekend. How much lower can it
realistically
go? Maybe
2.
only 10 seconds is kind of what
I'm missing one PC CPU.
I mean, that first run, that 10:52, just seems so incredibly clean. So
that should be easy to find at this point, though. You only need 1 CPU.
They're gonna have to
Mandatory has
I don't know what they
did.
The spawn rates are fucking astronomically low.
Really?
Like some
go to reserve. Go to reserve.
Yeah, they might have something in the bag. They might have something they're sitting on and waiting to bust out for this. Either
That's
way,
it.
hopefully
all
Mandatory
wipe.
is able to keep up with Eclipse's pace.
You'll do it now because everybody's got. Most people have that task done now, so you're gonna have better luck now.
I mean, I started really late in the wipe. And that just because
versus Mandatory is going to be pretty interesting. We've seen a couple of teams try to play, this
and now he's
fucking it seems like the top
gay
4
ass
seeded teams across the weekend have been looking to go with that 3 solar option.
And I'm sitting here, and the wipe goes good for me.
I don't know if you noticed it.
32 million, it's the most I ever had.
Scavengers into the second boss. But that requires
I kind of feel like I know how the game is going now. Like back in the day, I was just working with them basically, and
yeah, they backpulled it into
working on top of their callouts.
I did not see that.
Now I feel like I can do
they jumped over the gate
a lot
alone. And were able to then backpull it.
Gotcha. Getting more comfortable with everything, yeah.
Not necessarily comfortable. That's why I don't use that word.
Reinventing of the wheel in terms of compositional
more daring,
strats, but in regards to what's pulled, we could actually see a lot
of
diversity between these two teams.
Okay, yeah, I gotcha. confidence.
Yeah,
You have
one of
more
the biggest
confidence.
difficulties in this dungeon here lies in that first pull, where they pull all of this trash on top of the first boss. It is something we keep talking about, but it is just so dangerous. Amalgam now engaged for both teams. Basically, the interesting thing is that Eclipse is holding Bloodlust for a little while here. I'm not sure if the oh, there it is. There's the Bloodlust for Eclipse. I wonder if that's gonna come back to bite them later on when we look at the dungeon timer being so short. Well, Mandatory did press it basically immediately.
So Eclipse pressed it.
All right, round 2, baby.
30-second mark?
Yeah, and their fastest run is 10:52. So that is actually...
Let's see here.
That means that their cap on this key is probably like 11:15, 11:10.
Yeah, but they had a 10:52 clear before.
Yeah, well, I mean, right for this run, right? I think it's gonna be hard
yeah.
for them to actually kill before the Dreadlord's guy without like an actually large portion of that lust.
Yeah, I wonder if they did they literally forget? They must
I mean,
have, right?
it's one of those things that like 5 seconds of holding the lust normally doesn't matter, or forgetting for 5 seconds doesn't normally matter, but in this instance, it's like a pretty big deal.
There's a lot,
yeah.
They did finish off the boss quite a lot earlier, though, in comparison to Mandatory, which means they're going to be saving a lot of time here already from the get-go. The mini-boss also being a lot lower for Eclipse, so the execution on this first pull a lot better. Maybe it has to do with holding that Bloodlust for a little bit. Maybe it's going to be worth it. Even so, as long as they get the Bloodlust onto the... As long as they get the one phase at the end, even if they waste some time of the Bloodlust, it doesn't matter, right? They literally only need to get the couple of seconds of the Bloodlust that they require to skip that intermission phase.
Exactly.
So if this delaying of the last
He's on a rampage.
First pull quicker, and the only thing that happens is that they waste a little bit of last time before they get the buff in the last boss, then it actually doesn't matter. But yeah, there we go. Both teams now heading into the next area where, again, we've seen some teams struggle because there's just so much going on these pulls, especially with the Raging Affix.
I think archer shots are the most dangerous thing here as well versus all the Clothies. I mean, we kind of harp on it every single time we see this dungeon. The teams really would like to chain pull all of this trash over and over again, but the reason that they pull it in live key style segments is they wait until the archers die. So you can see that right now the archers on the right side for Eclipse have died, and then once they do go down, then they start chain pulling. They're not really waiting for the champions or any of the other mobs to die. It's 100% just on those archers because they know if they get selected with like 2 or 3 archer shots at once, they can get evaporated.
Yeah, definitely. You can see them chain pull here on both sides.
Good line.
Looks like Eclipse quite a bit faster here with their chaining, as they also reached this point a little bit earlier, of course, because they dealt with the first boss faster. And a lot of focus target damage going on to these champions, which is not actually... It's interesting, right? Because these champions are the least dangerous mobs of these trash packs, but they have the most HP.
Exactly.
So focusing them makes a lot of sense because they want that mini-boss trash pack to spawn earlier.
Exactly. And so now
Pretty
here
even at the moment
it's just
still.
2 archers left remaining, which in normal groups, you focus those down, right? But in the MDI groups, they were looking to try to optimize for speed. And now they have the commander spawning on the side of Eclipse. And the commander, similar to what Nagura was saying with the champions there, that's going to be the big mob to focus down. Making sure that you get that guy killed off immediately is the most important thing because he has about 2 times the amount of HP of the other mobs.
Yeah, that mob is not dangerous at all. It's kind of basically just a big champion. It does nothing other than a frontal.
I don't think it does anything, actually.
Yeah, it's just there, but it has so much HP, so they do have to focus it, like you mentioned. Interesting. So Krona is holding his Infernal here. Well, Mason actually just used it for his trash pack. Cauterize being proc for Arxis did manage to survive, though.
I was about to say, it looks like Mandatory's catching up, but that's actually a good shout on the Infernal usage. I think that's like a big thing. And one of the largest reasons that Eclipse was actually able to beat Perplexed yesterday was Krona's Infernal usage down the line really helped them one phase the boss. Whenever Perplexed, it didn't even look like it was going to be close for them.
Yeah, we'll see what Krona... I think Krona uses Infernal here on Ilistana and then using it on Smash Spite, not actually using it for that big trash pull on the Scavengers. We'll see what Mandatory is doing on their side, and we'll see when Krona is actually using that Infernal as well. Yeah, it has already been used 10 seconds ago, but Krona is still sitting on that Infernal for now. Looking at the boss HP, of course, Mandatory engaging the boss a little bit earlier, and they're also approximately 10% ahead. Both of them dealing with the Archer pack and the champions, of course. but no problem for them as they're making sure to focus one of the archers down a little bit earlier so the Soothe from the Druid can get rid of that raging effect.
He's saving it. Look at this. He's saving it all the way through.
Huh. I thought I remembered him using it on this boss and then using it again on Smash Spine, but maybe he's actually holding it for the Scavenger.
Is Mace going to have his up?
No, I don't think so. Mace, maybe Krona is now using it for the Scavenger pool and Mason is using it for Smash Spines? Interesting. We're gonna keep an eye on the cooldowns here because this is one of the major differences between those two teams so far.
Just for like viewers, normally the advice that you normally give to like new players is like use your cooldowns on CD, and if you've overused them, kind of look back later and determine like where you could get more optimal presses, because typically more presses is better than like the perfect press, and so you just rather would rip it on CD and kind of figure it out later. But I think that there might be something where this pack just gets significantly faster once you have the Infernal for Eclipse, where holding it for 2.5 minutes is actually an advantage. It's surprising that it is an advantage, though.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what happens here. As Eclipse did not... there we go. Okay, so the Infernal is being deployed by Krona here on Eclipse's side. So let's see if they can catch up to Mandatory with that difference in Infernal usage. Mace not having Infernal for this pull available, sitting on a 7-second cooldown. He's not going to be using it on this pull. And I'm not sure if Eclipse can catch up. Like, I'm not sure if this extra damage is actually making up the difference here.
Well, looks good on the meter.
It does indeed look good on the meter.
I mean, if we're looking at the damage meter, I mean, Crota is clearly winning. But the pack died really fast. But then there's an issue of, like, if Krona ever has to hold his Infernal for 30 seconds again, he lost one over the course of the entire key, which is typically pretty bad.
Mason's holding it for quite some time here too, right? Mason did have it ready at the end of the pool, but didn't want to use it, of course, as the mobs were in 20-30% HP. So Mason's going to be holding it all the way up until Smash Spite here, and then he's going to use it again at the very end of the dungeon. So Mason only going to get 2 more, and Krona presumably only getting 1 more, though.
Krona, what you actually saw on the right side for Eclipse there, Krona's the only person who mashes his Invis Potion, and then he drops a Warlock Gate to allow the rest of his party to gate up to Smash Bite, and both Mandatory and Eclipse are pulling Smash Bite within 5 seconds of one another, and this is going to be a very close finish, Nagura.
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly close between those two teams. Looks like Mason is even holding his Infernal here too, saving it for the end of the dungeon?
Yeah, it makes sense. You need to save it for that burn, right?
It does make sense.
The Mandatory
I was just thinking that if he uses this here at the
ahead.
start, then he might have it ready again.
It depends exactly
what...
Barely.
CD, so I was thinking...
It depends exactly what Lust is. I mean, we don't have time, right? That could be like 220 on Lust or something.
Composition
like that, right?
as far as
it could just be
team
showing
goes.
us 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Mason would have used it if he would have gotten ready, if he knows that he gets it ready again at the end. So
yeah,
such a major cooldown is not something that he's just going to forget about. So he certainly knows that he has to hold on to it here. So just some differences here in cooldown usage between those two teams. But Mandatory about to finish up this boss here. And they're in the lead. I mean, they're just in the lead for a couple of seconds because both of these teams have perfect runs so far. 0 deaths on both sides. And the strategy that both of them are running, they executed it perfectly so far.
Now there's a question. Did that Lust matter? Nagura?
Yeah.
Do you remember we talked about that about 9 minutes ago at this point? Did that delaying of the Lust for Eclipse really matter? Like, is this going to come back to bite them? Who's going to beat the Dreadlord's Guile cast? Mandatory should have a bit of an advantage because they're going to have the Lust coming up.
Dang
what,
it,
10 seconds?
Damage.
Faster? It's not that much faster,
Damage
but with this
15,
run,
yeah,
the 10 seconds is like huge.
Yeah.
Oh, Yargi's dead!
Oh no, this is actually a huge problem for Eclipse. We do see a Battle Rush come out back from AJ here. They have to make sure they interrupt all of these Lancer casts to make sure that Yargi can get back to the group. The boss was engaged, but it reset. Alright, so Eclipse had the boss reset. They already had engaged it. They walked back to use the Battle Rush, and now the boss is reset and they have to wait for the spawn time. This means all eyes on Mandatory, and they already won the first game. So this is a deciding game. This is, of course, a lower bracket, meaning that, yeah, if Mandatory does not make any huge mistake here, which they can, because now all of these Lancers and Swordsmen are raging.
Mandatory
and
lost
so
yesterday?
starting, But yeah, mandatory definitely in the lead now. All eyes on them.
I didn't realize.
I think that for mandatory as well, it doesn't even matter if they necessarily miss this guile push, this Dreadlord's guile push.
Yeah.
I think that they can afford to and still win because that massive mistake for Eclipse. As mandatory has popped their Bloodlust, the Infernal's coming out. You see the Void Eruption, the Combustion. All offensive CDs are being pressed, and Heart of the Wild, Convoke. We're trying to beat Dantalion Axe's Dreadlord's Guile cast. The cast comes out typically about 25 to 30 seconds after that Shadowbolt volley finishes. And so this is going to be an incredibly tight push for mandatory. The boss is at 10%, and that Guile cast is going to resolve, and the boss is at 1%, and mandatory actually kills it as the boss is phasing. Holy.
Damn.
So impressive there. I mean, that quick definitive burn, even though the clock is still going here. I mean, mandatory. Not only, another death over on Eclipse.
Yeah, it's over anyways. They
when Eclipse had such a good hold on this dungeon previously, but
Damn.
this victory is well earned to mandatory, who are going to be taking their place, moving up and continuing on here 2-0, while Eclipse will be facing off in the lower finals against Bald Bandit. I mean,
Eclipse is going to be...
excuse me, mandatory pushing ahead to the lower finals. Absolutely incredible here, seeing how these teams have played.
Yeah, so,
I mean,
they're pushing to lower finals. Eclipse is out.
Close, so clean. And yet, those little mistakes cost us. You know, as we look back on it, Dratnos, what do you think sort of happened here over the course of this run?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good run, but you got to watch out for, of course, those Raven dives, right? Like one death here or there, that is going to make the difference. I thought the infernal timing differences between the teams was a pretty interesting thing as well. But I agree as well that the Lust not being pressed right at the start of the dungeon as well meant, like, look at the Lust timer here. It's still on CD. It's going to be on CD for another 40 seconds. You know, if things had gone well, they would have been killing that boss and trying to get the dungeon over before that Lust was back off CD, which, mandatory finishing this dungeon at 10:48, you're never going to beat them if you press your own Lust later than like a few seconds into the start of the dungeon, because you're just not going to get it back in time to for this burn to be faster than them. So that one was I'm not sure what the theory was, because we know that Eclipse are super fast in here as well, right? Like, that's the thing. It's not like they have a slow route in this dungeon.
I think, what did you say the final time was for this? 10:48, Dratnos?
I think 10:48, yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know how much lower it can reasonably go, because you need that second Lust to beat that Guile push.
Right.
Right? Like,
I mean, it's possible it could be lower. The Lust being necessary.
Come on. Mandatory Eclipse.
It's possible it could be lower. The Lust being necessary there, I don't see how you could do it without the Lust, because it's always been so close. But
I see.
Maybe you could do it
Eclipse is out now.
Maybe you could do it with 10 seconds of Lust. 10 seconds less of Lust, right? Something like that, and your CD's being perfect, right? And shave a little more time off.
Perplexed.
Could be like that.
They
you could
come on now they lost
in like a
mandatory,
different
so
world,
they're
like
out.
he's,
Okay,
like,
so
one level
Eclipse is
lower or
out.
something
Mandatory's
like
playing Bald Bandits.
You could forego lusting the
You
first
got
level of the
Perplexed
dungeon, maybe,
against...
and just hold it forever, but that also
Oh,
sounds
Bald
awful.
Bandits lost to Perplexed there.
I don't know.
So Perplex is going to be playing the winner.
I mean, very interesting in this
Bald
particular
Bandits.
run, seeing the differences, that timing those important cooldowns, timing things like the Lust, right?
Okay.
How that can affect a run. And, that breakdown was so helpful midway through titles as well, sort of explaining it even further to players who might not be as familiar with this and why you might want to use it. Of course, as we see these teams tackling things like burning down these huge mobs or trying...
Hold on. We're going to catch that last little bit.
I mean, very interesting in this particular run, seeing the differences, that timing those important cooldowns, timing things like the Lust, right? How that can affect a run. And, that breakdown was so helpful midway through titles as well, sort of explaining it even further to players who might not be as familiar with this and why you might want to use it. Of course, as we see these teams tackling things like burning down these huge mobs or trying to... Teams you are seeing here today have secured their spot for the grand finals, which will be in 2 weeks. But today we are crowning a Group B champion. And we will have up next Bald Bandits facing off against Mandatory as they vie for a place here in our finals this weekend up against Perplexed. Go ahead.
I have a question. What did you guys think about Mandatory? Is this the Mandatory that we needed to see from them for them to be able to win this weekend? Because that looked pretty good and pretty convincing to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mandatory looked incredible today. Even that Black Recall, after not seeing them do the Black Recall at all this weekend, and then straight away just getting the best time, beating Eclipse's best previous
my dad is talking
by
about
a couple of seconds when we already thought, oh
very
my god,
old
can he even go faster
Turkish
than them?
comedy movie.
And then they beat Eclipse in that dungeon and just beat the overall timer too. And then
I can send
Everbloom as well.
the
Such an
picture of
strategy
the protagonist or one of the protagonists. I think
yeah, he doesn't want to see it. He wants to see pictures of prostitutes.
You know, maybe I want to see both. Okay.
I have those two.
Yeah, fair enough, actually. Why am I so biased? Why am I such a fucking bigot?
You trying to tell me what I like and don't like? Huh?
Yeah.
The fuck is this shit? What's up, Fingers? How's it going, buddy?
Looking for, right? They have such a strong track record.
We're watching the World of Warcraft dungeon tournament right now. Trying to learn something.
But we're really starting
they do
to
too many things for me to pick
pick
up on all of it. Unless they're using my character, which we've seen a couple of times. Then I know what's up, but I don't know any of the other characters well enough.
This guy is a legend.
Bandits just sweeping in to show
Yep.
that they can do
One
it.
day I'll
They can
be
smooth,
good
they
at this
can do
game
it.
and understand it all.
And I mean, they're going to be a big contender for any of these
weiß
teams
Bescheid.
when they have to
Rufst du mich an, wenn's da ist?
finals. But things have shifted a little
What you
bit
up to,
for
buddy?
us over the course of the
Danke.
weekend in our predictions. And we also now will be looking at how these teams have shifted around arenas over the course
do you
of
mean
the
me or
MPI.
Tiny?
We have a
Nope, I was
dungeon-
talking to my chat. I'm sorry.
segment here.
Probably
Oh,
should
for
have
all
muted
of
Discord
you,
when I was
what is
talking
the
to chat. My
boss
bad.
run of the MPI that has
Nah, you're
happened
good.
so
He just
far?
has to learn
We
it.
ask everybody in chat,
Hmm.
and we'll be doing it too, to try to guess the
I-
dungeon
I-
boss
I
based
still
only
have
on the
a
movements of the
long way
players.
to go.
Again, this is all built in capture from the event. So it's been really cool seeing, which ones match up with what we think, which ones are just Rezon, just which ones might just be the same Rezon, right?
I
But
want to learn
here
more.
we've got our next four, so let's see what this run has in store.
All right, Chad, who do we think's gonna win?
Right?
Yeah, so
Yep.
could
Ooh, let's
be
see here.
not
Okay, let's see if we can get
tried,
this
although
too.
not impossible.
Blight
I
of
don't think-
Galakron.
Let's see, Blight of
Shade Xavius,
Galakron.
Mindbender's
They'd be slowly
Barouche.
moving.
Let's see.
Yeah.
The only one that we would
Boss
probably
Shade
know is Blight of
Xavius.
Galakron.
This could be
big
with the
What fight is
trash.
that?
No, they would have been grouped up for the
Let's see.
Stalker, probably, if it was Shade of Xavius.
Yeah.
Kind of far
But
apart.
it wouldn't
they
be
gonna
Mindbender
drag-
Gersha either,
No.
would it?
Kind of spread out.
So Blight moves you
Blight.
because
This
of
is
the
their
dragon.
tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
I think Blight is
Blight?
probably the most likely, because look at that movement back over towards where it started.
Yeah,
That could be
yeah,
one
the
of
bubble
the boss is
thingy.
now
Yeah,
into the
he
two
just turns
dragons.
into the dragon. Yes.
It's a lot of
This is tank
movement.
movement, though.
This
Yeah.
is a lot
I
of tank
forgot to-
movement. I think it's
I
like
gotta
Rezon.
drag him over to the corner. These are the range
Oh my
guys
God.
holding the two. Yeah, I think they're right. Blight of Galakron.
Could you imagine?
Some Razan, man.
They kind of come back to the
I
middle.
think I like Blight of
Cultural
Galakron.
I think I like
Yeah.
Blight the
Blight.
most out of
I'm gonna get on
Sandal,
Blight. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think
usually
Blight.
Might be
end
my
up,
Bender
like,
Gersha,
off
though,
to the
actually,
side of
like,
them there.
You
I want to
jump
say
over,
it's
you go
Blight
hit the
because I don't know
turret
the other
they
ones.
spawn.
And this
play
one
Mistweaver
looks
in there
right,
too,
but
though.
the beginning didn't look.
Yeah,
right.
that's
Yep.
true. Blight
Okay,
Galakron
was
it
it
is.
was.
There it is. There it
Okay.
is.
Yeah, because he bubbles
and again,
here.
a
Come
big
to
thank
Rome,
you
Or
to.
this guy ends up here. You fuck him up a
Oh,
bit.
it's like
He
a
shifts
fun,
a bit.
fun part.
Once you get him to a point, he's gonna pull over here.
So
Oops.
sit tight, stay tuned. Mandatory
oh,
and Eclipse
I thought I
coming
did
up
that.
next. Who will be continuing on into the lower
man come
finals
to
to face
Rome,
off
yeah,
against
too.
Bald Bandits? We'll just have to see.
Okay. So we kind of knew that one. See, chat, we're learning. We're learning. Fucking A.
Oh, by the way there, Fingers, I gotta send you a link. You said you were talking about the Family Guy looking streamer, or Peter Griffin looking streamer yesterday. I need to send you who I was thinking of. The guy you showed me kind of looks like Peter Griffin, but not quite. There's a guy that I saw. And I think you'll get a kick out of this. He streams Fortnite, it seems, often. Let's see, share message. There. Fingers, I sent you a clip of the guy I was thinking of. I haven't watched his streams or anything, but I've seen some of his shorts, and dude, this guy is real life Peter Griffin, bro. Voice and all. He can do the voice and everything. It's fucking amazing. You guys know who Peter Griffin is?
Yeah.
I'll post the link in Discord here. I don't know if you guys seen him. There's a streamer that in real life looks like Peter Griffin. Glasses, big guy, everything, and he even does the voice and the laugh and shit as he plays. Oh my god, it's fucking, he nailed it. I've been meaning to go check out one of his streams one of these days, because I love it. I love his shorts. Like, he's so good at it. He nails it.
I definitely have to see this.
Let's see here. YouTube. Peter Griffin streamer.
Tiny, do you remember the Simpsons and Family Guy crossover? Tiny's gone.
Oh shit. He found some porn he liked. He's cranking one off again.
Definitely. That must be it.
Yeah, look at this fucking guy. I don't think you can get any closer to looking like Peter Griffin in real life.
Sorry.
Oh, man. I'm gonna go take a dabski while there's a break between these dungeons.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. Today is our third day of the Group B weekend, and we are deciding a champion from the top 4 teams, which will be moving on to the grand finals in 2 weeks. Even though it's not the big culmination of the end, it's still a really exciting day, as one of these teams will be our victor and go into the grand finals feeling more powerful than ever, theoretically. We've had Nagura join us here on the desk, and I mean, already
I could tell he was French by how whimsical he moves.
Start with Bald Bandits going up against Perplex. Nagura, did you get to catch any of that? What were your thoughts as we kind of went through it?
Ich kenne das schon.
Das was so incredibly close. It was just awesome to watch.
Ich kenne das schon. I already know the Peter Griffin shit.
In the clips too, because both of these teams are just really good. Again, Mandatory struggled a little bit on the first day, but yesterday they played. I think that anything can happen in this match.
Anything can absolutely happen. I mean, both of these teams really big powerhouses, but as we were talking about before the break, Throne of Tides. Now, from those stats that we've mentioned, actually, Throne of Tides has been banned over the course of both weekends 11 times and only played twice.
Ich glaube, er wollte
This
was
is the
anderes
first one we're
währenddessen
going to be
machen.
seeing this
Ich glaube
weekend.
nicht, dass er jetzt schlafen
This is
geht.
a difficult
Wer?
dungeon. I mean, Dratnos,
Der
what do you
Fluid.
think this is going to put on the line for these two
Streamt doch
teams?
gerade.
Ja,
Yeah, I
meine
mean,
ich,
the reason that
deswegen.
we've seen this banned so aggressively, I think,
Der
is
macht
that
Dings.
it is just so prep intensive to do a 24 fortified bolstering anything. Not to mention, Throne of Tides
71
has got a
Millionen
lot of really nasty bolstering bolts because,
713.272
you
ist
know,
der
in a lot of queue
komplette
settings,
Wert
you can
meines
just fight those
Stashs.
big Ravagers by
Interesting.
themselves. In an MDI, like, that's so slow, but are you going to be able to fight them with bolstering
Schön
and, you know,
zu
put 10 bolstering
wissen.
stacks on it and
Aber erinnern Sie
deal
sich mal
with
an sein Reichtum.
the acid
Ins
barrages?
kleine
That
Dieb, das kann keiner
sounds
sitzen.
very difficult. So you've got a very tough problem to
Diese-
solve. You
diese
can't really take any guidance
120
from what we
Krabben.
saw in Throne of the Tides last weekend because they didn't have bolstering active.
Und unsere
So you've really
Unmengen
got to
an
solve this
Baumstämmen,
problem.
die wir in unseren
And an
Unmengen
easier answer is just
an
banning Throne of the Tides and
Boxen
staying in the upper bracket.
mitschleppen mussten,
And
die wir
then
wiederum in Boxen
one of
von
these
Boxen
teams,
mit uns
both of these
geschleppt
teams
haben,
got sent
damit
to the
wir
lower
überhaupt
bracket, and now
genug
they have
Boxen
to
haben, um
have
die
been
ganzen,
ready for
das
it.
ganze Holz
So
zu
we'll see
vernichten.
just how much prep
Vergiss
they
nicht
were
die
able to
Boxen, die
do
noch auf anderen
for this
Inseln
dungeon
waren, die wir
because
verbummelt
it
haben.
is a very, very difficult one.
Genau,
It's a tough
wird
one, and this will be
zurückgelassen.
game one, Throne of Tides, mandatory
Genau.
Und
versus
vergiss auch bloß nicht das ganze verrottete Fleisch, das ich zurück ins Meer gejietet habe.
Oh mein Gott.
Yeah, one thing I'm also
Weil der
curious about
Unscheid.
is what
Ich war
the
das
hoffe, wir
Trebuchet.
Trebuchet.
We haven't seen this dungeon yet this weekend.
Ich glaube
We'll see if
nicht.
they're gonna be playing that Mistweaver. That is something we saw before, right?
Ich glaube, irgendwann geht er
Yeah,
einfach aus der
Mistweaver is
Rendering
really
Distance
strong.
raus und
Yeah, I think a
dann
lot of it comes down to the crushing death
hast du kein
stats
Problem
Ja,
mehr.
aber die sind schlecht.
the sentries
Ich weiß
and, like,
nicht,
the
was
swell
die Entwickler
casts
meinen, was man
and
machen
the
soll.
the elemental mobs.
Es
Yeah, we're
killt doch
seeing
Performance.
Mistweaver Monk on both sides here. I guess I'm a bit
Ja.
surprised that we're not
Also
seeing
ich meine, die
Protos,
haben
but it's not
irgendwie,
like
wie viele Jahre waren das
not
jetzt?
the most,
6, 7 Jahre gebraucht, um einen Online-Multiplayer zu
shocking thing to see
machen.
a Shadow
Also.
Priest in a bolstering queue.
Ja, stimmt. Ja, wobei
Yeah,
letztens haben
definitely
die,
it's not. We can see
haben
both
sie ein
teams
Quality
actually
of
gathering a
Quality of
huge
Life
pull all the
Update
way up to
gebracht.
this Ravager.
Da haben die
It's
sau
kind of
viele
really
Sachen,
dangerous considering that it
also
is
ein paar
bolstering,
Sachen
right? So they
geändert,
really need to
Hm.
single target
Kleinigkeiten,
that
um,
Ravager
Okay.
or keep off the
jetzt
Ravager, making
irgendwie,
sure none of
ja,
the
da haben die
bolstering
dieses
stacks
Thema
are going
optimiert,
out while that
danach die Spieler gewünscht haben.
barrage
Ich glaube,
is
da war auch
happening at the
irgendwas
same time.
dabei,
Otherwise, people are gonna get
das wir mal
one-shot.
wollten,
You can see
dass man
the
verbessern
bleeds of
soll.
everybody
Weiß
as
noch
well
was?
from the fixates, from
Muss
these
man mal die
dragons already
Chains,
ramping
glaube
up
ich,
the
gucken,
damage
und
onto
dann
the
fällt es
group.
sein.
But the
Das stimmt,
Crackle is dying so
ganz viele Sachen
quickly with
gefixt,
all
vor
of
allem für
those
den
cooldowns
Multiplayer.
being popped
Vor allem
on
ganz
us
viele
as
Sachen
well as
gefixt,
Kira,
was
you
Multiplayer
actually
Join
RT
angeht.
Kira's
does
last
go
Das
down
ist
with
Lobby,
an
Lobby
acid
und so.
barrage. Look at all of these bolstering stacks.
Das klappt
And
jetzt
yeah,
besser
double
als vorher
cheat death
scheinbar.
proc for Kira.
Hm.
It's pretty
Mhm.
uncommon to see
Und irgendwas war gefixt
Vintage Demon
mit
Hunter
Dings.
tanks in MDI playing double cheat, but Kira
Ich glaube, man hat von
knows that he needs it
irgendwas
because these mobs are
nicht
going
so
to just
richtig viel
annihilate him
gefunden,
as
also das,
that
was mal
pack
rein
does go down for Eclipse.
drin
They
sein
have one
sollte,
death.
in,
And
keine
they're
Ahnung,
probably somewhere in the order of 10
in
seconds
2
behind
von
Mandatory
10
just because
Kisten.
Mandatory had a bit of a cleaner
Da waren die
finish.
fast nie was.
Were they group
Und das haben die
invising?
auch irgendwie scheinbar gefixt, dass
Yeah,
man
it
das
looks
Item irgendwie
like,
nehmen
yeah,
kann,
they are group investing
ohne
this
dass
whole
irgendwas Schlimmes
trash
passiert.
area
Ne?
here. I think I
So-
like it because
Oder
of
wenn
the
man es mal findet.
sentinels.
The
I think
entire
they're just
hallway.
doing it for the pool.
Hm.
Und irgendwann
I
mit den
don't know.
Fischen.
I'm interested in seeing. So they're gonna have to pull this trash
mit
whenever they
den
come back out.
Jetzt
Right?
mal
For the
Butter bei
squad,
die
because this is
Fische.
the head
Genau.
gauntlet with the
Ach Gott, wie die
lightning
Idioten waren es damals.
eels,
Aber Butter
the
bei die
electric eels
Fische.
that you have to go through. So I
Moment.
think they have to pull this trash eventually.
Hello.
Maybe
I
it's because
knew
they
it.
recovered
As
the
soon as I
hit
loaded
points.
into an offline raid, homies getting back.
Very dangerous mobs once you bolster them up here.
He was numbing
Incredible,
his way back.
incredibly difficult to deal with and very hard to avoid their damage. Now they do have another Ravager here, and this Eclipse doing something very similar.
Like
as
What the
always,
fuck?
he was a
as,
legend.
they're trying not to bolster this Ravager, or you can still line of sight the
Legendary,
barrage, right? So you can see them all walk to the right side here
Nice
when the
guy.
barrage is coming out, or that frontal cone. They are all
Bigo,
walking behind
Dico,
this pillar,
down
making
your
sure they're not
throat,
taking that damage, because of course once the bolster stacks are
Oh,
the
please
Ravager,
not.
anyone probably gets one shot by this cast. That's why they don't.
What was
worry
you
about it too
doing,
much,
Mahomes?
and
Yeah.
just
Was you
all walk
masturbating?
behind.
I think this mob is definitely,
was
I would
having
argue,
me
more
times.
dangerous on pull whenever you're getting hit
That's
or
fucking
wanting to have
sexy
more
ass.
stacks, you don't have like a large defensive press to become problematic. Mandatory finishing off that round a few
Man.
seconds ahead of Eclipse. Eclipse, I think, caught
That
up
game
a
we
lot
were
of time
in
Negro.
was
Yeah.
fucking triggering me,
Massive
dude.
volley. What are they doing? Eclipse is doing some weird stuff.
Make your
They
wingin hook.
they left the hounds in a mass
made me erect
the
opposite way.
The snapdragons are going to come in pretty late.
Mandatory did the same thing, so they
got
both
my
all
gear.
gated past as well. You can see the Shadow Priest
Lighthouse always gonna be like
and
that.
some more players with
Let me change the
on them as well. But now both of them engage in Shatar with some of the trash that is really dangerous as well to deal with. So the combination of spells here from the trash plus the
playing
can be
on Lighthouse as a scav is awesome. Okay.
And they have to be very careful with bolstering as well to not get too many stacks off.
It is awesome because you can kind of
skylight here for mandatory as well. Some more water balls, but it's
count on
for mandatory
the Dubai servers. And when I'm in Dubai, there is
very worried.
Just two possibilities. Either there's nothing going on at all, or there's a full-fledged war where you can basically feed on the scraps. What the fuck?
That was a bit sketch though. Holy.
Yeah, Dubai is too high for me. Dubai is like a 207.
As well. Eclipse actually not too far behind in comparison to mandatory.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
no, Dubai is always like I'm feeding on the remains, the corpses of players that died to the rogues. Most of the time it's just bolt action guns like M700s and T5000s.
Or they didn't want to add additional bolsters.
Or is it TX5000s? I don't know.
Elected to mass poly them.
T5000M. I'm just snacking those up, and then I'm going to loot the areas where I know the rogues won't shoot on me.
Yeah, and now they are even on
then I'm good to go.
Because of that extra trash that mandatory had coming in as well. And yeah, look at that, 25%, 27%.
You think you're good to go until you get one tap.
And after the space,
yeah, that happens like 1 in 10 times to me.
This is a weird thing to talk about, but I don't think Eclipse is doing a good enough job of baiting those honor guards. They need to have all of their range DPS annihilate to make sure that they ignite, all of the passive damage, the rain of fires and whatnot are able to cleave the witch doctors.
Security plus, what's that?
That honor guard. Mandatory probably save 5 to 10 seconds just by having better baits.
Cybersecurity.
Yeah, I do think so as well.
Hell yeah.
With the boss, they're going to be moving on. They have to deal with some of this trash we talked about earlier that they skip, unless they have another plan to skip it again. We'll see what they're doing as the gateway is still up from previously. They do, of course. Alright,
Transcendence is out.
Nice.
Oh.
Alright, very cool tech here. So
it's
we
awesome.
do see some sentinels just being
Wish you lots of luck for it.
Again, very efficient.
I wish lots of luck to you.
Pulled into bosses, right? Of course, this is incredibly
good luck, user. You can do it.
But with bolstering, honestly, doing big trash pulls with bolstering with completely uneven health percentages or health pools for these mod packs, I think it makes a lot of sense to just add some extra difficulty to the boss, because of course bosses
but
get bolstered
I think
more.
you
Therefore, yes,
can
it's
still
hard,
pull it off.
but it's probably easier than
if you dedicate yourself to it.
Trash and then just
I think
them up,
you will be rewarded.
Personally, I'm very concerned.
Why didn't it ask me to ensure my weapons? Oh, it's scab round.
Scab, bro. You want to ensure your scab?
Really easy way for these players to die, but if you have like a massive defensive press, say you have Ice Cold on you, your mage, your Mistweaver Monk should be able to top you. So Arxie's on the side of Eclipse right there. You see that he has that healing absorb. He presses that Ice Cold. He's able to get topped by AJ, even with that Festering Shockwave dot on him.
Russia is using
Eclipse.
Stalin.
So even though Eclipse
I thought
was
Stalin
slower on the previous
was
boss,
used by
Ukraine
so
much. I'm not sure if it was a different.
It's used by both.
Allocations. You see Maystain just using Infernal a little bit.
It's multiplayer.
Just say,
they should just say,
oh, Russian also used.
I think it's a count difference. I think that Eclipse is going to be a little. Yeah, I think Eclipse
isn't
is gonna be a little
Starlink
bit
just the
behind in
fucking
count,
Wi-Fi
after they get
thing?
the boss killed off relative to where Mandatory is going to be. So I think that's part of it. Because Mandatory has actually played all the trash that's in this boss room, and I think Eclipse has a 3-pack still left to finish off.
You don't need any ISP.
Yeah, it does make sense. Alright, Eclipse now downing the boss, they're going to be moving on. And we'll see what they do to catch up to that enemy forces that they're missing in comparison to Mandatory. As we do see the gate coming through.
I just look over. For some reason I still have chat up, and somebody types in chat, bring back bolstering bosses.
Okay. That's interesting. It's hella cool. I just decided yesterday that I want to make a low poly game to look into
least efficient bolstering mobs, I guess.
The functionalities of the Unreal Engine 5. And I stole a lot of code for
hidden by all of these teams.
gravity and like 0G and shit like that.
We've seen it last weekend from Group A, but I don't think we saw something like.
And like that was the moment that I understood how little I understand about code still.
Programming.
Yeah.
So now Eclipse here taking all these Gilgoblin, Aqua Mages, and Hunters.
I
went
to school and then there was
these
like a one class.
Very dangerous, especially when bolstered.
I think it was
on top of that, you have the unstable corruptions as well. Whenever they die, they put a increased shadow damage taken debuff on you. It is a disease that can be dispelled, but it's not something that's easily dispelled by every member of this party, and that swell going off with the bolstering stacks and the unstable corruption debuff.
Yeah. I don't know C dash. What is
now
C
we're having
dash?
another one going off for Eclipse here, as everybody is dropping super low. AJ able to get them topped up. On the left-hand side of the screen, Mandatory is instead electing to go to that Shaman boss. And
I was in the class,
they're
and
playing a completely different route.
The teacher was like,
from Eclipse here.
so hard to understand, you know, it's like hard to understand them, like an Indian guy from YouTuber, so I was like, you know, fuck it, I'm
those
drop out.
watchers together. Watchers can be incredibly difficult too. You've also
Get the hell out of your class. Bye-bye.
Leon Hans potion, basically.
We have a professor who is like absolute scum. Like he explains to you basically how a toy car works, and then expects you
that they're gonna finish off these double sentries and then take those
expects you to build a Cybertruck.
Into the boss.
So like that's the comparison. He teaches you simple, minimalistic shit, and then he expects you to do quantum physics and build a quantum computer in his
But you have to kill off all the sentries to open up the gate.
That's your project? Yeah.
So what they did here was because the sentries have a lot more HP.
Did you bring me to Lighthouses? Yeah.
So what they did
I know how they're built. That's how all the like professor are.
To a point where they have to
You're not streaming, by the way, user.
And then they pull it all together, make sure they can.
It's like an anatomy when you are supposed to
exactly. For mandatory, they've already started off
to cut animals. I mean, dead
Shaman
animals.
boss, Ernuak Stone Speaker. And so
you shoot?
they're actually going to have to pull all these minions that are in the back into this boss.
I'm below you.
And you're seeing that they're slowly peppering in these mobs. The Psionic Pulse, whenever it does AoE damage,
and the teachers they simply do not really
that are going off.
explain
drops incredibly low. I think that Mandatory is also doing that's
how you can find something. They are just like,
any of the totems.
yeah,
on a 24 fortified Vengeance,
make a cut here and there, and should find it, and we're like, what? I mean,
they took the boss far away from the
sounds
totem,
disgusting.
It's fine.
I mean, it is,
Wait,
but
what is AJ doing?
you cut something open,
What is he doing?
and
Is he gonna pull trap?
beings are like,
This is insane.
living beings are like,
okay, so
goo all over
he
there,
out of the room,
and
he's
you
grabbing pretty much
have
every
a
trash
hard
he
time
reasonably can. He
to
melts
find
it
and
off.
recognize
He's gonna go back into the
something
boss room.
as something
he's
like
gonna go back to the boss room
an
once they get the
organ
Ozomat
as
buff.
being organ.
That is
I
exactly what
mean,
they're doing. This
some
is
of them are recognizable. Like
so
you
keep in
can,
mind, the rest of the group does not have a healer right
you
now,
see
so they
them
have
and
to
you just
survive
notice,
without
okay,
AJ being there.
this is a
Wingin
liver or
is pulling
something,
the Watchers,
and some
he's
organs
been
or
back, and then
animals'
all of
organs
these
are like
are gonna snap to the rest of the group.
the same
He manages to
all
survive,
over the place. Like
If he gets
it's
any
Yeah.
melee
part
hits from
of
these mobs, he's probably
everything.
gonna die.
Yeah,
He
and
doesn't
if they're not the
have
same, they're similar. Yeah.
Cocoon coming
Yeah.
out, but he
Like,
does
he's
it
similar.
down.
And
This strategy
and
does not
they
work
just
out
simply
for
don't
them. This
explain
is a
anything.
huge problem for
They're like,
Eclipse.
cut is open
I think
here,
he has to line that
and
first crushing depths cast. That
Yeah.
the rest is just up to us.
That
And
crushing
if
tentacles is not
if
crushing
if,
the crushing
if you do
tentacles
it
cast that
wrong,
ripped him.
I
I think he
died.
has to be lining that to
It's
make
your
the strategy
fault.
effective. But if they pulled this off, Eclipse would have been in a commanding position. But instead, they're gonna have to finish off
I
Ozomat,
can
not
relate
only
to
without
it.
the healer,
Inside
but they're
where?
not
Can you
going to be
lead me?
getting that count that they needed.
Chalet.
They were going to be able to basically get all of that count for
Lower,
free,
upper?
pull it into the
Lower.
boss. And with that damage buff, they were going to be able to just like nuke off all of the trash
So,
that Mandatory
first
took
floor
such a long time to
on
kill.
your left.
But now I think Mandatory is going to win, Nagura.
Yeah, right
I
side
think
of
so
that
as
building.
well. So even though this the idea
So
that
I'll
Eclipse
say
has
like
here is
middle
incredible.
back,
It's such a
right
smart
side.
play, making sure they get this extra damage buff and use it to kill off some trash. as
Middle,
well.
back,
But, of course,
outside.
It's a very risky strategy. You have
Right
your
side
healer
of the
pull
building.
all of these watchers, all of this trash, somehow has to survive and does not manage to get the transcend through before that grip. And of course, there's no way to recover that. You cannot
Dennis.
rest AJ there at all.
But
So now, something they're right there, of course, still are finishing off the boss here. But all of this time they're supposed to save.
Did I ever tell you about
mandatory now in the lead.
He has to play with flashlight because he's a cunt.
On their side, up to 90% enemy forces, and they only have that last boss left on their side too.
Did I ever tell you about the class when we
bolstered up
had to
and now they're all casting
cut the chicken?
Was it dead?
Mandatory here just needs to make sure
Yeah,
they
of
don't
course.
wipe. I think that what Eclipse did,
No,
if
it was
they
alive.
Eclipse went for the home run.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, AJ dying there, I
He
think
was
is going to
begging
cost them
for
a
his
significant
life.
amount of time now as they have to fight off this trash pack.
It
one
was-
by
What the
one.
fuck is this
Mandatory,
loadout?
They have 100% enemy forces. They didn't die to the sentries.
It was held
They
alive by
basically
force.
are just going to be doing
This
Ozymandias vanilla. There's nothing.
Rogue
There's no
shit.
added spice to this boss.
Try to
So they,
pretend like a
with
rogue.
this being the case, I think that Mandatory is going to be able to take this map 1-0. But this kind of leaves you questioning, like, what if? What if AJ was able to pull that trash pack into the boss? What could have been with this run? And Throw the Tides has just gotten, I think, a lot more interesting for a lot of our competitors.
Just gonna say, on my screen, he had a helmet on.
Though is that it is Sunday, right? So it's like the other teams don't really have time to like try this strategy. I would say.
Anyway, what I wanted to say was, like,
I don't know.
that was the only
Do
time
you think any other
when
team can
someone
maybe
ever
adapt to this?
explained
So I know that
what
other
we
teams,
have
I
to
know
do
that other
now,
teams knew about
and
this.
how
I don't
we
know
can
how
see
widespread it was with
something we
MDI
are
teams,
supposed to look
or
at.
what they thought they could / couldn't
Because,
do with the trash.
at
I know
first
that on like
it
high level
started like,
fortifieds,
I
what
think
happened to
like
AJ is actually pretty common. But I don't. Again,
nearly
it's one of those things that I don't
1
know how
hour
practice went with the strategy.
doing nothing,
Right,
just
very
cutting
interesting. I
into
would love to
nothing,
see
because
this strategy pulled off once.
we
Now,
couldn't recognize
unfortunately, I have a
anything
feeling that we're not
that
going to
we
see
saw.
Phone
It was just cool.
anymore, as Eclipse actually has a full wipe
I mean,
on their side.
we had to do it in a
some
group
of
at
this
least.
strat, unfortunately.
Hmm?
It's I mean their strat just didn't work
Yeah,
out.
I mean, they were
and-
desperately
They-
chain pulling, right?
they-
They weren't. That's
they
clearly
didn't
not what they
want
intended to do. They were
to
desperately
waste
trying to get those
chicken,
mobs grouped
they
up, and then
said.
Sears
And
got bolstered up and killed people with mind play.
And you
Yeah,
are the
mandatory
chicken.
about to finish off Ink of Asaman
Sorry?
here, as they're going to be gaining that
And
buff,
you are
and
the
then they're
chicken?
going to be done with this dungeon in no time. So it's very likely is mandatory that it's going to be winning this throne, as Eclipse does have another full wipe. But yeah, I
Right.
mean,
I
I
can't-
like
All
this
right.
strategy from Eclipse if they would have managed to pull this like super.
I'm
big
sorry,
shot
Regret.
there at the very
I had to
end.
refresh
But
my
it
drink and
doesn't
shit.
matter if,
Regret.
doesn't matter how cool your strategy is.
Okay.
If you cannot pull it off in the
have
actual
a-
tournament, then it doesn't matter. Yeah,
A trade offer.
mandatory winning off, winning that dungeon. Mandatory going 1-0 here.
What if we run it back? What if we force the teams to run it back so we can see what it looks like whenever it's clean? Because I want to see it. To do, they were desperately trying to get those mobs grouped up, and then Sears got bolstered up and killed people with mind.
Mandatory. Oh wait, way too far back.
I mean, I would wear a ball in finals, but
However, the biggest
open. If that lead closes, which it... Oh, I
With the
don't
Flame
know,
Rift
but we're
high
gonna
roll from
try and
Mace
find
team.
out.
Can they
Where
get
is the
it?
Flame Rift
3,
blasting
2,
into the boss?
1. Who wins? It's gonna be neck and neck again.
Oh! A photo finish
Where did the 2
once
seconds
again.
come from?
All right, we will investigate.
Bald
but I
Bandits won the
believe
first
that
round?
is Bald Bandits
think
that have
so.
gotten it by
Oh,
those
shit.
2 seconds. Let's see though. We'll see once the victory screen comes up. We've got to compare those milliseconds. Check
Wow.
The official clock.
Oh, it was
and
close as fuck.
does-
Ooh, waiting for the victory screen.
Shit.
It is a ball.
Bald Bandits, damn, that was a fucking close one. Shit.
Bald Bandits
Woo!
really stole away with
Within
that
a
one.
couple of
7
seconds.
between either of the
Holy.
teams.
All
Absolutely
right.
incredible that we've
Damn.
Needs to happen here. Mandatory.
Sorry, that one was
We were
crazy.
talking about
Damn,
how
that one was
they-
close. And Bald Bandits pulled it off, son. Wow. Touche, Bandits. I did not give you enough credit. My bad. Damn. All right. All right. See if Mandatory can get it together. Get it together. Fuck, they both just had such a good run. Wow.
Really hard to make it through
Fuck.
to the finals here. And Mandatory, they now have to win this and Throne of the Tides if they want to make it.
Damn, yeah, they gotta win the next
Compete
2. All
against
right.
their player
Fuck,
here.
we got ourselves a
And
match, boys.
this is
Woo!
a pivotal game. It does look like Bald Bandits are continuing with
Dude,
road
that one was
strategy.
exciting. The teams were finished within 2 seconds of each other. They had to wait a second, like, to get an official finish time.
Instead,
There's a lot of these. There's a good 10 to 15 second difference, so a few seconds doesn't really matter. But that one was fucking close.
To sneak through the start of the dungeon, so that they can set up as big a pull as possible.
That was pretty fucking cool.
We'll see if Mandatory even take this into the boss. It looks like Bald Bandits are hitting the Lust and just taking out a bear without the boss. But let's see what Mandatory are up to here.
Love the cool rogue snap tech
Alrighty.
from Bald Bandits with this first pull here. Kush tricking these
Oh fuck yeah, dude!
Mushroom, which are notorious.
And I kind of missed it too. I had to scroll back to see who won that one and notice it was it was fucking super close.
Everything is instantly exploding. A little bit of sanguine healing right at the very end, but not too much to write home about. Just one last Nightclaw alive at the end, in there through that first pull. The boss here.
Oh my god.
All the way through the first pull, 36% trash count just like that, and they're already on the boss. This is not anywhere near as slow as the typical first pull. On the other hand, like you mentioned,
oh man, I don't think I could take that kind of heat.
The boss only at 70% crit goes down to a rip from one of those Nightclaws, in addition to, I believe, a leap from the boss as well. Little unfortunate, but they're able to have the battle res available, but that's not going to be something they have in their back pocket for the next 8 minutes.
Yeah, that is -1 res for Mandatory and plus a huge amount of danger for the rest of this dungeon. Man. I mean, 8 minutes is an eternity with how quick these dungeons are, right? So this is a very, very scary time if you're a Mandatory fan, right? One more death on a boss, and they will effectively be... I mean, that could eliminate them at this point. That's all it would take. Right now, they're in the lead. But look at the trash count. The trash count is 6% in Bald Bandits' favor. Now, you know, the remaining pulls of the dungeon may not, that 6% may not equate to an extra pull, and there is a faster boss kill coming in here for Mandatory, so Mandatory probably are getting the better of this, right? Anytime you can do in one pull what your other team is doing in 2 pulls, usually you're getting an advantage here, but it's a small advantage, and it costs them that battle res, so it's a tenuous position that Mandatory now find themselves in.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. They definitely do have a lead, but man, Kush was absolutely blasting this boss here, doing a ton of single target damage. If they can find
right now.
Extra cool rogue snapping tech that we didn't see in their first run here, they could potentially come up with some very interesting strategizing pulls. I remember back in the Legion MDI, you know, when I played 13,000 years ago, there was some really interesting snap stuff you could do to get extra trash into the last boss of the key. I'm not sure if they potentially would want to go for something like that, but there's a lot of interesting things that we haven't seen that teams could just actively look up old VODs to figure out how to do if they really do want to add more tech to their run. I'm not sure if that's something they could have done over the course of this weekend, but we'll have to see if there's anything else going on here. Is Draco still in this shroud? It looks like he might just barely be on the edge of it.
He might have invis mounted.
He might have pre-invis.
Yeah, love it. That's smart. That's
okay.
That's a
They're
big
able to
move.
make it through.
Yeah,
now, they did kill the boss later, but the other thing as well is you have to mention. We bring this up whenever we have a sub-rogue in the group, right? We saw it in Black Rock Hole, we're seeing it in this Dark Heart Thicket. That sub-rogue shroud does actually provide a pretty significant amount of movement speed for the team as well. So even though they might be behind, that movement speed definitely does catch them up. And they're setting up this pull a lot quicker than any other team without a rogues really would.
Let's see.
That being said, Mandatory is still very far ahead, almost through most of these Nightmare Dwellers. As Bald Bandits still just starting to set them up.
Ooh, Bald Bandits as well with the Blast Wave to knock everything into the AoE.
Okay.
Now they just need to get those Dwellers killed. The 5 Dwellers are what spawns the boss. So ideally you want to just be making sure that those die first, right? It's not a big deal if some flowers, if a Dryad even is alive into the boss. You just need to get that boss activated, get it pulled. You can see Mandatory actually do still have a Dryad sniping at them from the back there. That's okay. You can just press Havoc on it and kill it off with a couple of extra Chaos Bolts directly to the forehead if you need to. And Mandatory are doing pretty well here.
Would be
this
all
is
right,
going
like
nicely.
in this
They
situation,
have the boss
but the rest
already
of it,
approaching 75%.
not so
Bald
much.
Bandits not even in
Actually,
combat
no,
with it
thinking
yet.
about
As
it, a
that
couple of these
final
boss
Dweller
keep
does
spawning little
finally
extras and
die.
whatnot.
They're waiting
feel like
around
this
now
one's
for
a good
boss
one for
RP to
Mistweaver,
finish.
but
Never a
then
good
again,
feeling.
We are
Yeah, they
noobs,
really
so.
didn't focus down the Dwellers at all. They kind of just even AoE'd everything down. Now, that does come with its benefits and its negatives, right? The negatives are that you do not spawn the boss earlier, like you're mentioning. However, the benefits are you don't have to worry about Sanguine during the boss here. Mandatory have that extra added level of difficulty here, where if a Blossom does die underneath the boss and they're not able to kite the boss out of it before it ticks, they just lose a ton of extra healing. We're seeing some Sanguine healing come out, but that's only Blossom on Blossom.
That's
healing.
on mobs.
It's not on the boss, so we're not too worried about that. And they're doing a very good job of keeping those Blossoms away from the boss. They are starting to funnel in now, and if they don't have a knockback or one of those grip sigils available for them, it could be an issue. Now, one of the other advantages of not having trash on the boss is you don't have to worry about doing any of that extra AoE. You can just hard focus the boss, and you can see Bald Bandits have brought it back a little bit, right? They're within 20%, and they pulled 30%. Oh my god, it takes out 2! Crim's going down 2 to the cauterize here. Oh no, this is a
Mandatory getting fucked.
There's a Deadeye in the back.
Oh, their
Sniper
assholes are
just
sore.
taking out
Oh boy.
Mandatory's members, and now it's Skylark and Stove that are going to attempt to finish this boss. But this is so bad because Skylark is just going to get beat up. Now there's Sanguine healing on Oakhart. Oakhart goes back up in health. Just Skylark against the world here, and I fear the world is going to win. That is tragic for Mandatory.
Damn.
Does end up melding. Mode releasing, Crim's releasing, but Mandatory have just experienced what could be a tournament-losing catastrophe. Bald Bandits just have to keep it clean from here, and they'll be able to make it to the finals of this weekend. But there is still a lot of dungeon ahead of them here. They need to keep their heads on straight. This is a very, very big and dangerous pull that they are beginning here. Kush going on a fun adventure now. Off to the side, perhaps, or no, he's coming with them.
Damn.
No, he's off to the side, I think. Yep.
Yeah.
Grabbing some extra trash.
Bald Bandits
give him the
just need
speed
to
boost
not,
and then
not
run over
wipe,
to the
that's all.
side. And
go through. They don't
he
even have
will
to worry
grab
about
some
time at this
bats,
point. Just
and
go
then he can
side.
even shadow step. Yeah, he
That's
doesn't even
all
need a
that
gateway
matters.
here. He can
They'll
just
be
shadow
just
step
fine.
on upwards.
They
There it
already
is.
got a
Up
25-second
to Yips.
advantage. Plus
No need for
time,
that gateway, which means the
plus
rest of the
being
group
ahead
can
on
use the gateway instead to
bosses
get this
and
pull
stuff,
started
so,
even
at this
faster.
point, they just
And
need
if
to
Bald
not die.
Bandits can
That's it.
avoid an incident here on Dresseron, then they will just have one pull left in the dungeon. There are a couple of different things that can go
I
wrong.
think we are
going to
do the augmentation evoker. I like the idea.
Killing the group is another one, but you can see defensives are pre-popped. There's Zatsy getting a little bit low.
Yeah, healer,
Survival
DPS,
instinct,
tank,
well-honed instinct,
and
rather. That free frenzy
we'll have the
regeneration
aug.
is going to proc and save
Between
him.
me and Chungus, so
They are stable for the most part. Tronako activates a Whelpling actually while he's low. Alters
August knocks in more. Oh no, and Kush is dropping low too.
Swirly.
Still
There's
has the
an
cheat
Iron
deck,
Bark on him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We're back stable here. Oh, relax. Don't take a frontal. Don't get hit by a blood orb. Okay. Whew, everything's okay.
All good.
4 Bald Bandits here. You're still an entire
Just keep
boss
breathing.
ahead. You just need to not die. 2 Bloodtainted Furies still alive here. Yips still has plenty of ways to stay alive. Another Whelpling spawn, but Yips is going to grab back on that instantly here. A frontal goes out, misses a couple of players. That's just the Earth-Shattering Roar doing damage to the group. Yep, Yips keeping the frontal away. Once these Furies go down, they're going to have to CC in lockdown. The small adds that come out of it, but they have plenty of buttons to do that with. Just need to stay alive, and I think they're through the most of the danger here. Just the boss left alive. Just a silent sigil or 2 will come out on these, and they'll be able to easily cleave them down. Mandatory is able to get Oakhart down, but man, I think they're pretty much completely taken out of this race. It all lies on the Bald Bandits. Can they clean up the rest of this dungeon and send Mandatory packing?
Yep.
Yeah,
Just
Mandatory here are still
point,
playing
boys.
to make sure that they are keeping it in a one-wipe situation. Right? They want to make sure that if Bald Bandits wipe, they'll be able to come back in and overtake, but it's going to be so rough because they wiped so late into Oakhart, right? When we talk about a wipe, there are different levels of disaster when you wipe, right? And if you wipe late in a boss, that is the worst possible time because you're just losing so much progress. And if it's a boss like Oakhart, then you have a huge run back as well. Meanwhile, Bald Bandits, they are going to be able to activate this Shroud. They're at 80% as they drop down. That is above the magic numbers, so they have enough count here. That would have been another possible path to victory for Mandatory. Would have been Bald Bandits jumping down with not enough count because due to the way that it works in MDI, you can't zone out in the middle of the run, which is what would happen at the end of the dungeon normally. So if you miss on count, you can't just zone out and then go back. You're in trouble. You got to find some creative way to get some extra count in there, or else you're just you're done. But 80% is enough, so not something Bald Bandits have to worry about here. They're setting up their pull, waiting, being careful here, and maybe even being extra cautious, knowing at this point that they are this far ahead. Because of course you can watch the stream. There's a bit of a delay, but at this point they do know that Mandatory have had a massive catastrophe, and I love this out of Bald Bandits. They're not even going to pull this boss. They're just going to say, you know what? If we just don't wipe, we are going to go to the finals. So why on earth would we pull a boss with this, right? Why would we add a boss to what is already such a deadly pull?
Yeah, exactly. And they don't even have the lust available, right? So like, don't even go for it. Just play it safe, finish it off. You're an entire boss ahead here, and the only way you really could wipe here is if we saw what happened to Mandatory yesterday, right? If you sanguine heal the boss, or you literally full on wipe. And this is the Giga Save play too, because they've had 0 deaths in this key. They still have the 2 battle reses.
Oh, we're gonna have lust. We're gonna have 2 reses.
Man.
They are living the luxurious life here. Mandatory are just in utter despair here. They have none of those resources, right? They have 1 less battle res. They have 5 extra deaths on their clock. They're more than a boss behind here, or I guess a boss and a big trash pull behind.
And change.
Bald Bandits hitting the lust here on this boss as soon as their cooldowns are available is Actually, are they even holding lust for P2? Is that their idea for safety? That is the ultimate safety play, yeah. So they're not even gonna line up this lust with their opening burst. They're gonna save stuff and their lust for the 50% mark, because Shade of Xavius is dramatically more lethal from 50 to 0 than from 100 to 50. So, hey, why not lust 50 to 0? That's a smart strategy on live, right, for high keys, because that's the dangerous part of this fight. Not something you can usually afford to do in MDI because it costs you time, but Bald Bandits have realized here that they can trade 10 seconds for safety, and that is an incredibly good deal at this point, because 10 seconds aren't going to matter. Only a full wipe will, so let's just minimize the chances of that full wipe.
Cloak being used to nullify that Nightmare Bolt there. Here's the lust for the 50% push. Apocalypse Nightmare going to come out and do a lot of AoE damage to the group. Nothing that Zazi can't deal with and top people off for. Doesn't even do that much damage, even on the 23 Tyrannical. But here we go, off to the races. Shade of Xavius is being bursted. Downward Mandatory hasn't even engaged the boss yet. They're going to be going for their pull, but it's going to be too little too late. All Bald Bandits do have to do is finish it off here. 25% on the boss. And Dratnos, Mandatory, the team that almost every single caster
me too, or I would have been banned by now.
Second place this weekend, is in the most dire of straits right now. Bald Bandits is in a commanding position here. Just have to take down the last 10% of the boss. Dranaco dropping low, but he's totally fine here. One final Nightmare Bolt is not going to take them out. Bald Bandits is going to send Mandatory home.
I listen here and there as I'm watching. I have you muted on the stream, but I'm listening.
Mandatory can get back up
Bald
there.
Bandits
Victory
pulling through, baby.
Bald Bandits here, which is
put on the pressure and Mandatory crack, motherfucker.
As they
cracked under the pressure.
Bracket.
Damn.
Well done.
They did a little too much partying last night before they started today, and it's showing. They're hungover as fuck, boy.
They've had some moments where they haven't necessarily been able to pull off what we expected of them. Now, I mean,
indeed,
Tuttles, how are you feeling looking
at
what
they've been doing? They were looking fucking
doing?
straight consistent.
I think it's kind of been
strong.
What we've seen the entire
couple
weekend
of days,
for Mandatory, where they probably had the faster strat.
They got fucked
if you
today.
gave them a couple of attempts to run it, they're likely to put up the best time. If it was a time trial format or a slightly different format, they would likely be the fastest team that we have. Unfortunately, there's just some of the stuff that they're doing on these pulls that's incredibly volatile at times. Like grabbing that Stalker Deadeye into Oakheart. Mo just got comboed with the shot from the Deadeye at the exact same time the Stomp went out from Oakheart, and he just got erased. Like, look at that. He just died, and then once he's dead, Crims and Maestine are going to be soon following, because the Deadeye is going to be putting up those debuffs on the players. And that's a very dangerous pull. If you're able to pull it off, it's really fast, though. And we saw that Bald Bandits actually had a count advantage on Oakheart, and I was like, oh, I wonder how Mandatory's going to make it up. And it made sense what they were doing and how the trash that they were grabbing. Then for Bald Bandits, they went slow and steady after they saw that Mandatory wiped. And I think that that's a good adaptation on their part. They are playing to their strengths. They're like, oh, they wiped. And then somebody's like, all right, well, we're going to do all this trash without the boss. There's no way we wipe from here. And then they...
just take it easy and exactly. No, that's
did the safety
smart strategy
at 50% as well. So
no point in showing off or any extra bullshit at this point. They're in the finals with that win.
I come bearing presents. So
I respect it.
During my spare time as an analyst, I had a little bit of time in the lab. All right, and I've been cooking up some of the greatest bald caps of all time from our friend J.B's head himself. And so, without further ado, I would like to present you guys with the hats.
Oh, wow. Who do you think wore it best?
I think JB wore it best.
Dranos, I have to say, bald suits you.
Gotta get in position here. Don't distract me. Yeah. So hard. This is really hard. It's the opposite
Line
direction.
Line it up.
Just
Line it up.
I got it.
Hold on.
All right, there we go. There we go. Okay, now I just have to stay perfectly still.
All right.
Don't breathe.
So big congratulations to the Bald Bandits. As a prize, we're going bald for until this break happens, I think. I don't really know.
Great.
Until now, actually.
Okay, that was tough. I was not gonna be able to focus on any talking. I was trying to just hold my head in the right position. That was high intensity.
You know, I loved it.
I get they're trying to have fun and just like
Bandits,
entertain
you know, I think that
in
that's probably the
between,
best way
but to
to do
be
it without
honest,
having to cut off our hair
I'd
and
much
until
rather
it's
have
just
them
devastated.
hear
We're
them
gonna do
talking.
anything that would get rid of those luscious locks.
Well, to be frank, more
I don't know
drama.
This, but I would never. I'm not sure.
Fucking talk some good about some teams, talk some shit about some teams, cause a bit of ruckus, and give people a reason to talk. That's what makes sports fucking fun. When it comes to these tournaments and shit, these gaming tournaments, esports and whatnot, I feel like everybody's trying to be way too respectful and this and that. Like, fuck that shit. The reason sports are exciting is the drama. My team's better than yours for whatever reason bullshit reason I come up with. Doesn't matter.
And of course,
Like, it's fun. That's the whole thing of it. It's competition. It's
last weekend. So even though they, you know, have kind of been set to the wayside
Exactly
here,
that.
so
They
we
want
can
to
determine
open a new
a
market,
champion for Group A. They are not completely out of the fight yet, and you'll be able to
with
see
games,
them
for
facing
games,
off in the
you know?
finals.
They want to be as lucrative as football.
well, if they want to be lucrative, they need some fucking drama. That's what I'm getting at. Not enough people watch this shit because to a lot of people it's fucking boring. It is.
Yeah, but
There's no
I think
drama
they
to
won't-
it. Everybody's like, well, this team is good like this, and this team is good like this. It's like, they're not out here for the fucking purple participation ribbon. This is fucking big money.
They want to have the stale football caliber drama. Oh, Ronaldo didn't give Messi his penis in the hand.
Right, I think they're trying to avoid like stuff like that, and because they don't want negativity, blah blah blah. This is fucking competition. This isn't like high school sports. This isn't kids. Like some of these competitions have like 16-year-olds, and I can kind of understand that, but like a little bit of fucking even in high school sports, the people play and the schools involved. There's rivalries. There's shit talking amongst the two. We're better than you because of this or that. Like that's what makes it fun. At the end of the day, everybody's cool. Well, for the most part, occasionally you get some craziness at sporting events, but for the most part, at the end of the day, everybody still gets along. Everybody's cool. It's just a sports thing. Like. It's silly to me that they try to keep it so respectful. Don't talk shit. Don't this. Don't that. Fuck that. Don't be bringing up people's personal shit. But as far as competition goes, fuck yeah, I want to hear that shit.
That's exactly what it is. It makes sense now. What the mage is doing on top of the screen.
Yeah, but I think gamers are not like football players. They don't shake hands after they fucked someone in the ass in a game. They continue to insult their mom. They continue to be fucking greasy pieces of shit.
And sports and gaming has both has pieces of shit like that that are just way too into it, and that's what the world revolves around, and that ain't good either. But I don't think gamers have that much different of a mentality when it comes to competition and that kind of shit than football. Think about this. When I say football, I think American football, by the way. I don't know soccer all that well. I know worldwide that is one of the most like not dramatic, but just like soccer is the biggest sport in the world, so there is just way more people to argue whose team is better, which makes it fucking awesome. I've just never watched it a whole lot, so I don't know all the ins and outs about it, but either way,
go ahead. People in the US placing bets on American football?
Absolutely.
I know. Okay, I know there's people doing it on baseball, but I wasn't
every
aware.
sport. They're every sport.
Lacrosse.
Oh yeah, I mean the market's not huge, but you can bet on any sport in the States. Absolutely.
Yoga.
I bet on yoga.
Yoga is not an official sport.
No. What is the most ridiculous official sport that you can bet on? Darts.
The most ridiculous. Well, okay, I would say. So here's the thing. I don't think there's so much a ridiculous sport to bet on. What I find ridiculous
wheelchair basketball
is you can bet on things that happen during the event. Like the Super Bowl, you can bet on the coin toss in the beginning. You can bet on things like who's gonna come out of the locker room first. Who is stupid shit like that. Like who's gonna do this inanimate, just like normal act at a certain time. Like it's stupid shit. Is there gonna be a streaker in the game during the Super Bowl? That was something you could bet on. A streaker, meaning somebody who strips down either naked or almost naked and runs out onto the field, basically disrupting shit.
Okay, what if I bet that there's going to be a naked guy, and I bet 100K or something, and then I am the naked guy?
Actually, that happened this year, and we are gonna find out. The guy bet like a few grand that there was gonna be a streaker, and he ended up being the streaker. So they're gonna try to figure out the legalities of that. We're gonna see what happens.
You can't tell me that just now there is someone who had that idea.
I haven't heard of a case of that in the past. This is the first time I'm hearing of that, so I don't know. But then again, you know, I'm not exactly knowledgeable on the subject. I don't gamble like that, so I don't know much about it. I just saw the headlines, and I'm interested to see what happens. Are they gonna pay out? Are they not? Because technically, it is like he would be technically involved in rigging a game. The game being the one that he gambled on there being a streaker. So if he's found that he's trying to rig the game, then there's prison time involved. If it's found that it's not him rigging the game, then they gotta pay him out. But I think he's gonna get in trouble for rigging it. He's not gonna get paid out, and he might get in trouble for technically rigging a game.
We have a sniper fluid.
Oh shit! Get down.
1 second.
Hide under the rocks. Can you guys dig a trench? You guys are really good at digging trenches. We remember. Your trenches were way nicer than ours.
You had to go there, Fluid, didn't you?
Absolutely. Well, if he gets to drop N bombs, then I get to drop Polish puns. By all means.
Hell yeah! It's just me. Calms for a second because we're not sure what's happening.
Fair enough.
Completely confused.
What's up, Chungus?
Yeah, I know.
You watching the stream, buddy? I'm watching the dungeon tournament.
I just don't know where they're coming from.
I saw that.
Yeah.
It's fun.
I just told them we have a sharpshooter somewhere. We don't know where he is. We don't know what he's doing. We don't know how his cock tastes.
Oh man.
Yo.
I think you should still have like one marker, I believe.
I have no more markers left, so that should mean that I marked everything, huh?
No.
No?
No, you still have to mark 2 more.
Shit, yeah. Don't have no markers left no more, bro.
No more? Okay.
The first BMP2, the second LAV3, and then Inspector T90 tank. I think that one I don't need to mark, I just need to look at it.
Weekend has led to this, has built up to this, and it is guaranteed to be an explosive final.
Are you getting on, Chungus?
Perplexed and Bald Bandits. I mean, I don't think we expected. I mean, Perplexed for sure, but Bald Bandits, you know, some of us had them on our radar, some of us didn't. But it has definitely
no, I'm not playing
been
anything
exciting
right
seeing
now.
them move
Just
their way
watching.
up. I mean, Nagura, how
this
are
last
you
one was
feeling
a
about their
doozy,
progress through this
or at least the
weekend?
first round was.
I mean, Bald Bandits' performance was
They
incredible.
finished
The fact
within
that
2
they're
seconds of
in
each
the
other.
final
They
against
had a there was like a
Perplexed, and the
slight
fact that
pause
I mean, they
compared to
already played
normal
against
before they
Perplexed,
showed who won because they had to go back and
earlier
like
in
make
this
sure
tournament,
that there
and
wasn't
they
anything
did
like the
incredibly
timers
well.
weren't
They
lagging
almost
behind or
won
anything.
against
They actually had
Perplexed,
to
so
go
that is
like wait for
impressive.
the
And I do think this can go
official
either
time.
way in
So a lot
this
of them are
final.
like anywhere from like 10
It's
to 15
definitely
plus
something where
seconds
these two
apart.
teams, I mean, we can see
So
them just getting
a few
closer and
seconds not a
closer.
big
Like you said,
deal if
Bald
they're
Bandits
off.
standing up to
But
Perplexed from the
this one,
get-go,
they
and I'm
had to
sure
wait a
they've been
second
looking
to make
forward
sure
to
they got
this
the right
rematch.
times
We're
because
going
it
to
was
be
close.
jumping pretty quickly into it here, though. They
Oh, I
will
think
be
I
doing
saw
a
him.
best of 5, everyone. So it's not over
Up
with
there?
3 like we've been seeing the rest of this weekend. And this will be game 1, Galacron's
why
Fall
not?
with Perplexed versus Bald Bandits, the first of the finals
been
here.
holding it down.
Zeronic, this is going to be a good one.
The Bald Bandits
It's gonna
really
be
showing
an
what's up.
absolute banger from
this
what we've
last
seen. The
one.
Bald Bandits have been playing incredibly well this weekend,
No way
and
clear.
you know, as someone who didn't
Thank
put them in my top 4, I've already apologized to them this weekend. But
Me
man,
too.
I really was not aware of your game. This
You know, it's just
team
like, I
added yips
apologize to
since the
Bandits,
last MDI,
because
and
I
that
did not
appears
give
to
them
have made
enough
all the
credit. It's
difference
like I
for
just
them.
did that like 30
Having a
minutes
solid
ago.
tank as a contest is incredibly important, and it's done wonders for them. But here we
Yep.
go.
They
the
have,
finals are
they have
underway.
my,
Best of 5,
respect.
game 1.
What
Here
little that
we
means.
go into the first boss. We know this first pull is a massive one, and a lot can go wrong.
Being the noob that I am. Well, because I'm a noob. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Differences here, but take a look at Perplexed. You're heading off to the left here, not going through the middle.
That's
like
why the
Bald
title
Bandits.
says noobs
Maybe helps them
learning.
gather trash up just a little bit easier. But Bald Bandits already onto the
But
boss.
I
Just
do feel
a little
like they
bit
need some more
faster,
drama
but
when
it's
it comes
so
to this
close
stuff.
between the
That's
two.
what sucks people in.
Super quick
And
information
it's just you know,
as we start this dungeon.
whether you call it a
We've
sport or
never
not, either
actually
way, it's a
seen Bald
competitive
Bandits
event.
play
And
a fall this weekend.
competitive
They've
events
ended
need some
once
drama.
against
My team's
Command
better
now,
than
and
yours.
other than that, they have
I
not
have
played it
stupid
at all.
reasons for it. I
Perplexed,
don't
on the other
care.
hand, played this
They're my
dungeon
team. Like
once
that's
against
that's what it
Eclipse,
is. Like
and they had
that's
the
fun.
fastest time of this tournament with a 10 minutes and 59
Yeah, baby.
clear with 0 deaths on the board.
Thanks.
Perfect run by them. They played
Yes,
the
Daddy.
actually playing a Rest Druid, so they're playing that healer cup here,
my battery's dying.
which we've seen
I,
some teams do, but
have to go
yeah,
off now
Perplex, of course,
for
with the fastest
some
time,
time.
really believe in it. Red Paladin
Okay,
has
I need
dropped
to
so
go
low
eat
with
something
the
too.
last couple of bursting
Oh,
ticks.
okay. Then
Oh yeah, barely
Enjoy
able to
meal.
get through it.
That's-
See you
Yeah.
later.
Finish off the
Careful,
Just finishing
Chungus. That's
up here,
secret.
we're gonna
That those
go
are
eat some
secret
Scott
phrases
Savage
for
doing a little bit of
Germans. They're
healing
gonna
here
go
as they go
plot
through the
something.
portal
Just
to
wait.
top people off before we go to the trash pulls here. This
We're
is the
going
section
to
where the
let
4
you
DPS comp
become our
really,
sex slave.
really struggles. So
Oh,
much
if
can go
if
wrong
that's
with
what
the addition
I
of
mean,
the
if
bolstering
that's it,
bursting
that's
affix.
just a lot of fun.
Really slow things down. They have to make sure they get the maximum usage out of their massive spells and their dwarf racials to make sure they don't take too much extra
man.
damage. So Sevi can focus on
Word,
doing
we'll probably be
that
here when you get
extra
back, gents, or at
damage
least
that
I
the
will be.
DPS will bring.
okay.
Bald Bandits are going to be able to
And,
take it a little easier, though.
have
They can
nice
just go
time,
ahead
have
and
fun.
pull whatever they
Will
want to
do.
pull the second
Laters.
Hopefully.
this RP gets
Okay,
done.
bye.
I expect them to just pull the rest of the room
Bye, bye.
so that they can get their Perplexed dealing with their first set of trash. They're not using any of their
Golden Star here.
debuff removals for the first set of burstings. We do have our first death of the dungeon going in on Bush, and they let an infinite bolt volley through. That's not ideal. One death on the board for them, and you know that's not really where you want to be in. This is not putting them in a position they want to be in up against a 4
boy.
DPS comp.
Yeah, I did.
Kush had the debuff on him there, plus that volley going through.
I know. What do you think, chat?
just taking out
Beneficial
that
that they
Warlock. That really isn't
Bald
helpful
Bandits
ideal,
just had a
especially playing
match.
against Perplexed.
Perplexed
Had the best
technically a bit
time with 0
cold.
deaths before. It would be very difficult for them
Bald
to
Bandits
catch up
nice
to
and
Perplexed
warm.
if Perplexed has a
Just
perfect
got done
run.
with
But
round.
Swag does go
do you
down to an
think?
8-stack burst
Think they needed
on
some
the
time?
Perplexed side as well. So also struggling a little bit here with
Bummer.
smaller mistakes here and
They
there.
both got one
Well, they
death
dropped.
so
Look
far.
At Perplexed. They are done with this pull. Manifested Time Waste is already in that RP sequence, so about to be attackable.
Perplexed
by
just a
Perplexed,
bit
while Bald
ahead.
Bandits still
Not a whole lot,
fighting that
though.
trash pull. So Bald Bandits actually quite a bit behind on this trash area.
That's alright. They have
That might
some
been
spots where they can
probably
do
the
some
best
catching up if
death
they play
timing
things right. They'll be
ever
alright.
seen in the
Yeah.
MDI. Dying as the trash
Need
dies.
to go to the
while you're
extract
waiting for
user.
boss RP to spawn. So it's virtually no DPS loss. The only thing they lost was that that 5-second advantage they had. 1 death equal for both teams. Already onto the Manifested Time Waste, and look at how quickly this DPS, 4 DPS comp deals with the boss. The boss already at 60% just 30 seconds into the encounter here. But here we go, the first major damage events coming out. Those 2 debuffs go out on Swag and a Shine here. Need to very quickly get into one of those speed areas of the room. They're going to just let the debuffs expire. Not going to use the Massive Spell there. Don't need to use it. Quickly topped off by Sammy there. And I believe the use of either their health or health pots just to top themselves off there. And they're still doing good, really not needing any of that external healing. And also, I just want to say, the passive healing that this Warlock and Priest can do to themselves during this encounter is pretty ridiculous. They haven't even used the Vampiric Embrace, only just now popping it to help with the healing.
Yeah, actually just incredible off-healing happening for Perplex. Well, then it's now also halfway through the boss, but yeah, definitely getting that boss quite a bit late. Struggling so much with that trash pull here, even though they do have the healer.
Damn it, I know
technically
this.
Speaking, it seems that it would be easier for them to put bigger pulls in the trash, but unfortunately just having some issues there with the
This one's
Perplex now done with the boss,
fault,
and they are going to be moving on to that next trash area. But Bolt
Played
Bandits
this one
definitely
the
have some
most.
catching up to do. Even though they do have that 5% extra trash of enemy forces, it's not going to be too big of a problem for Perplex, because all they have to do is pull 1 extra dragon, which, you know, it can be difficult to deal with 3 dragons all at once. But Perplex has executed that pull before.
If you get the little Chrono Shear thingy, you stand on the light. Otherwise, Beneficial stand in the dark because the orbs go slower there.
It will just barely
you
come up
time
by the
it
time
correctly.
they actually get engage with that AoE.
Ooh, that was a smart
Perfect
move. Did he
timing
take
on the
damage
usage
there?
from Swag for Perplex there. Bald Bandits on
The
their
Druid,
end.
I like that move there.
Easier for
What
them
was
to do bigger
that?
pulls in the
Let's see
trash,
here.
but
Does he take
unfortunately
damage
having
when
some
he
issues
does
there
that?
with the interrupts.
See.
Flex now done with the boss, and they
gonna,
are going to be moving
like,
on to that
change
next
forms
trash
to
area.
go through the orb.
Bolt Bandits definitely have some catching up to do. Even though they do
Something
have
like
that 5% extra trash of enemy forces, it's not going to be too...
I missed it. I don't know.
Almost 40 seconds of an advantage as we head towards those Risen Dragons. And if they're able to pull this pull off, I think they should be in a... I mean, they're already in a commanding position, but they should solidify this first map as long as they're able to beat the second cast on the final boss. Still a lot of pain points left, but Perplex playing perfect so far.
Yeah, doing an incredible
Bandits
job. We
going
do see
right
the gateway
by.
come through, and now they are going to be gathering up those 3 dragons. They're making sure they're going to focus the 2 dragons that are in this room, because those are the dragons that actually spawn the boss as soon as they go down. So the 3rd dragon that they're going to need, it's not as important, so they can focus it down later or even pull it later.
Yeah, this
as
fight
well.
on the left
Right
is
now, I
what
don't
they were
see it
showing in
being
the
there at all.
intermission.
So
On
we'll
the
see what
guessing
they're
of
gonna be
the
doing with that extra trash that they need.
which boss it
But,
is
yeah, there we
via
go.
the
The 2
movement.
dragons are going down. Now Divine
right
Flame is jumping back
after
and
these
adding that extra
mobs
chunk.
here.
I think they just need the chunks. I don't think they need a 3rd dragon. I think this
Maybe,
gets them to
yeah.
that 71%-ish
Yep, that one. Right there,
trash
Blade
that
of
they need.
Galvatron.
Don't think they'll need one more dragon. This should be good count. We can see Bald Bandits also going for that gateway strategy to make sure they skip these Risen Dragons before the RP actually
that felt good.
resolves. Same thing that Perplex did about 45 seconds ago, but look at this position here. Perplexed
Saw a
already
couple of
on to Blight
Mistweavers
Galvatron,
earlier
already
today.
almost through phase 1 while Bald Bandits
Yeah, they
start
pull out
shooting
the
through these
Mist.
dragons.
Both teams pulled out the Mistweaver.
Yeah, Perplex did a good job with his
for
information here on Swag.
what was it for
making
Black
sure
Hold.
he does juggle it around because
Yeah.
of course not having a healer makes this boss a little bit more difficult with that debuff. They don't have the shadow melt on any of their players, so they can't get rid of that corrosion. But they can just give it to Divine.
But either way, yeah, and it's because they on that one they were pulling mobs onto bosses, and when it comes to mobs, the Mistweaver's like top dog. I'm healing because that spinning attack he does,
like 30 seconds at least.
run your hots right.
Yeah, this boss should be a little bit easier for Ball Bandits to
that
hit.
spinning kick
But
is
again,
awesome.
they have one less damage dealer, so Perplex still gonna have a lot more boss damage if they don't have to play too defensively.
Otherwise, it seems like
They have the
Druid healer
very, very useful
pretty
for them.
often.
They don't want to take any of that extra
and like
AoE
a couple of
damage here.
times
Now
I've
going
seen a
into the last
priest
phase here,
healer.
the extra damage coming out from the
But
random
generally, it looks
targeted
like they're
objections
running
is
the
going to be an
Druid
issue. They
healer
still do
because
have
it's
that
all
VE
kind
in
of like
their
the
back
Mistweaver
pocket
where
if they
it's
do need the
attack
extra
or
healing.
healing through
But with the
attacking.
2-minute cooldowns coming up here, they should
And
be able
this
to
other
rush to
team
this
right
phase
now is
very,
running
very
4
quickly.
DPS,
On
no
the other side,
healer.
Bald Bandits now entering phase 2 of the
I've seen
encounter,
that a
but
few
still,
times
the
on
gap
some of these
continues
dungeons.
to open up. Perplexed with his extra DPS
It's,
are burning through this
all their
boss
own
quickly, and
healing.
now with them stacked,
Correct. They
power
have a
infusion
certain
and
amount of
combustion
healing.
popped.
Usually
This
they
boss
have
is
like
not long for
a
this world.
I want to say Restoration Paladin
Yeah, just so much damage
as one of the
coming out
DPS, so
Perplex
that
team
Paladin
here.
puts on a bit
They're
of
gonna go down in no time. Bald
heals,
Bandits
and then
still
the
in phase
tank
2,
has some
so
heals that help
struggling
the
a little
team
bit
as
to be
well.
able to catch up.
So
Flex now.
the other
What he
guys
said
have
is
some small
71%
ones
is definitely
to
have
help
pay
out, but
a lot of trash here.
yeah, because
They
like
have
we have
enough
the
though,
4
right? Like,
DPS
I'm
right
not-
now. The tank is the biggest
Yeah,
healer, which
everything
means
in this
he's obviously
tunnel is a little
healing
over
himself a
29% if I
lot.
remember correctly.
But then
Okay,
he's
perfect.
healing
So
the
they
team
just
a
have to
bit.
put every
And
single trash
the
group
what is
here while
that?
ball
That is
bandits
a
kind of skip a little
priest
bit at the end,
DPS.
which honestly is not gonna matter that
It
much
has
because
it
it's some time
priest
until the last boss
DPS.
even spawns.
yeah,
You have
there's a
to
priest. I
walk
want to
to the
say
last
that's gonna
boss
be a
for
shadow
RP to
priest.
happen, and then you need to wait a
Shadow
little bit before you
priest
can
is a
even engage the
DPS.
last boss. And during that time, you can fight all of this trash. And once the boss is there, they're
and
very likely even gonna pull
and a
that trash on top
restoration
of the boss.
paladin. So
Therefore,
that
having a
priest
little bit
and the
less trash,
paladin
not
is
really a
what
time save,
they're getting
more
a
of
decent amount of
safety
healing
thing.
out of.
And
Warlock
Flex
has a
actually
little
completed
bit,
this
comes in
before,
4th.
therefore they should be okay.
And
Why
the
am
mage
I
has the
getting
all of this
least.
trash,
RPG'd, bro?
waiting for
Where
the
are they
boss to
coming
spawn,
from?
just getting some AoE damage onto this pack before
Sorry.
the boss
No,
is
you're fine.
Here we go. The boss should be attackable any moment now.
Yeah.
Wolf Disco, of course.
Yeah, they have a
Altered, Blink,
shadow.
altered
It
to make
seems
sure
like
he
they got the
started that
priest
boss
on
RP,
the
so it should be active any
on
moment
the
now.
healer
Just
side as
finishing off
well.
the remainder of this trash.
The team
As
that
the
has the
bursting
druid
starts to
healer.
stack up, they have the dwarves
They
available
also have
across the
that
board here, and
shadow
you can see
priest, which
it
is
being used
putting
to
on
make
a
sure
little
they don't
bit,
take any
little bit of
extra
healing, but
damage here. Of
less
course,
than
everyone
the
dropping
4
low because they had to
DPS
wait
team.
for a couple of those later bursting stacks to resolve. But now that they're on the boss, they shouldn't take any extra damage. They're
Yeah,
going to
that
use
warlock
literally
is
every single
really
personal cooldown
that
in the book to
warlock
live
is
this
like
extinction blast as
is
we see
right
them stack
there
up
with
in
the
these circles
restoration
here.
paladin as
Here we
far
go,
as
just
healing
gotta
on that
live
4
through the one
DPS.
Stonecracker barrage.
Keep
Here
that in
come
mind,
the personal sack being
Chungus.
used, packed and unending resolve
what?
being used, ice cold being used.
The warlock
Swag
for the
opting
4
not to use
DPS
this
team.
version just to do as much DPS as
He's
possible.
bouncing
And here we
up
go, the power
there
fusion
with
coming out.
the
Something that
restoration
might be an
paladin
issue
and
for
the
them,
shadow
however,
priest here
the
and
bloodlust
there
is not
as
going
far
to be
as
available
healing
for
wise.
35 seconds. In the past, we've seen this bloodlust used to
what
help
version is he running?
teams augment their chances
I'm
of
trying to
skipping
figure
second
that
Stonecracker
part out.
barrage, and without that available,
I don't see a bunch
I'm
of
actually worried that
minions.
they might have issues
I'm running
beating it.
destructive.
Yeah,
Right.
that can be a
Destruction,
problem, right?
and that
Not
one
having
doesn't
a
really
healer,
have
meaning
much
Chromie
healing.
Chromie's
Okay.
health might actually be an issue. We
It
do have Raven Hands
seems.
available
Let's see
on
here.
Sicily, but yeah, we'll see if they won't manage to skip that one. It could be a little
He's
bit
off to
dangerous.
the right. I
Boss
can't
is
quite
dropping
see him.
lower. They have to get it to 90% for that last
Damn,
cataclysm
Perplex got this
to
one.
happen.
Oh.
3%. Bloodlust
damage is
is now
slowed down
ready,
a
and
lot.
they are using it. But yeah, that combust also being popped here by Wolf Disco.
I
We go,
just can't get
combustion
us
plus
out. There we
bloodlust.
go.
They need to get the boss to
Yeah, I don't see a bunch
90.5%
of
before it starts
minions, so
channeling
it's
the
not the
Stonecracker barrage. This initial
demonology.
earth-shattering blast is not the issue that they have to worry about. Once this goes off, it'll start channeling the Stonecracker
Oh, that's
barrage,
swag.
and
That's
that
the
is
Shadow
what will kill
Priest. Oh, I'm
Chromie.
looking at the
Here
wrong
we
guy.
go. Can we push it? Yes, they have. They've pushed the boss.
Yep.
They're in the bubble. All they have to do
Passion.
is burn down this
There
last
he is.
few percentage of the boss with the damage buff, and that should be no problem for them. Perplexed with a commanding victory in Game 1 of this series.
Yeah, he ended up
Perplex coming
third
in here
on the
and
healing
throwing down
scale
the
for the 4
gauntlet right at the
DPS.
bat. Of course, this is where you lay it all on
Oh,
the
no,
line.
fourth,
These
never
are the
mind.
finals
He
for
dropped down
Group
there in the
B,
very end, I saw.
and the victory for the
Either way,
first
though,
game is going to go to Perplex.
just not a
I mean,
demonology.
very,
Destruction, what's the
very
other
well
one?
done from them. They clearly had a strong
that's the
control
one
of
I
this
had
dungeon. They
before.
set the pace right from the get-go,
Can't
and they
remember.
really had that execution
Shadow
with the 4
something.
DPS down pat with that final
Something like
boss and the
that.
burn and
Well, you had the little
so
demon
great to
guys.
see. But Tettles, what jumped
No,
out to
I didn't
you
have the demon
from
guys.
this of our first
Oh,
game
okay.
here in the
Okay,
final
so
I
it's
had
Shadow.
one- I
think
had
there's
one
just a
demon
difference of
guy.
4 DPS versus 3
So that's
DPS.
just
You're
regular
doing the exact
warlock.
same pulls.
Gotcha. Okay.
With the
This
two
guy doesn't
teams,
even
there
have.
wasn't-
Wait,
there's not really
does
much
he?
you can do
Wait,
differently.
trying to
So
see. I don't.
obviously, this is
No,
when
I
the
don't
4
see a
DPS
Void
strats are
Walker
the
with
best,
this
right?
guy.
Is whenever the difference in
So,
strategy is maybe like 2 or 3 mobs. At the
I
very
think
beginning of
you
the
have more
dungeon.
healing capabilities than you
That's, like,
realize. I think
minimal
it's just
time
a
gain,
matter of
time
you have to
loss.
combine
So
your
then
attacks in a
team
certain
that
way
has
to
4
get the
DPS and
most
they're
out
able
of
to
it.
pull off that strategy.
And that's
nearly
what you got to
perfectly.
figure
They have
out
no
is that
death.
warlock.
That's huge.
The
That's like
correct
a huge
rotation.
advantage for them in the time
Because I
department.
know I don't have
And Ball
any
Bandits,
ability to
you know,
heal
they had 2
anybody
deaths.
else.
It didn't look bad. It's more just
Just
like
my
they
Right,
had
I
a
think it's
significantly slower
Well,
strat.
it could very well be on
abilities.
us.
Druid
but
healer
then
for
again,
that
I'm
rep
not
paladin
sure.
is a pretty large time gain.
I
And
have
while
two
you do have to
abilities
play a
that
little bit
heal me,
weird with your defenses,
and one of them I
especially on
can't
bursting,
use on a
being able
regular
to pull it off
basis.
does yield you somewhere in the order of 30 to 45 seconds of time saved. And that's just going to allow Perplex to be able to not only one phase that boss, but just across the entire board have 5 to 10 seconds per pull. And that's where it came down to it for Perplex being outballed
Wow,
on the fall.
we gonna learn. We're gonna find out
Yeah,
for
I mean,
Chungus
this was
here.
one that, like we kind of
He's
talked
too
about, we
lazy to
hadn't
look it up
seen
himself
Bald
and learn
Bandits
it.
really
like a
in
fucking
as much, and it seems like their
true
strategy maybe could have just
master.
used a bit more fine-tuning. I mean, Nagura, you were kind of mentioning this before we even got into this one. Do you think that this was just kind of one that they
Warlock.
haven't done as much, and we'll see them
Specs.
kind of pick up in some other ones? Or how do you think Galakrons went for them?
Yeah, I don't think Bald Bandits
where I
look
wanted to
as
be.
refined in this dungeon as we've seen them in other dungeons. So I do think that maybe this dungeon was just not part of their map pool too many times before. And the one time that it was part of their map pool, they banned it. So it is
Demonology, Affliction. That's what you were. Affliction, and now you're Destruction. Okay.
Because it is a best of 5, right? So they definitely still
let's
have a
see
chance
here. So let's
to get
start
back
with
into
the
this. And maybe this was really just like, you know, just not their dungeon.
Destruction.
Yeah, sometimes there are dungeons that you just don't vibe with, you just didn't practice as much, they weren't as much on your mind, but they also, you know, weren't completely inconsequential, and you think, hey, we'll just kind of let that one go to the wayside. I mean, as it was with this, we saw that at least at the start, it's kind of put them off at a bit of a disadvantage, but of course this is the best of 5, so it's not as big of a, you know, a difference as it would have been were we still in the best of 3. I mean, Zeronic, do you think at this point they're just going to kind of push past this? What do you think it's going to look like for them as they look ahead to the other
What race
games?
did you choose?
Yep, just a GG go next. I mean, there's really not a whole lot you can do. That's a pretty tough dungeon to win if you're not running the 4 DPS comp and the other team is. Obviously, they knew that if they were going into that dungeon without it prepared, that it was a likely loss for them unless something catastrophic happened for the other team. But looking at the other dungeons in this series, I mean, these are great maps for the Bald Bandits from what we've seen this weekend, right? They definitely have the potential to bring it back here, and you know, with the best of 5 instead of a best of 3 going the distance here, I think they're in a good position still.
Here's the situation too with best of 5. You have 7 out of the 8 maps from this. Typically, the team with, you know, superior strats and better consistency is going to come out ahead across the board, right? Because you have to really show yourself across all of the maps in the pool. Sometimes there will be some, you know, best of 5 series, especially after bans come through, BO5, whenever you have 7 maps to kind of go through.
Yeah, there's a lot more that's shown in the range of maps, and especially, you know, if you're pushing it all the way to the end, or if it's not a really swift, decisive victory, which we don't want it to be when you get to things like this. You have to take a look at all of these dungeons and kind of figure out what they're going to do across them.
I'm a little bit sad that Perplex banned Throne, actually, because Bald Bandits have never banned Throne, and it was in their map pool multiple times. And they again have not banned it. So I think that Bald Bandits actually have practiced Throne, and that they might even have a really cool strategy, but we're not going to see it because Perplex banned it against them. But yeah, first we're going to see that the Black or Cold, we've seen both teams before, and we have the best time for Perplex is 11:14, while the best time for Bald Bandits is 11:19. So very close together when it comes to strategies. Now we're just going to have to see if both of the teams can execute a strategy perfectly.
It's ironic. I mean, with this one, Blackrook, we've seen it trip up some of the teams, although it seems like they've been really getting a better grasp on it over the course of the competition. I mean, you think this one, that initial pull, it's a little bit difficult. What do you think are going to be the big challenges for either of these teams specifically in Blackrook?
I mean, the biggest pain point I think we've seen in the entire dungeon this weekend has to deal with that very first pull. On the first boss, the massive trash pull, and a lot of the overlapping damage events that happen during the Soul Burst has just one-shot plenty of players. Now, it's not the biggest deal if only one player goes down, right? Because once you deal with the boss, you can just release and you're back with the group. But if multiple players go down, you have to expend a battle res that sets you behind for the dungeon. If everyone goes down, you're behind by 3 minutes, because then you wipe, you have to go again, pull the trash separately, because there's no way you're plugging into the boss. Too much can cascade if this first pull goes wrong. Both teams have done it pretty much perfectly before, but this is the make or break time. We're seeing that subtlety rogue pocket pick coming in again here from Kush.
Fluid.
Is it going to make the difference for Bald Bandit as we head into this first section? One thing for sure, the added speed from that Shroud of Concealment is going to help them out here. They're going to get to the boss way ahead of Perplexed.
Automatically switch my character
you can see
to
Bald Bandits engaging Amalgam immediately, also popping the Bloodlust
you can do that
immediately. So Perplexed, because they reach the boss a little bit later, means that they also pop the Bloodlust a few seconds later.
But you're banking on whoever you're getting it from knowing what they're talking about.
That is possible that it's going to make the difference at the very last boss. As we've talked about this before,
that is probably pretty good.
Timing actually being really important in this key because it's such a fast dungeon and because one facing the last boss is so important. But let's focus on this pull because this has caused teams to have multiple deaths and multiple issues before, especially at the end of the pull, because we do have 45 raging here. So as soon as these mobs reach the raging range, it's going to be such a big issue for them. Well, Ben is deciding to not actually engage a lot of the trash just yet.
Soul Burst. There it is. They're clean. They're through. No extra damage coming out, and that's from the safety, right? They're making sure that trash isn't on top of the boss. Now, that's something that they're going to have to finish off after the fact, but I like this safety idea from them. They might lose a little bit of time, but the thing is, most of the smaller trash isn't the part that takes them a long time to get through. It's finishing off Lady Valandras, right? So, oh no, this is exactly what's happened to Perplex now. Exactly what I was talking about right before the dungeon starts here. That soul burst, in addition to other things going off. Actually, I think this time it was just the soul burst going off because they let too many of the souls hit the boss, taking out both Sevi and Swag. They have the battle res should they want to use it, but a Shine and Wolf Disco will be able to finish off the boss. Is Wolf Disco also going to die to any potential dot here? No, he's going to stay alive. That is very useful for them. That's 5 less seconds that they have to worry about, whereas Bald Bandits, while they're finishing off this trash, Zazi has gone down here. There's another 5 seconds to their death timer. So it looks like overall, the amount of time it's taking them to finish this trash is going to be almost exactly the same. Look at that. The mini-boss going down at almost exactly the same time for both the teams, but because Bald Bandits finished off the trash first, their door is open first. They can just move on to the rest of the game.
Yeah, Bald Bandits, fuck yeah.
Push here, giving them that extra movement
They're gonna
speed.
make this a goddamn.
Having 1 extra death, so
they're gonna make this competition now.
Death penalty in favor of Bald Bandits here. But yeah, at the end of that trash
Gonna be
pool,
another close match.
we did see some soul blasts going through. That's what took down Satsu there for Bald Bandits, unfortunately. And Renica also almost falling with a triple stack off that debuff, but did manage to survive. Now we do see a huge pull coming in from both teams. This can be incredibly dangerous, as we have the Arcanists in here. We do have the Archers and the Scouts casting so many deadly abilities that have to be disrupted and interrupted as well, while also that magic effect is stacking up on the tanks from all of those Spiderlings.
Massive pulls coming out from both teams here. Bald Bandits, of course, getting there a little bit earlier. Look at the damage going on Zanrako here. Has to be topped by Zazi, also expending the Iron Bark just to help him stay alive. Look at the personals committed just to live through this pull coming out from Bald Bandits. Perplexed went for a similar pull here, but they're able to keep it just a little bit more controlled. And Zazi has gone down for Bald Bandits. He has instantly released, not using the battle res here. The team should be able to stay alive without their healer, he determined here, once most of the dangerous mobs went down. But this is brutal for Bald Bandits. Without their healer here, chaining is not really a good option, whereas Perplexed, with their healer alive, instantly chain into the next packs once the most dangerous mobs are dead. And they have clawed their way back in after those 2 deaths on the first boss, and it looks like they might even be in the lead now.
They definitely are. Being able to chain this pack much earlier because they don't have the healer going down there.
Chungus, the Warlock wasn't healing the team. The Warlock was healing himself most of the time.
And
or
I
all
say
the
double
time.
trash pull, but it's more like 4
Okay.
packs. They pull the spider packs
So,
into a double
yeah,
pack
because
into
he
control.
was
So it's
top
like 4 packs that they're
DPS,
pulling on top of each other
he was
right after doing
getting
such an
some,
insane first pull.
aggro
So a lot
and
of
whatnot,
offensive cooldowns not even
and
available, like
also being
the
at
Infernal,
range,
for
he took
example, and not being
took
available
some
for that
hits,
huge
but he's
pull
able to
is pretty
basically hold his
significant.
own
We do see Fragnance actually
as long as
using
his
Infernal, though,
movement
for
is
this
smart.
commander pull for this mini-boss. While Perplexed, on the other hand,
You get the
Shine
most
sitting on the
healing
Infernal
when you're casting, but you can't
presumably for the
cast when you're
boss.
moving.
So already a little bit of a
And
difference
so
in
you
offensive
have to
cooldown
be
usage
smart
here
and
from
know
the
what's
Warlocks.
going to
We've seen
happen
this
ahead of
before.
time,
Teams
or
certainly
possibilities of
disagree
what's going
with
to happen
what
ahead
the
of time, and
best
place
course
yourself in a
actually
spot
for those
that
Warlock
you
cooldowns
won't have to
in,
move
Black
in the
Occult
middle of it.
specifically. So we're gonna keep an eye
When
on that
possible.
and see what they're gonna be using it
That's
for
why
for the rest of the
towards the back.
dungeon. Yeah,
and
Perplexed,
that's why in that
catching up
raid
so
fight,
much,
that
they're already on their
Smolderon
way
fight,
to the
that
next.
might be like the hardest
A
fight for
minor
you because
hiccup
it's
there
almost
with the death on
constant movement.
Zazi from Bald Bandits did provide Perplexed a little bit of a way back into the key. One of the problems, though, that we've seen is that we know Bald Bandits has the one-phase strategy in the back, and if I'm not mistaken, Perplexed is a team that really didn't have that prepared this weekend. Have they gone back to their strategy after the fact and learned how to do that one phase, how to properly set up their CDs for it? Not quite sure, but I think it's something they'll need to do in order to pull out the victory over Bald Bandits. But with the mistakes consolidated across both the teams, it is back to a neck-and-neck race. Perplexed pulling the boss here, only seconds before Bald Bandits got a pull of their own, and you can see they have an ever so slight lead on the boss.
Yeah, Perplexed is
Definitely,
just
we
a
also see
little
the
bit
difference
ahead
in
here.
Infernal usage here. So actually, a Shine
anything can
sitting on it
happen.
too. So a Shine not using it on a previous
They both
pull,
have 2
but also
deaths.
not using it for Lysana. So
Bald Bandits
basically
just a percent
holding
ahead
on to
in
it for
mobs.
that for the bigger trash pull to do afterwards. We'll see if that's actually
Not
going to
even
pay
a
off
whole
for
percent.
Perplex, because Bald Bandit's not going to have that cooldown available
Actually,
for the trash
Perplex has
pull
more now
for the
that they're
scavengers.
killing those
So
mobs. Oh, 'cause
bigger
they killed
difference
them.
here in cooldown usages.
These guys
Both
still have
teams
3.
are about to finish up with Lysana. Bald Bandits still have that champion left to finish off.
Ooh,
From
Bald
that
Bandits
previous trash
using,
pool
what's
that
the
they pulled
yellow
in. So
there? Is
let's
that a
hope
holy
that's not gonna
paladin
be
or
still
something
alive
like
once
that?
the boss is dead. Yeah, it's looking really good. Perplex
Chungus, do you
now
know what a
down with the
yellow
boss gateway coming
would
out.
be?
Now all eyes on Perplex
Yellow
to see
raid
how
bar,
fast
like
he
raid
can deal
frame?
with the scavenger pool. With
It's
the
like
Inferno,
purple is
probably
the
also
demon
used.
hunter.
Yeah, I think it's going to be used here. This
or,
is the timing they need for the one phase,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's the Infernal on
Is
the
it
Scavenger
Demon
Pool
Hunter
plus
or
the
Death
Infernal
Knight?
on the final boss
I have
in that
no
second
idea.
phase.
Oh, no,
Try to
it's,
phase it as quickly as
it's,
possible. Bald Bandits
Death
using
Knight,
that
I think.
shroud
No,
once
Death Knight
again
is
to get
the
past
maroon.
this trash, to get into this
Yeah,
room,
it's a
to
Demon
give that
Hunter's
movement speed to
purple,
the team.
Druid,
Is Kush just going to go ahead and skip the Boulder RP, or is he going to Tricks? It's a Tricks. It's a Tricks to get the
Warlock
trash
is
together more quickly. We're
purple.
seeing Zotzi skip the Boulder RP
Like
for
a
them on
light
the far side.
purple.
This is good tech
What was
from both
yellow?
of the teams, but it means that there's
White
no
is a
healer with them
priest.
while they're gathering up this pull, and the tanks are vulnerable here. These Blade Lords do so much damage to the tanks. You have to keep an eye on them. Once those brutal assaults go off, you either need to stun them or make sure the tanks don't go down to them. Make sure they have something available, especially once they get into raging. That can be brutal damage on the tanks. Both teams doing a great job of keeping everything alive. But look at the burst damage coming out from Bald Bandits. Even though they pulled this pull so much later than Perplexed, they're getting it down so much more quickly. The pull goes down for Perplexed, but Bald Bandits already has everything below 10%, and it's all dead already.
Yeah, that was so good. I think the rogue difference here, being able to tricks some of the Blade Lords
Rogue.
at the end of the
Yellow is
hallway,
rogue.
which of course being so much quicker.
It's the first time I've seen that in this competition. I know this. I heard it before, so I know it's.
Some of the previous
somebody's
trash
used
Kush
it.
just
Rogue,
tricksing the end
this is the first time
backwards
I'm
to Yip,
actually
so they can also
watching
gather the trash earlier. Just saved them so much time here. And another shroud coming out by Kush here, giving him all of this movement speed. They might even engage Smash Spide at the exact same time here as Perplex. Okay, Perplex did engage the boss a little bit earlier. The time differential in death penalties is now completely equal. This is going to be such a close dungeon.
This is, they are within 2 or 3 seconds right now. Fuck yeah.
The comp showing through the different strengths that having those.
Alrighty, let's see. The only difference is we got a priest on one side and a rogue on the other. Every other class is the same.
In any particular key and really shake things
we'll see
up.
what happens here. Oh shit. Oh damn, Perplex getting through it pretty quick.
In this dungeon.
They're ahead
now,
still.
Boss damage is still very slightly ahead from Perplex, but remember they need to get the one phase down because we know the subtlety rogue brings the burst for them to potentially get that down, and they have the strategy to do it. Can Perplex finish it off? Can they even stay in the lead here as Bald Bandits start to close the gap once again, bringing it within 5% of the boss's HP? This is going to come down to the wire once again, Nagura. It's been, some of these matches have been incredible today, and we're gonna get another one here.
Yeah, we definitely
they got Perplex got a little more damage on the mini bosses.
For both of the teams, they are perfectly interrupting all of these Fel Frenzy casts, which is something we had some issues with before in previous matches, but no problem for Perplex and Bald Bandits.
Perplex still just a bit ahead, within 10% though.
And also making sure they're juggling that charge from Smash Spite as well between the
Seems
teams.
like Perplex is taking a little more damage.
7% ahead on the boss here. One more thing that is going to be pretty dangerous for both of the teams is gathering up the next trash pack onto the last boss. But Perplex, they are done.
Okay, Perplex is ahead.
Keep in mind, Bald Bandits are a little bit later, but they might have that movement speed from the shroud.
About 4 seconds ahead now.
Making sure they move a little bit quicker into the last boss fight.
Trash percentage,
same. Gathering up all of the lancers and the
I'm gonna see a
swordsmen.
similar pull here, I
no
believe. It's gonna be neck and neck.
Jumps,
it's gonna come down to damage done.
Or they need to disrupt them on the way here. And doing a really good job with that Dragon's Breath coming in from Wolf Disco and the Incap War from Sasabi as well. Last boss now engaged for Perplexed quite a bit earlier compared to Bald Bandit.
Oh boy.
Literally seconds between the two teams as we engage Kurtalos Ravencrest. Of course, we're in phase 1 here. You want to push it to 10% as quickly as possible to begin the second phase here. You can see Perplexed using the damage at the start of the pull with that advantage they had pulling the boss first to get there a little bit sooner. The gathering was just a little bit slower for the Bald Bandits here, and they are going to be at a slight disadvantage, but we know it's going to come down to who can get the more efficient one phase. Can they beat the Dreadlord's Guile? Can they use that damage buff to efficiently burst down the last boss? Perplexed is going to be the first team on that final boss, but they still have so much of this trash left alive. Bald Bandits now pushing into phase 2 of their own, but their trash is still very healthy too. Look at the damage coming out of Divine Field here. 2 stacks of that bleed, plus the melee damage from all of this trash still being alive, and just now transitioning into that raging, doing double damage. These tanks are in for a beating here. Gibbs actually gets a third bleed stack, so he's going to be in for a world of hurt here. And here we go, off to the races. The Bloodlust is popped for Perplex. They have all of the cooldowns available. A Shine gets slept, though, into the pool. That's valuable damage time lost for him. They need to beat this Dreadlord's Guile. I think they're going to get one more Shadow Volley. No, there's the cast. Can they beat the Guile? Do they have the damage? No, they don't. They're into the intermission phase. On the other hand, Bald Bandits are going to get the burst off. The cast is there, but it's too late. Bald Bandits kills the boss, and they're going to take the dungeon.
Nice! Bald Bandits, baby! Wow!
Stealing health from that boss faster.
Damn!
Can't push it on to the next phase. They
Hell yeah!
Down in one go.
Well done. Well fucking done. Woo! That one came down right to the end. They got enough damage in to stop the boss from phasing into intermission. Damn! Well done. Bravo.
What are you seeing with this incredible?
That's fucking crazy.
So close, just down to the wire run.
I don't want to be like a backseat chatter, but like that should not have happened for Perplexed. Basically, the reason that they didn't push before that Dreadlord's Guile cast happened is because they used the Sevi to taunt the boss out, which like is fine in like a high level key, right? If you're not gonna beat the Dreadlord's Guile cast, it's fine to like use your Restadrew to taunt the boss and like meld off the Shadow Bolt volley. But whenever you're actually trying to push the boss as hard as possible, I think that what Bald Bandits did in just like committing like all of their defensive cooldowns to the AoE.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
That you do it like that is the most important thing.
Usually they look down
like
upon
Zyro
such
was
things.
Talking about a Shine getting slept by the Cloud is
last night
just
was so
awful.
fucking
Like that is
rough.
catastrophically
Why?
wrong.
What happened?
I mean, just look at this. This
All
is kind of what
she
happens.
would do is
Giuseppe
roll
is
over,
instead of hitting the
but
boss
she
here with like Part of the
wouldn't
Wild
move
and
her
like
head in
just
the
owning the boss
correct
during their lust, he
position.
taunts it out and like melds the volley.
So
and again,
she was
that's a
face
good
down,
strat. Like,
not,
that is frankly a
can't
very
breathe.
good strat for
Oh,
live.
G-bus.
But whenever you miss the
All
Dreadlord
night
Galcast
long.
by like 6 or 7%, the damage that
She's
Giuseppe
sick?
was going to do there
No,
probably matters.
no.
And it's like a pretty big deal.
She
that
just
he wasn't
tries
hitting
to
the
sleep
boss there.
face down.
I
Yeah.
hate to see it when they were so
Well,
close.
see,
You
we
know,
had
I
her
can
on
I can see
Matt
Zyronic off screen
because
just shaking
she
his
was
head.
picky and didn't want to sleep
Zyronic,
on
I mean,
anything hard.
What do you think
Okay.
about this? I mean, it happens to everyone.
And
but
well,
Rescue
now we're
Row
just
is
getting
an
to the point where she
incredible
just can't
team.
sleep on the foam
Right.
mat
When you
because
see
she
how
just
it
keeps rolling
costs
over.
them
So
here
now
in
we're
this final boss,
crib
a run that they
up,
otherwise had pretty
and
good
hopefully
control. Well, you know, it was close, but they were just pulling
she will
ahead.
sleep through the
I
night
mean, how are you
again.
feeling? What are you thinking? Looking back on
Without
it.
trying to suffocate
I
herself.
mean, it was a game
Yeah,
of
no
inches,
kidding.
right? Every
That's
single
scary.
tiny thing that the teams could have done better could have potentially
Right.
won Perplex.
Parent
Sleep
life.
preventing maybe one extra Chaos
All
Bolt
right.
cast, which would have gotten
Well, I'll
the
be
boss
here.
low enough to either potentially die before the Dreadlord's Guile, or maybe even die to dots
In the meantime, we are going to go take a dab ski
would have won then this map.
in our
like Kettles was
intermission here,
mentioning.
chat.
Sevi being away from the boss instead of
If you haven't
DPS in
already,
Part of the
go
Wild.
subscribe
I
to
mean,
the World of
it's
Warcraft channel on
brutal, it's
YouTube.
tough,
I
but-
think
That's
you could
who's
only
bringing
be
us this
so,
awesome
I think you
broadcast.
can only be so critical about near
And
perfect runs for
go
both
over
these
to
teams,
the
right? Like it's one of those
these
things that
caster
I don't want to say
pages.
you're
We got
flipping, but both
Nagura,
of
we
these teams
got
were playing so spectacular that there's not really much
God dang
to
it.
analyze negatively. It's more like, oh,
Drasnor,
okay, these two teams are Perplex
Dracenor.
didn't one
Something
phase
like
on the
that.
Dreadlord's
God dang it, I'm
Galcast,
sorry,
and
I'm
Bandits
fucking
got
up
the
your
best of it
name.
because of it. These are two world-class level teams, and I think it's awesome to see them really go head-to-head in
One
this
second,
format.
let me get the names in here. I'm sorry, I'm a piece of
and
crap.
I do think, I mean, just the fact that they didn't.
Oh, here we go.
one phase
Perfect.
Here, this is really something.
Recurry,
It's not that it was necessarily a mistake. it's more
Nagura,
like it's incredible that
Tettles,
all
and
Bandits just managed to one phase it
Zyronic.
at a time. Like it's incredibly hard to do,
Um,
and the fact that they're pulling out.
go show 'em
off
some
is
love.
Crazy. One thing I do want to mention here.
They've been doing a good
I
job.
think
They
this
keep.
win
They've
was
been
super,
quite
super important for
entertaining,
Bald
and
Bandits in this Black Ops Gold, because
we've
next
enjoyed
up
it.
is
So
actually
at least I
Talazar.
have. So
And at
go show 'em
Talazar,
some love.
I
I'll be
think
back. I'm gonna go
Perplex is
take
the
take a
clear
dab ski.
favorite because
You
they
guys
have
do you.
played the dungeon twice, and both time they have the best and the second best time of the weekend. With the 9-minute 10 and the 9-minute 18 clear that we have seen from Perplex in this dungeon. While Bald Bandits and a lot of the other teams this weekend had so many issues in Talazar, with multiple wives, multiple problems and deaths here and there. But Perplex having 2 super clean runs with 0 deaths twice.
They have really shown that they, I think, have a stronger handle on this dungeon, or at least just have better general RNG at times, right? We've had some of the stuff with the snaps that just haven't quite gone right for folks since that, you know, patch came in and kind of changed that mid-pack being something that the teams kind of, adjusted to. I mean, of course, they had time over the course of the competition to do that, but, realizing, hey, a lot here that could go right, that could go wrong. And I mean, I agree with you, Nigara. I think you make a great point. Perplexed have perhaps shown a bit stronger here. Do you agree, Tuttles?
Yeah, I think that Perplexed, like if you're a Bald Bandits fan, you're kind of praying that Perplexed like wipes in either the Ataldazar or the Waycrest Manor. I think that Bald Bandits are a little bit favored in that Darkheart Thicket. So you really, if you're a Bald Bandits fan, need it to go to map 5. But if Perplexed play up to their expectations, they play to their game plan, and they don't really make mistakes, I feel like it's going to be pretty hard for Bald Bandits to be able to take down this series. I think that Perplexed has shown why they were the #1 seed coming into this, and we probably should have put some more respect on their name with our caster predictions.
Yeah, we should have. Yeah. So sorry. That was our bad. That's our bad. But, I mean, they really are huge contenders, both of them here, Perplexed and Bald Bandits. And whether or not they're able to push into that 5th match, I mean, Bald Bandits has definitely put themselves in a good position here. 1-1, as opposed to really putting it all on the line, worrying, hey, we've got to win this, or that's done. We can't do it, We're trying to determine our Group B champions today, though, of course, our top 4 teams will be going on to the grand finals from both weekends. But this will be Game 3, Ataldazar Perplexed versus Bald Bandits. I mean, Zyronic, this is going to be a big one for them either way.
Incredibly important for both of the teams. Puts you on match point. We're going to have a team on match point after this game, regardless of what happens here. Perplexed has been pretty locked down good in this dungeon all weekend long, whereas Bald Bandits, they've had some issues, and they also don't necessarily have the fastest strat in here. They've even memed about saying, we're kind of just hoping the other team makes more mistakes than us. You really need to lock it down here. Have the best run of the weekend to give yourself a chance to take down Perplexed. And here we go. We are off to the races. That double priest strat coming in from the Bald Bandits once again, giving them the double PI, a little bit of extra damage, but I believe it's a little less safe than the Resto Druid, so we'll have to see how it works out for them here. Similar strategies off the pole for both of the teams. Moving to that left side, we see teams invising past some of the trash to get set, get prepared to do this pull, and here we go, off to the races. Bloodlust pop from both teams as the AoE blitz begins.
Yeah, there's going to be so much damage going out onto the team, but also Drenaco immediately going down to an assault.
Whoa.
And actually that was the wrong position. So they were trying to stand up this lantern here to not get the Juggernaut charges go through, but mispositioned, or had one of the Juggernauts be in a wrong position. And Drenaco just immediately going down here. Ice Cold being used by Drenaco as he comes back to their group. They're trying to recover. But it's so difficult as a Shine does go down to a Fear Bolt on Perplexed side as well. And Bald Bandits losing players left and right. This is so difficult to recover.
The difference of the deaths is staggering, though. Here's the problem for Bald Bandits. The mage is your damage that kills the Colossi off. Look at the size of the Colossus here from the Bald Bandits, and every single time it casts this ability on somebody that isn't the tank, they will go down to that Soulburn. And that's why we're seeing them throw their bodies at this pole. They do eventually kill it off, but the damage is staggering here. 5 deaths on the board, 25 seconds of death timers, still plenty of trash left alive that they have to chew through, whereas Perplexed, with just the 1 death on the Warlock later on, wasn't really that big of a deal. The trash was already dead. The Warlock had done most of his damage. They finished off the dangerous mobs. They only had a couple left alive, and it's just a victory on this first pull for Perplexed. The massive advantage here. I would say they're almost a minute ahead this early on in the dungeon, which is staggering.
Yeah, in such a short dungeon like Ataldazar, where we've seen 9 minutes and 10-second clears from Perplexed before, this is going to be very difficult for Bald Bandits to catch up if Perplexed plays perfectly from here on out. I did say that the 2 runs we've seen in Ataldazar before for Perplexed were perfect, but this run already won death, right? And there's so many things that can go wrong in Ataldazar with those insane pulls that these teams are doing. Every single pull in this dungeon is incredibly difficult and requires so much coordination and perfect execution. So all eyes are Perplexed to see if they can keep that lead and if they can stay clean in this dungeon, as they do get another transfusion go through with some of these bursting stacks on the team. They'd managed to stay alive through it, though, and are now going to be moving on.
So here's the problem that Bald Bandits finds themselves in now, right? They're going to be killing off the boss here in about 20 seconds or so, once the next transfusion cast goes off. However, Perplex didn't actually pull that trash back at the bottom of the stairs. They're just going to be snapping it onto Razan. Here's the thing, though. This Razan patrol for both teams, because they had the mistakes, is going to be terrible. Another death comes out from Jornako on the side of Bald Bandits, not having that cauterize available after expending it on the first pull. He's going to release, join the team back at Razan. But, yeah, they're going to spend a lot of time dealing with this Razan patrol time. It's going to be on the complete opposite side of the room that they want it to be on. Oh, man. Little damage taken from Nips as he starts setting up the pole here. Perplexed already onto Razan, already have most of the trash snapped down. There is the rest of it coming down now, and as long as Razan stays here, I think they're home free. I don't see anything resetting, so I think they're safe, and we're off to the races. Actually, the funny thing about this is because Bald Bandits was so late to setting up this pole, Razan's patrol was actually perfect. It did an entire extra circuit around, so they didn't lose as much time as I thought they would, but still, 30% behind on a boss is pretty brutal to deal with, and they still have the majority of this trash to chew through.
Yeah, and Perplex is not looking like they're making any mistakes moving on here. They do have a bunch of bursting stacks they have to deal with. Another refresh on that bursting 6 stack coming out onto the group. You see Wolf Disco popping that Dwarf Racial, making sure he does not go down here. But yeah, that was a little bit dangerous for Perplex. Did manage to recover though. Now all of the trash is dead. All they have left to do is Rasan for this pool. So they're looking pretty strong here still. Bald Bandits now to 40%, so they're like, technically, they're not that far behind, but in such a short dungeon, it just matters so much, right? If Perplex does not make any more mistakes, they're clearly in the lead, even if it's only a 30% boss percentage difference on a 23.
Oh, the gateway's good. The gateway is good for Perplexed. That's something I didn't think I'd have to say, but they're up on top. Don't have to go around, don't have to pull extra trash. Here we are into the third and final massive trash pull of the dungeon that Perplex is going to have to deal with. Here we go, setting things up. Divine Field running up the stairs to get a hold of these two stalkers that are stealthed and pulling them into the group with everything stacked up. They need to make sure they lock this down. One single fear going off, one extra Venom Blast going off on the wrong person is going to cause issues for them. There's the second Sigil of Silence coming out to make sure none of those casts come through. Good lockdown so far. The sword still alive, though, is going to cause issues. It's a little extra AoE damage on the team, which could chip someone down low enough to where they could die from a residual Venom Blast. Sigil of Fear coming out to make sure that they don't get any extra cast off into a stun from the Infernal. And then one last Sigil of Silence, just a perfect execution of Chain CC from Perplex to make sure they don't take any extra damage. Textbook. Perfect play from them.
That was actually so beautiful, seeing all of that Chain CC coming in with that Inca Roar as well from Savy to help out there at the very end. And yeah, now they're onto Volcal. We do know that they have this full Shadow Melt composition, which means that they're going to be pulling that trash pack that is in front of the gate into the boss in phase 2, and then Shadow Melt off that Honor Guard to get that perfect percentage that they need to only have to pull some Sky Screamers and a Raptor pack onto Yasma at the very end. There we go, Bald Bandits now also on the way to Volcal on their side, doing the exact same thing. Looks like the Stalkers have not actually been engaged in the previous pull because of patrol timing, probably because they arrived here late, which means that they're going to have to pull these Stalkers and the Honor Guards onto Volcal, which makes this phase 1 quite a lot more difficult for them.
Yeah, having the Honor Guard in phase 1 is not ideal, right? Yips is going to be taking a lot of damage here from the double Stalker plus Honor Guard combo, whereas Perplex didn't pull the Honor Guard until they got into phase 2, and, you know, this is nice for them. Number 1, it gives them an extra target to always CC on. Number 2, it's a target that's always at 100%, so it does things like generates haste for the Warlock through their talent, right? It's a lot of extra damage.
Heal.
Oh my...
Yeah, this is horrible for Bob. So what happened here is because the Stalker patrol was in the wrong position, they did not manage to pull it onto the previous pack. So then they decided, okay, let's pull the Stalkers onto Volcal, which means that they have to pull the pack in front of Volcal, though, because they cannot get the Stalkers past that pack without engaging it, without aggroing it. So now they had this pack onto the boss, and they were trying to cleave down the totems with the trash, and they just had too much residual damage going from the trash onto the reanimated totem that was next to Volcal, and it just went down slightly too early, and they did not manage to catch up on the damage on the other totems, which, yeah, I mean, they didn't manage to recover now, but again, just another big time loss for Bald Bandits, unfortunately. They tried so hard to catch up, and yeah, Perplex, though, the only thing they have left to do is Yasma, and they're already gathering up the Sky Screamers and the Raptors that they still need for that last couple of percentage and enemy forces. But yeah, Perplex looking really, really strong in their run.
I mean, that's just something that is automatic. You've practiced this dungeon hundreds of times, more than likely. Maybe not practiced it hundreds of times, but probably done it hundreds of times in the past couple of years. That's something that's automatic. You don't even think about it, and those are the things you have to
round
be
2,
worried
baby.
about. If you're not thinking about it, that's the most dangerous thing that can happen, and it does happen for them in competition.
Sorry, my old man
Situation where they can't
sphincter
afford
needed
to
some
make
attention.
Any further mistakes, if they want to have the chance of capitalizing on a mistake from Perplex, they need to play perfect. And that just cost them so much time. Perplexed, however, they're on a mission for a perfect run of their own here. 50% on Yasma, 8 minutes and 20 seconds into the dungeon. They've been sitting in the low 9-minute area all week long. Do they potentially have the damage to pull out a sub 9-minute time? I think they're not quite on pace for it. I think we're going to see yet another 9-10, 9-15-ish run. That is all they need to do to take this game and put themselves on match point. Just have to keep it clean here. No residual spider deaths can come out. The Soul Rin comes out, dropping everyone low. These mobs start moving towards the boss. A knockback from Zasevi keeps them away.
Bandits had it.
Doing a good job of keeping them locked down, finishing them off.
Close.
Two Skyscreamers still alive, but using interrupts to make sure they don't fear the team. And with the 2 Skyscreamers dead, they're now at 100% count and just have to chew through the last 10%. Unfortunately, the sub 9-minute run was not to be, but Perplexed with yet another commanding game in Atal'Dazar will take the lead once again, putting themselves up 2-1 in the series.
Perplexed showing that just like we anticipated, they have a strong control over Atal'Dazar. They come in here putting themselves at the advantage here in the Group B finals and making sure that they can push this to a match point in their favor. I mean, well done on their side. We've seen this dungeon cause so many problems for so many teams this weekend. Sometimes you can forget when you see a clean run like we just witnessed over by Perplexed that it really is a difficult one and that it has a lot of challenges for these teams to deal with. Now, Tettles, do you want to take us through what you were seeing while we watched this game?
Yeah, I mean, we already talked about Atal'Dazar being an uphill battle for Bald Bandits before this series even started. It was a dungeon that was heavily Perplex favored, and they kind of needed Perplex to make a mistake. Unfortunately, the Bald Bandits made a pretty big blunder, having some deaths to bursting and storming in the first pull. Whereas Perplexed, a Shine did go down to, I want to say it was like a Wildfire cast and the Juggernaut AoE. It's fine. It was an unfortunate death for him, but ultimately Perplexed was still in a great position. They didn't have any mistakes with their snaps into Razan. They didn't have any other deaths to pretty much anything else. And whenever Perplexed is playing at that level, it's going to be hard for Bald Bandits to win, but it's near impossible if Bald Bandits are wiping to the first pack. And so whenever we see this in Atal'Dazar, I think we can kind of just it is what it is. They need to have pretty much a perfect Waycrest Manor run. And then for Perplexed, they need to just stick to their game plan in Waycrest Manor. Those are the kind of things that we're looking forward to. I don't think that dwelling on the Atal'Dazar is super productive for this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's not what you wanted to see, but I mean, Bald Bandits, again, like we've talked about, in the grand spectrum of things, this was not one of the messiest that we've seen out of this. Things can go much more wrong, and you can have, these team wipes after team wipes that we've seen. So, of course, when you're just up against a team that is absolutely just blazing through this dungeon, it's difficult when you have a little bit more leeway or things just don't quite work out or your strats kind of fall apart, right? But, I mean, we're looking ahead as well because it's not over yet. So, Bald Bandits do have a chance. They can bring this back. They can try to tie this up again. But, like we've discussed, the next one that we have coming up here may not exactly be in their favor. I mean, we'll see. I mean, Nagura, you were talking about it a little bit before the break.
Yeah, it is.
Do you think that Bald Bandits, can they come into this? Can they kind of figure out their strats? And do you think they stand a chance against Perplexed in this next matchup?
So I do believe we're playing Waycrest next, right? I think Bald Bandits and Rise. Yeah. So the Waycrest Manor is actually going to be a super, super interesting one because we have seen Perplexed play against Bald Bandits in Waycrest Manor before, and it was that really close dungeon where we had less than a second difference between those two teams. It was a 12:25 second clear by Perplexed and a 12:26 clear by Bald Bandits. So if it goes
Bald
like this
Bandits
again,
can win
it really can go either way.
On to Dark Heart.
So yeah, this is going to be a super, super interesting
That'd be sick.
one.
What I will say though is in that previous match in that Waycrest Manor, that was a Shine was
make
dead
this interesting.
for 50% of Soulbound Goliath or something like that.
On this one, so then we can have a
if Perplex is able to not have any major mistakes, insanely hard task, by the way. But if
Anybody
Perplex
else?
aren't going to make any major mistakes, they should be timer favored because their go left strategy is a little bit faster than Bald Bandits go right.
Veronica, I know we were talking about this earlier. The debate is left or right considerably faster or slower. Do we think that maybe they're actually pretty much on par? I mean, it's hard to say, but do you have any additional thoughts about, you know, is one or the other better, or are there any specific strats that might really make the difference?
I think it comes down to what mobs you actually are able to pull onto Soulbound Goliath. Not necessarily like so theoretically, if you go right side first, you get access to you're moving right. This is technically the easier side to go through. There's less trash to skip past. You have more access to good trash to kill. So like from a pure running through the dungeon perspective, right to left sounds like the better option. The question is, when you get to Soulbound Goliath, what are you attempting to pull into that boss? Pull in with just like a Sigil of Flame or something like that. Whereas if you go from right to left, you have a lot of really nasty like captain pulls and witch pulls on the left that you don't really want to be pulling on top of Soulbound Goliath when you have already so many witches out in the courtyard that you're pulling onto the boss. So pull either way. So if you technically have the AoE to fill it out, I think right could be faster. Again, same as I said before, we haven't actually seen the full potential of the right side pull just yet. But based off of what we've seen from these two teams so far, Perplex clearly has an advantage in the key if they get their run more clean.
If they're able to do it, I mean, this is going to bode ill for Bald Bandits. Even their shiny aerodynamic heads may not be able to make the difference as they try to fly through this dungeon. But of course, Bald Bandits has shown us time and time again this weekend that they are here and they are here to win. They have done it consistently, and they have proven that they've been able to adapt even against some of these longer established teams. I mean, of course, they've got strong players on their side, and they have only continued to grow stronger here in this current MDI. But this will be Game 4, Waycrest Manor Perplex versus Bald Bandits. Nagura, this is going to be match point.
Yep, Bald Bandits definitely has to play well here if they want to have a chance to stay in this final here against Perplex. And yeah, this Waycrest Manor is just such a volatile key with these affixes as well. So we'll see if they can execute. We've seen numerous teams have issues here, especially a boss like Goliath. If you lose one player, it's just so hard to recover, to be able to deal with those thorns with one damage dealer dead potentially. And we've had issues even with Perplex, as we talked about earlier, with Ashine being dead. So we'll see if they can execute those incredible pulls while also not having any major mistakes or any major deaths coming in.
It's going to be a difficult one, and this is what we want to see from a Waycrest Manor, right? Extremely large pulls onto bosses. We want to see the cleave, we want to see the funnel, we want to see them use this extra trash to get as much boss damage as possible. While we don't quite have the funnel we had with the Unholy DKs we had back in BFA, it still comes out in the form of extra immolate targets for the Warlock, extra dot targets for the Shadow Priest, free ignites for the Mage, which can, then proc more Fire Blast. Things like that help them get a little more single target, and it's pretty nice to see them just go for the most efficient pulls they possibly can. We'll be ready in just a few seconds here, I imagine, as the teams gear up to get ready to go into this dungeon. And remember, it is Perplexed on match point. And they have to take this one. I mean, looking at this series, right, we've got Waycrest Manor here, and then if they do get through this map, we're into the DHT for a decider. If I were Perplexed, I would really want to win this map. I don't want to go to that DHT.
Yeah, DHT is actually an interesting one, because Perplex did not play DHT at all, and the 2 times it was in their map pool, they banned it. So it is technically possible that Perplexed maybe they were kind of gambling that they're not going to reach the dungeon in the final, because it's the last map of the final map pool, and they just banned it the other 2 times that it was in their pool. Or they have a very good strategy and just wanted to keep it a secret. That's the other option, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that Perplex really wants to just seal the deal here and win this Waycrest, and either keep their DHT strategy a secret for the global finals, or, they really have not prepared the dungeon, which would be very good for Bald Bandits if they win this one.
That'd be surprising. So really quick, just to let you guys know, we have a quick little remake going in here. Looks like an Infernal might have hit a critter, so they have to get out of the dungeon, reset it, get back in, prepare the key, prepare the teams, get ready checks going. So it's going to be a little bit longer, and we will get set in just a bit here, but here we go. You know, the thing is, I would be surprised if Perplex didn't have a strategy in Dark Art Thicket. I think I talked about this maybe on Friday as we were setting up for this. People who know Perplex, they were Shell's Angels. They won the first ever MDI Global Tournament. So I would think they'd have a Dark Art Thicket strategy if that was like the premier dungeon in that series. Enough of that, though. We need to go into this Waycrest Manor here. Perplex don't want to see that DHT. They want to take it right now. And here we go. We're seeing similar strategies to what we've seen from the two teams earlier this weekend. Perplex off to the left of the Heartsbane trio. Bald Bandit setting up a massive pull on the right and going directly into Rawl the Gluttonous.
Yep, there we go. Rawl being engaged from Bald Bandit as well. Bloodlust being popped by them too. Perplex, of course, being able to use that Bloodlust a little bit earlier because it's faster to pull the Triads here on their side. They're already in phase 2, fighting Melody while also having all of this trash on top of the boss that is just going to be cleaved down while they are focusing the sister with the Iris, of course, as they are now in the third phase. A little bit of damage coming into a Shine here as some of the Thorn casts are going through from the Thorn guards, but doing still a very good job dealing with that boss. Well, Bandits now 60% onto Rawl, and they did manage to finish off most of the trash that they had pulled on top of the boss as well.
Yeah, it was a much larger trash pull coming in from Bald Bandits too, right? That's what going towards Rawl first really allows you, is the bigger trash pull and technical, more effective lust usage, right? If you go from left to right, you don't get the lust on Rawl, which means you aren't really using it on as much trash. And the problem with Heartsbane Trio as well is there's so much starting and stopping, right? So much target swapping that you don't really get effective use of that Bloodlust. That being said, Perplexed is going to likely kill their boss off first with the lack of trash they're able to pull on top of it. But still, you like to see the difference in strategies here. Perplex is going to be going for a massive pull right after this, straight into Soulbound Goliath. The brakes really don't stop in this Waycrest Manor.
Yeah, it really does not, as they are going to be moving towards that exit area, towards where they want to be moving towards the boss, as Sarah just mentioned. So all eyes are perplexed as they're gathering up that insane pull onto the Goliath. There we go, Invispot's coming out so they can skip the left side here. That Soul Charmer is still going to be engaged in just a moment, and they're going to be pulling all these Thorn Shapers and the Hounds onto the boss. A Shine just summoning that Fell Hunter real quick, and the rest of the group just waiting line of sight before they move into the boss.
Oh, Zazi starts
doing the same thing on their side.
Zazi died on the setup for this pull for Bald Bandits. They had to use the Battle Res, which means it's not going to be something that they will have for this pull. But here we go, neck and neck. Both teams pulling massive pulls on top of Soulbound Goliath.
Out.
As we've seen this weekend, this pull is on a very tight timer. You only have so many ways to get yourself out of these roots on this boss. You have your human racials on the Warlock, on the Priest. You want as many of them as possible to go on your Mage because they can blink out of them every single time. And as we get into this pull, as this trash starts to get into raging, there's no way of stopping the damage going out of the team. Every single one of these infected Thorncasts is going to go out on a player, and with no dwarves to deal with them, they're just relying on their healers to keep them alive. Kush goes down to the Soul Thorns, and there's no Battle Res available for Bald Bandits.
God
this was
damn
so
it.
unfortunate for Bald Bandits, as Kush had used the human racial already previously, but getting another stack of Thorns on Kush, meaning there's no way to get out. It looks like they are going to be resetting Soulbound Goliath here, so Kush can release. They do not believe they can finish off the boss with one of their damage dealers being dead. Very, very unfortunate for Bald Bandits. Perplexed, on the other hand, doing a good job. They did have the Thorn. They were a little bit luckier with their Thorn targets, as the first one was on Swag, being able to use that human racial.
They had some
Shine as well. Being able
some
to,
clever
again,
and clever moments
but
and
now,
some
okay, so one more
couple of opportunities, but
no racial left. They do have dispersion being used.
a few things
but they
go
have
wrong,
to get
unfortunately.
Him out before
a couple
that
of those
dispersion does run
strats
out,
go
and
wrong,
they do. So now they're
it's
running
kind of the
out
price
of
you
those
pay
racials,
doing
and they're
some
running out of
strats.
the
Like they
defenses.
can be
They need to make sure they're
very
finishing off the
high
Goliath
reward,
before,
but also
anything goes
high
wrong
risk.
here.
Quick reset on the boss here.
It can be
Make
like
sure
more
he doesn't take too much
devastating.
damage as he starts setting up more trash into the team here. More Thorn Shapers. Sigillus Ions coming out to interrupt those first few infected Thorn casts, but every single one of these Soul Thorns that comes out that doesn't go on the Mage here is going to be an issue for Perplexed here. The Infernal comes out for a Shine, so it's going to be a little bit of extra residual AoE damage if it does go on to him. But it looks like Soulbound Goliath is going to be finished off for them. One final Soul Thorns will be going off here in just a moment. Who does it go on? goes on the Priest once again onto Swag. They're going to have to DPS him out, or they could honestly just let him die and battle res him. That's going to be the play. It's a little bit faster on, ironically, at this point. They might not even battle res. They might just finish off the boss and res him after the fact. That being said, not having to reset the boss, they need to finish this off. Yeah, Sevi can't really do anything right now. Does he even have the mana to res is the question.
Yeah, he might not have. Yeah, there we go though. Perplex did manage to finish up Goliath here, not even having to use that battle res. Really good for them, as they're going to be resting Swag in just a moment as soon as Sevi does have enough mana to cast that ability. But yeah, there we go. Swag is now alive. They're going to be gathering up a pool onto Rel in just a moment. Well, Bandits, even though they did have to reset the boss, they're actually not like an incredible amount of time behind. They're on 35% on Goliath here. They still need to make sure they can finish off the boss though, because again, they are out of those human racials, so they just have to deal with those thorns that are not going on a mage, and they have to deal with this extra trash as well that they had to reset earlier. But yeah, all has to perplex. I mean, if they have no mistakes from here on out, then of course they're going to be the ones that are winning this. Not only winning this dungeon, but also winning the whole final here, as they're already 2-1 in the lead. This being a best of 5 is, of course, match point for Perplex.
So much damage going out on the members of Perplex here. These 3 clothy DPS just getting destroyed by the bleeds from the Pallid Gorgers. Even though they've been nerfed over and over and over again, the damage is still extremely tough to deal with. Even on a tyrannical key, Sevi doing a good job of keeping them alive, but that mana bar still pretty low from before. Didn't get a full drink off, and it might be an issue later on. I don't think we'll have an issue on this fight, but if he continues forward, we'll have to see if that actually is an issue. We'll see how it keeps coming. The hits don't stop for them, really. Tenderize goes out. That gives Divine Field a chance to go out and gather some more trash. Of course, you really don't normally want to do that on Rawl because it starts doing AoE damage if your tank isn't near it, but during the Tenderize you can do that. Unfortunately for Bald Bandits, more issues as we get into the Heartsbane trio. Zotzi going down on the pole. They have to reset once again. You're not doing this fight without a healer. Reset goes out. Zotzi will release and join the team, but this is just too much time lost for the Bald Bandits.
Yep.
Yeah, just very unfortunate for them having to reset bosses twice because they don't have those battle rests available for those deaths that are happening. Now the deaths themselves, like, these
damn it,
are so
we had
difficult.
hope.
Like, I'm not even blaming them for
but
those deaths.
They've gained our respect.
Like that. And a little bit of, I do think it was a little bit unlucky there on Goliath as well with the double thorns on Kush. That is just something that, you know, if you would have went on Dranaco instead, they might have even been able to just finish the boss normally. So a little bit unlucky for Bald Bandits, and now possibly also some mental, like, you know, some tilt coming through because of that unlucky timing on Goliath. And now Satsi going down here, no battle rest available, having to reset the boss again. But yeah, there's still a chance for Bald Bandits to come back if Perplexed has some issues from here on out, which of course can always happen in a dungeon like this, where we're going to see some big pulls coming through from Perplex onto the next boss as well. It looks like they are dealing with this Rune Weaver alone. They might, like, it's possible that Perplex, if they know that Bald Bandits had to reset the boss twice, it's possible that they're going to take a little bit less risk. I don't think they can just do a pull by pull, right? But they can play slightly more conservatively because they're, of course, ahead.
Well, we also know that the next pull coming up is another make or break section of the dungeon, right? Yeah. Matron Alma into all of the trash in Lordy Lady Waycrest room, so having one smaller pull here to kind of relax, take a breather, get everything off cooldown, get set for the next pull is totally fine. And, you know, they had a lot of trash trickle in from far away too here. It wasn't just a maiden, it was, you know, a few extra trash pulls, a Piglet or two, a couple Pallid Gorgers. They had a little extra trash in here, but that's now dealt with, and you can see the advantage that Perplex have wrapped up for themselves.
Okay, yeah, we're going to do the augmentation evoker.
They're pretty much an entire half boss ahead of Bald Bandits, not to mention they are already on their way down toward Lord and Lady Waycrest, and also 10 seconds extra with the 2 fewer deaths they have on the board. They need to clean this up, and it's just getting worse for the Bald Bandits. A wild Bramblebolt takes out Fragments. That's another death on the board for Bald Bandits, and now they have to finish off Sister Briar with 1 less DPS.
Yeah, thankfully it is the end of the boss fight, so they're going to be able to finish this off just fine. But yeah, again, of course, another time loss for Bald Bandits. As Perplexed now engaging Lady Waycrest. And yeah, they're not going slow at all. They do have Alma in here, as we talked about. Plus all of this trash here and the Soul Charmers can be pretty dangerous to deal with here, as there's just so many casts that have to be dropped that are very deadly if not dealt with. And then, of course, Alma just doing so much damage to the group as well, on top of all of the abilities from the boss. So let's see if they can execute. It looks like some of the trash is already down, still having to deal with that Soul Charmer and Alma, though.
Just a couple extra trash mobs, and I believe they have a Soul Charmer behind them that they're going to pull in once this one dies off as well. So they have a little bit more to deal with, but they still have plenty of time left on this boss to chew through. They're still only in the second of the phases of Lord Waycrest. He's going to heal 2 more times. So they have plenty of time to just cleave these down, and once that Soul Charmer goes down, you can see that mind-controlled Soul Charmer they have in the back. They'll release it with the X marker over its head and let it rejoin the group. There it is. It's a Thorn Shaper, actually. Sorry, not a Soul Charmer. And it'll go ahead and get interrupted and come down, and they'll have yet another cleave target and yet another way for the Warlock to gain those haste stacks on a full HP target. And they also still have another Prison Thorn Shaper. I don't know if they need the count from that, but they have plenty of these little trash bombs they can pull in. On the other hand, Bald Bandits doing their best to keep it close. Keeping it close enough so that maybe they can capitalize if Perplex has something catastrophic happen at the end of the dungeon here. But Perplexed taking it slow, making sure they don't make any mistakes. It's gonna be tough for them to make a mistake at this point in the dungeon with just really one big pull left.
Yeah, it really is. As we do see, Bald Bandits are also dealing with Matron Alma here onto the boss and those Soul Charmers, and they executed it so well too. Bald Bandits trying their hardest to just stay in this dungeon here. Perplexed, though, already in that last phase as Lady Waycrest joins Lord Waycrest, and they're going to be cleaving down those 2 bosses while also dealing with this Soul Charmer. There we go, the Thorn Shaper being broken out of that CC. This is the last trash percentage they need before they engage those horrors onto the last boss, it seems like. So yeah, Perplex, very clean run. The only death that they had was on one of those first pulls at the very end of the trash pack as well, so not too big of a time loss at all for them. And yeah, just Perplex playing so clean in this final against Bald Bandit.
Bald Bandits did a great job of bursting through this boss, already into the final phase of Lord and Lady Waycrest. Perplexed maybe taking it just a little bit too slow here, letting Bald Bandits make up a ton of time here, but they're already through the boss. They're already through most of the trash. Divine Field has pulled everything in the corridor, and we are on to Gorak Tool. They have the Bloodlust available. They have the Combustion available. The Power Infusion is off cooldown. The Infernal's coming up in 15 seconds. They are ready to send Gorak Tool all the way to hell, and here it comes, the burst coming out from Perplexed. We're off to the races. Gorak Tool is going to die extremely quickly, and man, Perplexed is looking strong.
They're looking so good, and the boss is just absolutely melting with all of those offensive cooldowns being popped, making sure the Bloodlust, the PI, and everything is lined up. We can see all of them also using all of their defensives to be able to survive the boss's AoE, plus all of the horrors jumping around. We even see Dark Pact and Unending Resolve popped at the same time for a shine there on the Warlock. And yeah, there we go. The trash is that the only thing left between them and winning this Group B final here is the 30% of Gorak Tool.
Perplex is a team that put Echo through some of their toughest battles in MDIs of your past. In the recent years, though, they've kind of fallen off, haven't had the results that we've been expecting from them. But after this tournament, the way they've been playing, I'm starting to think Perplexed is back. They're playing some of the best they've played in years in this Waycrest manner is going to seal the deal for them. Perplexed are your Cup B champions.
A huge congratulations to Perplexed, crowned our champions here over a grueling weekend of fierce competition. They will be taking the glory this weekend, but of course our top 4 teams will be moving on. Congratulations again, Perplexed. They are back and they are ready to give Echo a run for their money all over again in the grand finals in 2 weeks. Tettles, I mean, this was maybe not as close of a final game as we would have liked to see, but it definitely showed that Perplexed are on top of their game this season.
I don't think Perplex really had any mistakes across the entire weekend. They won straight through the upper bracket and then just played to their game plan. And the mistakes that they did have, very minimal. I would describe them like as not game-changing in the slightest, to the point where they were able to basically just win all the way through. And while Bald Bandits looked pretty good, they were just ill-matched against Perplexed, and Perplexed just had a perfect run. Bald Bandits had some issues on Gorak Tool with a couple of deaths, had to reset the boss. Yeah, I mean, you can't do that, right? Like, especially on Triad as well, having to reset both of those bosses, you're going to lose to a team of Perplexed caliber. for these teams now, it's kind of looking forward. It's looking to the global finals. It's making sure that you're prepared with whatever affixes we throw at the teams. It's making sure that you're prepared to make sure that your strats are consistent. And I think that like if you're mandatory or Eclipse, that's the big thing that they need to focus on, is just having consistent strats. And looking ahead into global finals, it's going to be a big deal. And Perplex is looking hot. There's a chance that Perplex is going to be able to take down Echo. I thought that they looked phenomenal this weekend.
They are on top of it. I mean, they are showing that, I think out of everyone we saw in Group B, that they just had the consistency. They had such clean runs, and any mistakes that happened, again, they were those small ones, those ones that only in the closest of games did they really, really, make or break anything. I mean, they are going to absolutely bring their all, and we can tell. I mean, Nagura, having seen how Perplexed played this weekend, it's kind of like a tongue twister there. Perplexed played, it's a little tough. Seeing how they played this weekend, what are you thinking about them going into the grand finals?
I mean, I think they have a very good shot to win the finals after this performance. They looked so clean, and I think Perplex is also a team that they're quiet, right? Some other teams, they talk to the cast, they talk to other people, they're like, having some banter going on before the events. They're like, we're going to be so much faster than the other teams, we have these incredible strategies. Perplex, on the other hand, they're always very quiet. We don't really hear much about what they're up to. Did they practice a lot? Didn't they practice that much? And then they just show up in these tournaments and they perform like they performed this weekend, and they just blow us away. So I do think Perplex, of course, if they're in their best form, they have a very good shot at winning the global finals for sure.
That's amazing. I think that we've seen them just really up their game, particularly this season, and come in strong. I mean, like you said, historically a little bit quieter of a team, yet we're getting some news that maybe we might have an interview. We'll see. It's elusive. Maybe. You have to try and catch Perplexed, to see if you can get some conversation out of them, especially coming off of this victory and all of the matches that they had to do this weekend. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, Tuttles?
I will say that Perplex are some elusive individuals, and getting them held down for an interview is always tough. This is a team that's always at like the top of our MDI scenario, but they don't really have anybody who like streams that much. I guess the largest public-facing person on their team is probably Wolf Disco, and even he doesn't. I mean, I think that he's a person that they always ship off to do interviews.
You're doing great, Wolf. You're doing great. Somebody's got to be the face man, as it were. We appreciate it. I mean, here's we take a look at the teams. Ironic, did you have any other insights into these, champions that have been crowned here today for Group B?
I mean, I've kind of been wondering what's been going on with them lately, but I don't wonder anymore. These guys are looking just as good as I always remember them, and dude, if they're in this form, we have a bunch of real competitive teams that can potentially knock Echo off. It's kind of crazy that we still talk about Echo in a weekend that they're not even competing, but I mean, that is kind of what it's been like for the International. It's like, are these teams actually good enough to beat them? And I think there are lots of teams, actually. Perplex probably is at the top of that card right now. They played incredibly well this weekend.
They did, and like we've been saying, Echo always a dominant force in this space. Not the end-all, be-all of the MDI for sure. There's many other great matches that we get to see all up and down the bracket, but they are a huge force in this space for a reason, and we have some incredible contenders. Of course, although Perplexed were our champions for Group B, as you can see here, our top 4 will be moving on to the grand finals, which will be held in 2 weeks. Perplexed, Bald Bandits, Eclipse, and Mandatory will be coming in and bringing their all again. We'll see if any of those teams have made some drastic improvements in the time between then and now, or what they've changed even when they're going to be going up against all of the people from Group A. Tettles, do you have any predictions about what they're going to be facing in the grand finals?
About what Perplex is going to be facing in the grand finals?
I mean, any of the teams. We'll have Group A and Group B showing, coming together for the first time and sort of clashing here in the competitive weekends that we've had, at least. What do you think they're going to be sort of feeling out against one another?
I think that Legendary and Mandatory are probably the 2 underdog teams that can severely overperform expectation in regards to what seed they are. Those are teams that I have a suspicion that they could probably range anywhere from 2nd place to 8th, depending on how they show up on that weekend. And I mean, the competition is incredibly fierce. Well,
I agree with Legendary a lot, because I think Legendary had, in almost every single dungeon Legendary played, they seem to have like the fastest strategy out of all teams even. Like some strats even faster than Echoes, but they just didn't manage to execute them. So if they can practice that and execute them, I think Legendary is going to do incredibly well. But I also think that Eclipse is actually a team that had, like, they almost won against Perplexed in that quarterfinal yesterday. And yes, they lost to Mandatory 2-0, but it was really close, right? I think Eclipse is also one of those teams that, yeah, they ended up 4th this time around, but I do think that they can do really well if they have a good day.
They can, and you know, it looks like we have actually managed to wrangle one of the elusive Perplexed, and it is going to be Wolf. So Wolf's going to be joining us, coming on in. Here we are right now. Dr. Wolf Disco, good to have you here, and congratulations on taking home, you know, the champion title this weekend.
Thank you, thank you.
Can we hear? Can we hear?
Yeah.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear him. Yeah, what's up, man?
Hello.
How are you doing?
Yo.
There we go.
Hello.
Congrats.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no grayscale cam, dude? Unfortunate.
No, the doctor is more beautiful.
Rude.
Look at his beard.
I mean, that's a majestic beard. That's very
fabulous.
good. Well, I mean, obviously you had a great run this weekend, but, you know, I'm curious, what were you sort of focusing? What was Perplexed focusing as they came into the Group B weekend?
Well, this was a little bit weird this time around, we felt like, because the affixes and the key levels and so on were pretty similar to Cup A, so even though we tried not to, there was a decent bit of copying the strats, not gonna lie. But there was, you know, a couple of dungeons where you could spice it up or do some different cook.
How'd you guys get so consistent? Because it seemed like this weekend a lot of teams really struggled with their consistency, and you know they were wiping just like various things. But you guys, it felt like pretty much every single point, there was like no major blemishes, no major wipes. How did that happen?
I think it was probably mostly because our paths were, I'd say, on the safer side, like in general in this cup, if compared to other teams. I think we didn't necessarily have like the, you know, the highest or the fastest potential in every dungeon, not even close, but we had pretty easily executable strats for the most part, except Waycrest. That one is just a mosh pit from start to finish.
that is RK.
I do have one
and
question.
And BRH is just unwinnable.
Yeah. I have one question about DHT, because we haven't seen you play DHT this weekend at all, and I saw you bend it twice. So I was wondering, is there like some secret strat that you have cooked up for DHT that you just wanted to keep a secret until later on, or did you just gamble that you're not going to play it in the grand final as it was the last map?
We did actually practice DHT quite extensively, but it was, yeah, in comparison to the other dungeons, it was definitely on the high risk side, so that's why we ended up banning it. It wasn't really even planned to ban it when we went into the cup. It just kind of happened to be this way.
Okay, interesting.
I mean, you performed so well this weekend, even on the ones like you're talking about Waycrest, you know, being one that you were a little bit unsure about with the chaos. And yet, seeing you breeze through it was so impressive today. Of course, I'm sure it takes a lot more effort than that. But, I mean, I'm curious for you this weekend, what do you think stood out to you as some of your best moments, or the stuff that you were really like, hey, I felt like we showed what we're made of?
Well, I guess I don't have the stats in my head, but I'm just going to make something up and say that we probably had like below 10 deaths across all dungeons, I believe. So I'm pretty happy with that. You know, like a low amount of deaths across the board always feels nice.
Yeah, I think the worst dungeon was maybe that Waycrest man in the upper finals, but even then it was still more than fine. I had another question for you. How are you guys feeling about 4 DPS in general? I
think, do you mean if I enjoy it, or if it's good or how.
How are you feeling about the strategy itself, and then I guess also, are you enjoying it?
Well, I think that in Galakrond's Fall is kind of unavoidable because this dungeon is just kind of weird. But in other dungeons, when it's more of like kind of like a flex thing and not a mandatory thing, I think it's pretty cool. But in Galakrond's Fall, it's just mandatory to play 4 DPS almost because the dungeon just does not deal damage at all. So then you just feel like you have to do it. And when it gets to that point, I don't really like it that much. So I would like to see the dungeon levels probably go up like 1 level maybe. So it's less of a mandatory thing and more of a, if you can pull it off, it's cool.
I guess I have one question. I don't know if anyone else has anything after that, but you know, I noticed you guys picked up Zasevi this time around for the MDI, and honestly, you guys look like you're, you know, back to your old form. You've had a couple issues at MDI Global Finals the past couple of times we've gone in, but with the way you guys played this weekend, it looks like you guys are, you know, back to the form you were a couple of years ago when you were competing with Echo at the top every single time. Does it feel that way to you? Is there kind of like a new, you invigorated by having a new player on your team, somebody you've played with on Liquid in the past? You know, how does it feel to have a new player on your team, and how are you guys feeling about just the overall consistency of your team nowadays?
Well, Zasevi has been a very good friend of mine and basically everyone else in the team for a long time. So it's, you know, it's just good vibes from the first day we started playing. So that's always nice, and it's always good to get like a new perspective on things in a way. Like everyone has a different way to view things and strategies, so sometimes it's just a good thing to switch it up.
Yeah, bring in a breath of fresh air, somebody new, shake it up. And I mean, obviously it's working because the team is looking so good, and we're so excited to see what you're going to do in the grand finals. But again, congrats on being our champion here for Group B. Now, we're not going to let you go quite yet, because we now that we have you, we're going to rope you in for a game that we've been playing here. These are the dungeon movement maps where we're going to try to guess the dungeon boss place. Only, oh yes, only.
I am so bad at these.
So, you know, get in here. Let's see what you think.
The grayscale.
They grayscaled the class colors too.
There's not even class colors.
What are these?
This is ordinary.
Caster comp.
We're on vanilla comp. It's fine.
Yeah.
We did see.
So how long do I have?
That means it's not tier, right?
It's about 30 seconds.
Is there a time?
Yeah, about 30 seconds.
It can't be Azamat because it's a resto druid, right? We've only seen monks in Throne, I think.
Oh, the colors are coming back. They're being kind to us now.
Is it based on the cup or what?
Yeah, it's based on this weekend.
Yes. Can it be tier?
This.
Can we get a time extension, please? Time extension. Can you just talk this out?
This kind of looked like Dressaron, but they were quite stacked, which is a little bit suspicious.
Well, they might be stacked on Dressaron because they start on that wall, right?
Yeah.
I'm with Dressaron here.
Actually,
it would be tier because it'd be
I think I would go tier because they're pulling the trash into the boss, but I'm not positive.
All right, I'm gonna stick with Dressaron.
Yeah, I believe in tier. Okay.
We lock it in tier.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna be Chronocar, man. We're gonna all be wrong.
Oh,
Let's go! Let's go! Good call.
That's why he's a Cup B winner. We're back.
Well, we actually have a bonus one too, you know, celebrating that victory. But this one will actually be a full map when it comes up. It'll be a full map. So not just a boss, but an entire map that we'll be looking at.
Oh, a full map?
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Okay, hold on. It's a straight line at the start. First pull.
Okay, so it can't be Everbloom, right? Because everybody 4 DPS Everbloom.
There's no way we're stopping there.
Yeah. And it can't be Black Recall either because you
I think it's
turn at the
maybe
start.
Throne and we're fighting the Ravager.
It's Blackrook. You saw the staircase?
Oh.
Yeah, it's Black Rook.
Yep, good call. Yeah, you're so right.
Good comms.
Oh.
Good comms. That is Black Gold.
But they didn't do a turn in the start though.
Straight line. They did. You can see it at the start. There's a little bit of a turn at the top left.
Look, staircase again.
Oh,
Looks
okay.
like it's cut
That's
off.
Blackrook for sure then. Has to be Blackrook then. GG's.
All right, we won.
Okay,
Wrap
go
it up.
next.
Show the dungeon.
Lock it in. Just fast forward. We know we won.
I'm gonna cry if just like Razan appears again at the end.
They'll do that to you. Be careful.
Oh, jeez. I feel good. I love that you pointed out the stairs on this, Nagura. You're so right. You can like literally see where they wind up the stairwells coming up to the top here.
You can see the boulder dodge as well here on the staircase.
I actually didn't know you stayed kind of in the same area, like they do here, the entire
Yeah, I
dungeon,
didn't know
even though
that.
you're
I didn't
know
moving
that either.
upstairs.
Yeah, it's interesting.
There it is.
There it is.
Why is the druid running through the wall? He's like cheating in this sort. His
Oh,
line
they
is,
tried to overlay it. Oh, cool.
That's mandatory's druid.
Uh-huh.
He's just able to go through walls.
Oh.
No. This was an approved strat run. It's all good. It's all good.
Oh, that was an approved strat. Good point.
Did we eliminate them retroactively, or?
Okay, this was great. Thank you so much for being a good sport as well, Wolf. We appreciate it as you came in and did this. I mean, you had to do the real competition, but then we added a little extra bonus one here at the end for you with these guessing games. A big thank you again to Warcraft Logs for these. But before we let you go and relax and celebrate your victory, did you have any final thoughts, Wolf, or any shoutouts that you want to do here now that you've been crowned the champions, which is so exciting for Group B?
Yeah, just thank you to all the people hyping us up in the Twitch chat and on Discord and stuff. Always fun to see when you get some random tags in a Discord you haven't opened in 10 years. Love that. And thank you very much for a fun tournament.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. Perplexed really gave us a lot to be hyped about, and we were so glad to have you on. Oh, what's that? What's that?
Sneak
sound?
preview.
Oh,
We got our bracket
yeah.
for global
One
finals.
bracket.
Oh, this is the bracket? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You guys get legendary in round 1.
Perplex legendary. Oof.
Ooh.
That's a spicy one.
That is an oof.
We should have gone second. This is not good.
You should have went second indeed.
Legendary, they were owning in Cup A. They had some.
Yeah.
The only thing holding them back was the internet. So.
Yeah, how do you feel about
Yep.
Lepan's internet connection? Do you know a guy?
Well,
Yes,
yeah, I know him very well. I had to disconnect on a daily basis every day during this practice to the cup, so I wasn't feeling too good myself.
Oh no.
Well, fingers crossed you won't have any disconnects in that showdown. But I mean, honestly, for Legendary showing so strong, Perplex, you were showing just as strong this weekend, and it's going to be matches that I know we're going to be looking forward to. Even if, I'm sure it's a little bit worrisome it being your first one right off the bat.
Yeah, we're gonna need to cook some good stuff to beat them.
Can't wait to see it. And if there's, any other final words before you get to be set free to prepare and, come back again here in 2 weeks?
Go celebrate, maybe.
Celebrate? Yeah, how are you going to celebrate tonight?
I'm gonna celebrate by logging onto a Season of Discovery and owning it up in Nomor again.
Oh my gosh, that is a massive celebration.
Nice.
I love it. Well, enjoy, have fun in Season of Discovery, and get the rest that you can before the grand finals. Thanks so much for talking with us, Dr. Wolf Disco, and congratulations again to Perplex, our Group B champions. All right, with that, we had a little bit of a peek here at our bracket. What are we thinking? Tettles, how you feeling about seeing what these, initial matchups are going to be here for the grand finals?
That Perplex versus Legendary one is obviously going to be insane. Ultimately, though, I think that we have 8 absolutely high-quality teams. This has been an incredibly competitive season of the MDI so far, and Cup A and Cup B have both proven that if you reran this global finals, you probably get a lot of different results. I think that all of the teams are super high caliber. I'm really interested in seeing what we're going to get out of the affixes and honestly even the dungeon level potentially for global finals, is that going to change? Is that going to be something that's going to stay stationary? I think there's a lot still left to be discovered as well as we head into the global finals.
Yeah, tons here. I mean, we have some huge matchups that are going down. Echo and Eclipse, Bald Bandits versus Dogs. I love in chat as well all the "can I pet that dog" memes that I've seen. I mean, you might be able to, but be careful. They bite. They are strong, and they are out to win. Perplex versus Legendary, as we were just saying, looking to be a legendary one. And Last Hope and Mandatory. I mean, of course, we have a lot of action ahead, and a reminder to all of you that will be in 2 weeks. We will have all 8 of those teams finally coming together here between Group A and Group B for the Ultimate Showdown, March 8th through 10th, where they will be competing for $200,000. And as a reminder to all of you, don't forget, if you haven't yet and you want to, register on Raider.io because the PvP will commence with Season 4. Man, I mean, this has been an incredible weekend. We saw some amazing matches, some that made us laugh. We saw just so much good stuff, a lot of memes. We saw a lot of Razan. We saw a lot of Tettle's hair. We saw no hair as well. I mean, it's been amazing. Too much Razan. But does anybody have any final thoughts before we say farewell, at least for now?
Just big shout out to all the competitors.
You know, I set myself up for that one. I set myself up for that one.
All 3 of us.
Let's keep talking all together at the same time.
All right, that's it. We're going back.
We all love to be here. We're great.
We're going back. Nagura, do you have any final thoughts? We'll do it one by one.
Yes, I do. I love Razan. That's it.
Great. It's ironic. Do you two love Razan? Do you have any final thoughts about the weekend in Group B?
I despise Razan. I don't ever want to see him again. If I see that singer again, I might lose it. Man, I'm gonna lose it. No, I'm at the risk of sounding like a broken record, dude. The competition, insane. Dropping down to 16 teams. While we did lose out on a cup bracket, and we lost a little bit, you know, from the Last Stand tournament, the competition better than ever. It's been nonstop bangers. Even the lower bracket, which, you know, sometimes can get a little weird, was fantastic this time around. And our 8 teams that we have for the global finals, I mean, looking at those matchups we saw in the brackets, I mean, every single one of them could be, you know, a semifinal match in one of our cups or a grand finals match in one of our cups. Like, it's gonna be so close between all those teams. I can't wait to see what strategies they pull out in those global finals.
Yeah, they're going to be pulling out all the stops because that's really where you want to lay it on the line and give it your all. I mean, Tettles, any final thoughts from you as well about these teams or what we might see next weekend, or 2 weekends from now, excuse me?
Just shout out the competitors. It's not easy to perform as well as we have seen from teams in the MDI so far. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of practice hours. So big shout out to those guys for helping make it possible.
Absolutely. And a thank you as well to our production. We couldn't have done this whole weekend. We couldn't have had the memes, the fun, the incredible high quality without all of you. Even the Razan. It was good. It was good. You know, I'd like to say I think I've come around on Razan. I think I went from loving to hating to loving again, and I think it's really come full circle. But thank you, production, for making this an unforgettable weekend. Thank you as well to all of the teams that participated. Whether you won, whether you lost, whether, you know, you pulled off everything you hoped, or there were things you felt you were a little bit short on, just know that it was incredible entertainment for all of us, and we're so grateful for everybody that participated and that came out here to show us what the top tier of gameplay in the MDI can be. And a special thank you as well to all of you who are watching. I mean, we couldn't have done this without your hype, without your excitement, everything going on in the chat. It's great to get to do this, and since it was my first time on the MDI desk as well, just thanks for making me feel welcome. It was awesome. As well as you 3 and everybody else that's been on desk. I am so happy to have been able to cast with you. I mean, incredible insights, fantastic breakdowns, and it's just been a really good time. Now, it's not over yet, as we've been saying. So AWC will be next week, 2 weeks. So not next week, but the week after, we'll have the global finals here as well. So be sure to tune in. Don't miss it. It's going to be absolutely epic. These teams are fiercer and more competitive than ever. So we'll see you there. We'll see you at the grand finals, and be sure to catch the AWC if you can as well.
Alright, sorry chat, I know I left it playing and all that. I apologize, that was Mama calling, and for anyone that might have been watching, I didn't want to cut it short on you, so I'm sorry for that. I don't feel great about it, but when Mom calls, you gotta answer. Plus, I'm going to Mexico next weekend for a week to get my mouth done, get things done, so I might have a nice new smile by the time I come back, or I might have to go down for a second trip. We will find out and do what we can. But that being said, week of the 3rd, leaving on Sunday the 3rd, we'll all be gone all that week, so I might try to stream off the phone and stuff, off the devices, just hang out, but it'll strictly be just a just chatting kind of stream, and it'll probably be one platform only, because I don't have like multi-streaming stuff on my devices, and I won't have my PC with me, so. But it'd be worth taking down for a week, maybe not. There's not gonna be an Ethernet in the hotel room, I'd imagine, so probably not. I don't have a laptop though, so yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll make do. Probably stream my toothless mouth before they put in the fake ones, so I might get a little entertainment out of that for some of you weirdos out there like me. So, all right. Anyways, that being said, pretty interesting match, eh? Perplexed. Well done. Well played. All bandits. Almost. They had some moments there. They really could have fucked some shit up and taken over. But high risk, high reward, and it didn't work out this time. Hopefully, they get it down and pull out some shit at finals. But either way, congratulations to both teams. I believe all top 4 teams out of this make it to the finals. Is that right? Something like that. So, congrats. On to the next one. Can't wait to see what's next. Advance to the global finals. Yeah, 200,000 on the line. Fucking awesome. Finals March 1st through the 3rd. Oh no, that's the arena. MDI finals 8th. Oh good, the week I come back. Perfect. That's Friday. I'll be back on the 9th to Saturday, so we might be back in time. Maybe not. We will see. But now it's game time. What's up? I'm just getting on, man. MDIs are over. Mystic Dungeon International. So it's Group B finals. Now we're on to global finals in 2 weeks. I'm not much of an arena guy yet. PvP is still rocket science. It's still biology to me. It's like organic chemistry to me. Just. But when it comes to MDI, we'll be back a couple weekends. March 8th through the 10th. We'll probably miss Friday, the 8th, but we'll be back for the 9th. Maybe not quite in time to watch it live, but we will probably review it on our own that evening, and we'll go from there. Now, Vern, you getting on, buddy? Get your ass on here. Let's do some shit. I need to do some shit. You need to do some shit. I don't mind doing a little bit of questing today if you're down. Let me change some stream stats here and titles, and we can get it rolling, buddy. Alrighty. Oh wait, actually let's just copy that. Bloop, bloop. Copy. Bloop. Bloop. Paste. Random. Wow. Stuff.
Random wow stuff is happening here. We'll see how the night goes. Just winging it. Wait. Oh, whoops, hold on. There we go. Now I'm gonna scroll this down here. We're gonna go up. Boop. Yep, this one. Boop. You know, why does it gotta capture it with the fucking... It's kind of frustrating. It captures it with the screen capture. Like, stupid. Wait, is there... There's probably an option for that, isn't there? Interface. No, it's not gonna be in there. Graphics. UI scale. Wait. Check to use the UI scale slider. Uncheck to. What is this thing? Size of the game's user interface. Okay. Apply. See how it changes. Oh wait. Let's see. Apply. Everything just got a bit smaller. Okay. Like that. Apply. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Camera focus. Adjust the camera field of view. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, of course. That goes all the way. Duh. Multi-sampling. Sets the multi-sample animation mode. Both the number of color and depth samples can be specified. Let's go heavy with that. Apply. Let's see here. Particle density. Control the number of particles used in effects caused by spells, fires, and decrease to improve. Yeah, let's go with low on that. Or no, fair. We'll go with fair because I like a little bit of prettiness. Liquid detail, not too worried about it. Shadow quality, yeah, not worried about it. Depth controls the rendering of depth-based particle effects. Decreasing this may improve performance. Yeah, let's go ahead and put that in fair. Controls the rendering quality of the advanced lighting effects. Decreasing, okay, may greatly. Yeah. Okay, you know what? Let's go with depth effects, but low on this because... Not too worried about advanced lighting. Controls the quality of compute-based effects such as volumetric fog and some particles. Computer-based effects may be more expensive for older graphics cards. Let's go with low on that. Outline mode controls whether the selection outline effect is allowed. See the interface display panel for more options. Okay. Like that. Controls the level of all texture detail. Decreasing this may slightly improve performance. Nah, because the texture keeps it looking kind of clean and like, yeah, no, we like that. Enables the projecting of textures to the environment. Disabling this may improve performance. Nah, we'll leave it. Spell density. Controls visibility of non-essential. Reduce non-essential spells shown based on frame rate. If you are above your desired frame rate, everything will be shown. Yeah, we'll leave that at that. Projected textures. Yeah, Yeah, we already looked at that. View distance. View distance controls how far you can see. Larger view distance require more memory and a faster processor. I think we'll be okay there. Controls how far you can see objects. Decrease to improve performance. Ground clutter. Controls the density and the distance at which ground clutter items like grass and foliage are placed. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that. That's fine the way it is. Triple buffering evens out frame rate spikes but may slightly increase input latency. No. Increased texture sharpness, particularly for textures viewed at an angle. Nah, I'm not too worried about that. Ray trace shadows? No. Ambient occlusion controls the rendering quality of the advanced lighting effect. Is this the highest setting on that? Auto detect. How about that? Resample. When using render scale that is not 100%, this adjusts the quality. Oh, okay. I'm not changing any of that. So, VRS mode, intensity of variable rate shading features. GPU hardware feature that reduces GPU workload without significantly reducing visual quality. Enabling this feature on supported hardware may improve FPS. Yeah. Select the graphics API. What are our options? Ooh. Direct 11, I think, would work better with our graphics card because it is a bit older. Maybe, maybe not. We'll play with that another time. Select physics interactions with the environment. Player physics only. Player and NPC physics. Oh, okay. We'll restart that. That's fine. Graphics card. Yeah, auto detect. That's fine. Well, let's stick with that. 60 FPS is all we need in this game. We don't need more than that. Maybe we'll try 1.1, just a bit brighter. Might help these old gamer eyes. Okay. And then we gotta restart here. So, that's fine. Alrighty. Fair enough. Being responsible. Look at this guy, Chad. All right. Okay, and look at that. That opens up our screen so much more. Let's do some little bit of editing here. Edit mode. Yeah, we're gonna scoot that out here. So you want to group all of those. Bring them on down. But okay, well, let's do this. Let's do this. So this needs to be right in the center. Hey, old bitch. Let me get some water and some lemon. Fucking Cat Williams, legend. Legendary. Legendary, chat. There we go. Something like that. Now, I feel like there was something I'd rather put here. Oh, wait, no. It was... I need to have this here so that I can see the tanks there in the last bit of it. So, put that there. Whew. I'm having an idea there, chat. Oh, shit. Oh, no. That's not what Daddy wanted. Wait, what is the new window start? I can't even tell where that window ends. Oh, I'm like right on it. Okay. Oh, right there. I see. Yeah, okay. This one doesn't need to be all that big, and to be honest, I use that one the least. Unlock. So let's slide this sucker down like that. And we're gonna put this guy right here. Wasn't I thinking about putting a thread here? To be honest, usually it's not an issue. I'm not super worried about it. There's some interrupts. Oops. And then our dispels. Yeah, and this. And I gotta change that a little bit, but yeah. Yeah. Lock. Oh. No. Lock. There we go. Okay. Oh, you know what? Now that we back at it, back to this. Drop that, bring up that. Right in there. Perfect. Okie dokie. I guess I could put something else here since I do this now. Oh, that's where I was gonna get some bars. No wait. No, because I have all these for cooldown times. Oh, I was gonna remove 4 of these, make them bigger, and just have 4 icons across the side of here. And then put the 4 small ones along the bottom on each side of the renewing mist here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, which means you had to eliminate 4 of those. So we're gonna have 1, 2. It's gonna be a little. The side ones are gonna stick up just a bit higher, or I can make the icons a bit smaller, and the ones on the side are just gonna be ones I technically watch less for compared to the others. Which, as it stands, they're already basically there. We're gonna keep Thunder Focus T, Thunder Focus T, Mana T, Actually, we don't even need the manatee one technically because we have our manatee reader here. Our manatee counter here. So really, we don't even need manatee up there. Gotta figure out if that's the Transcendence one or if that's Zen Pilgrimage. So if it's Zen Pilgrimage, we don't need that. So we could get rid of that. What we do need is like the Transcendence ones. Which I think that might be it, actually. We'll look into our Mistweaver UI here in a bit. I'll leave the boss frames there. That'll be fine. We're not gonna... We'll move the party frames. Actually, we'll do that, and that leaves us a little bit of room, but we'll probably have to scoot that up a little more. Oh, and actually, this is going to go even lower anyways. Yeah, they don't need to be as big. There we go, something like that. This one. Let's go back this way a little bit. That's right on the edge. So this isn't centered then. What do we got here? Something like that. That's on the edge, that's on the edge. Now this is, that looks good. This looks like it needs to come over just a bit. Right there. Okay. Technically this works for raids and dungeons. Just thinking I got this empty space here. What can we use that for? This van card I very seldom even look at. Yeah. I think we're gonna... Whoops. Damn it. We're gonna unlock this one. I'd rather see the tiny thread. Unlock. God dang it. Unlock. Dispels. You want? Let's see. Window control. Options panel. Save. Ungroup. Here we go. Now I can do. Let's go with this. I want to be able to see just at a glance. Interrupts on the bottom. A little bigger with that. Actually, because if we can keep what we have up there to a minimum, that would be super. What the? No, you're supposed to be gone. This one. Close. Okay. And then dispels. There we go. Sweet. There. I think that'll work fine. There. Save. There. Leave a little space for things to. Oh, actually, I don't remember if anything shows up on there. We will find out. Should be good. And this can. Yeah, height-wise, to be honest, that's fine. Maybe. Yeah, so that way I just gotta try to keep this horizontal here. Unlock. And unclear. Or unclear. Oh god dang it. Ungroup. Ungroup. Which one is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I just, yeah, the 6th, okay. Wait, one's hiding here. And here's the tiniest bit. Get out of here. I'll have to go check the mail. No, it's not this one. It's gotta be in here. That's not it. Event tracker. There's another. Oh, wait. Broadcaster tools. Event tracker. Here we go. Options. Not locked. Here we go. Okay, so let's unlock this one as well. Let's switch these. So this will allow us to see what other people are doing as well as ourselves. Okay. Locked. Don't show title. Locked. Don't show title. Line height. Yeah, that's fine. Show crowd control when inside a PvP zone. All that too for in PvP. Frame strata low. Line texture, line color. There's not much more to it though. Okay. Okay. That looks fine. Fine, just fine. Bosses will pop up here. That'll go up and away. Yeah, I think we're pretty happy with that. Oh wait, we gotta move the Mistweaver thing down. Here, we'll move that button in a second. I can never decide where to put that button. But our Mistweaver UI needs to move down as well as our renewing mist. And that ability timeline we'll look at in a second. Jade Fire's fine. Let's get this moved first, then we'll move the actually no, we might as well get the manatee in there as well. And then will it move it all at once? No, it won't. Okay. Maybe something like that. Okay. And I'll go with the renewing mist bars. Show me the UI. There we go. And the mana. You know, To be perfectly honest. Probably best to have that close by. Yeah, if I did that, I could add 2 more there, and then just oh wait, no. Oh yeah, I could put 2 here. And that means I could do 3. Oh, then that would make it look all weird. Because I want the Thunder Focus T bigger. I want the Interrupt to be bigger. I don't even care for Chi Burst because I never use it. I'll leave it up to because I need to learn to use it when I have nothing else, things like that. I gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back. Where's my vape? God damn it. Okay. So, we are gonna take... Let's see here. We're gonna take this little guy. See, no. The last little guy is gonna move down to here-ish. See, what is this guy? This is our detox. I want to see, actually, yeah, I want to see that. Manatee. Put that down here with that. What do we got on this one? Our rolls. Our rolls are fairly easy to keep track of. We do make the mistake once in a while, but I still don't think that's just more on me. I just need to be more mentally aware. It is Transcendence that I'm looking at here. So where's the other button for that? That is something that I need to start paying attention to. What does this one do? I'm trying to remember because I don't have the staff yet, so let me look it up real quick. Mist Weaver BIS. Attempt to finish off a weakened opponent, dealing lots of damage to an enemy below 35% health. Dealing damage to enemies below 35% health reduces the cooldown of this effect by 1 second. It's more of a DPS. It seems like kind of thing to off an opponent quicker. And there's a 3-minute cooldown, kind of like Touch of Death. So technically we'd have 2 of those. Whereas this, what is this? Oh, this for a Mirror Drizzle. But, weave a web of dreams beneath your target after 2 seconds, dealing 140,000 nature damage split between all enemies within 8 yards. Your target is immobilized for 4 seconds while additional enemies are slowed by 80%. Less effective against enemy players. The Dreambinder is okay. Decent amount of damage. Versus the staff, about the same amount of damage. It's more of a execute kind of thing. Versus haste and mastery. Haste and versatility. Okay. I did have Pip's Emerald thingy. Yeah, now I grants them blossom of immediately healing for 409 over 6 minutes. Oh, I see. There are some things that I really need to really get. Okay, I see. I see. Okay. I need to keep an eye out for the trinkets. Okay. Ally your channeling. You want to continue that channel while also casting powers. I see. So yeah, that takes a lot more mouse control. Oh yeah, speaking of which, is there Alright, and let's see here, interface. Mousing over a unit frame and casting a spell using a keyboard hotkey will cast it directly on that unit without having it targeted. Once enabled, mousing over a unit frame and casting a spell using keyboard hotkey will cast it directly on that unit that has. Okay, if it. Okay. None, so it just does it automatically. Okay. Okay. Back to our weak auras here. So that's going to be an execute. Yeah, so good to have near that. And we'll want to add one. We'll have to get one for that dream. What is it? The two-hand one. Dreambinder. Dreambinder's pretty good. And some of these other healing trinkets and whatnot. So we'll have to get some for those. Okay. And we'll when we come to that, we'll do it. This Transcendence. I think this little fella. Why did it let me click on him before, but not now? Oops. Oh, God damn it. Yeah, we'll get those perfect in a sec. Now we want the lust. Bring that out just a little bit. Bring that out a little bit. And see, now it's letting me click and go. But, that's fine. Either way. Oh, come down some. Okay. So that way, let's see here. This Transcendence one. There we go. Position, offset. There we go. Let's go to 50 and 50. Oops, and 50. No. See, what are these other ones? 45 and 45. That's what we want. 45 by 45. Okay. There we go. We want it somewhere in here. Don't quite want it overlapping. I could have sworn The other one is, I believe that's it. Where is this guy? Aha. Gotcha. Okay. This guy, whoops. This is why it seems off, because it's not a perfect square. Now we scoot that down some. And just a smidgen away. This one's a bit... Extra option, zoom. Oh, I see. How about we take this zoom off? How about that? Okay. Our manatee one. 45. 45. I feel like we have a zoom. Yep. We have a zoom. Oh. This one doesn't have a zoom, and yet it's significantly bigger. Icon inset aspect ratio. Where's the aspect ratio? Not 100% here, but let's just try this. We'll go a little more. 38. 38. Still a little big. 37. 37. Right there. Wire rolls in 2 spots. This one we don't need. You don't need to see that one. Deactivate. Can I not turn it on? just can't deactivate this one. Poop. I don't want to walk them yet. See, this one's not currently loaded. Which one's this? Why not? Because I have dampen harm showing there. Okay. Set my defensive there. Okay, so that means... But how do I... Hello. Take this guy. Put him over here for now. It's gonna scooch. I want to see that one. Spearhand Strike 2. What even is that? I don't think I have that. Let's see, Spearhand Strike comes from here. Maybe if you're wind walking? I don't see a second level of Spearhand Strike. It might be in another specialization then. No. I don't think it'd be on this side. Instead of Secret Infusion. I think we're better off with either of those to do 50% more healing. Shit, any of those actually sound pretty good. Gives 8% of a snap for 10 seconds. Allies targeted by Soothing Mist receive 25% more healing. That would help my single target. Renewing Mist heal over time has a chance to apply Enveloping Mist. That'll help with the hots a little more. Oh, man, yeah, any of those could be pretty fucking good. Next essence spins off cooldown. Your next essence for 1 additional second. And that empowers 2 spells. Dancing Mist might be helpful. Help spread the Renewing Mist. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, I forgot about this one, I think. Oh, this is passive. Heals nearby targets with enveloping breath. When you cast enveloping mist. While active, Yulon and Chi-Ji heal up to 5 nearby targets with enveloping breath when you cast enveloping mist. And increasing the healing they receive from by 10. When activate, Yulon and Chi-Ji apply Chi Cocoon to 5 targets within 40 yards, absorbing 121,000 damage. I'm supposed to be casting the enveloping mist after Chi-Ji. Activate Chi-Ji. Cast enveloping mist. And then go into spinning crane kick. Okay, we gotta remember that. Involve our enveloping mist into that every time we run our Chi-Ji into spinning crane kick. Dealing damage. And restores health. Up to 5 allies caught in the path are healed with an essence bomb bolt. Blackout kick strikes 3 targets. It does reset you 100% more often. I could probably take 1 point off of that. Put it towards dancing mists. Yeah. Yeah, there's a few more ways to go about this. We'll have to look into this another time, though. For right now, we're still getting our skills together. Let's open the options here, and we're gonna fix this. Fix our dispels here. Yeah. What are the other windows? Damage ones. Number format, blah 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 blah. General texts. There we go. Condensed black. Gotcha. And pure condensed black. Word. Cool beans. Okay. Our Mistweaver UI here. Okay. Our manatee needs to be just a bit smaller even. Still a little large. still looks incorrect. Why does this cheaper seem so big? It's at 45. Zen Pulse is at 45. This revocation just doesn't seem right. There, and then once that border pops up on it, oh, god damn it. Okay. Okay, something like that. I don't know why these have kind of borders and then these don't, but it's what it is. Okay. Oh. Oh, we want the roll. The little roll. Pull that out of the way here. We want the big roll. Okay, and that leaves our Thunder Focus T. Okay. I want to see this one more clearly. And I'm trying to make it too perfect. Don't worry about the exact spacing quite yet. There you go, because once that border goes up on it, oh no, we need a little more size. God damn it. There we go. Okay. The Yulon. I don't need to save. Okay, what if I don't want to load this one? I want to delete it. I just don't want it active at the moment. Trigger, custom options. Hmm. Okay. Those guys. Manatee loss, I don't care for. Yep. Big rolls, we do want that. No we don't. We don't want big rolls, we want little rolls. So big rolls doesn't need to be in here. What was this one? Spearhand Strike 2 doesn't need to be in there. Little rolls is all we need there. Okay. Talks. Incendence. Damn it. God dang it. I see the bars are a bit wider than the icon. Oops. Why are you sticking up all of a sudden? That looks different than the others. I need the bars to be a little bit less wide. One less, maybe? Two less? Three less? Oh. There. 284. So we're gonna go with 283. 283. And we're gonna actually 282. God damn it. There. Okay. Now height wise. Oh, you motherfucker, this auto snapping bullshit. Okay. This height can go down. There we go. Okay. each one. But now it's off that way. There we go. Something like that. I'll bring all these down. We don't use the cheek tornado. Okay. Oh, wait, actually. There we go. Bring that shit down. something. What do we got? It's down. Just a smidge. Okay. It seemed like they could go over a smidge. Nothing space between these guys. Ooh, line up alright though. Those guys don't. That's probably why. That is right on the edge of it. There's there. Oh. This seems to line up just fine. That jade one behind it. Yulan's Grace or whatever behind. No, Yulan's Grace is there. What was it? What was behind this one? Zen Paul's Assassin's. There it is. The tornado. This one. Bit of a gap here. The top seems lined up. These ones are something off. just seems weirdly small. Just seems like a weird gap in there, but I guess we'll live. Back this one off a little bit. Yeah, I think so. See, now that one's too far out. He's off on the right side. Yeah, unfortunately, just how that's as perfect as it's gonna get. Okay. There's one other thing that we can have here. What else is going to be useful? We got our Transcendence there, Detox. Where's our Dispel? Let's find our Dispel. That's what we need. Our personal Dispel. Where art thou? Oh, we don't have a Dispel up? Or a Dispel icon? So we need to add one. Oh, excuse me. So the Dispel will work basically the same as the Detox. So we should be able to duplicate and make this, what's it called? Diffuse Magic. Diffuse Magic. Okay. And then, so there we go. Now this one's actually gonna go here. Okay. Boom shakalaka. Okay. This one. Okay. Now we just gotta change the spell. The display can stay. We have to go is trigger, and the spell is actually gonna be. Let's see here. Diffuse Magic Spell ID for weak auras. just want fucking... Just want the spell ID. Whoops. There we go. We got it. Let's see. If we use an essence font, right? Wait, hold on. Okay, it does a 7, right? It does our countdown. Okay. Essence font. Trigger. Essence font. It's not a remaining time. Where is the cooldown charges count? Oh, okay. So in that case, the diffuse magic charges count. Okay, so we don't need the remaining time on there. So if we use... Perfect. Okay. That's good, that's good. These look just a little bit off still, but that's okay. Not super worried about it at the moment. Now, let's scoot these renewing bars up. God dang it. No, renewing mist. There we go. There we go. I gotta lower the width on all of these. Should be the same across the board. Let's see, so width. We just do one on each and put them a little closer. I think we'll be good with that. There. 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 Okay. Which means I can squish them in. Oops. Something like that. Okay. 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 This is Manatee. This is our sprint. We already have Manatee there, so technically we don't need that. And that way we don't mix it up with that Thunder Focus T. Okay. want to save that. But I really need the chi burst. I gotta go take a piss though. We'll finish this up in a sec. I'll be back. Okay. Get this fixed up just a bit more here. Let's see, where are we at? We could put one more icon here. Which other icon is useful to us? We have our dampen harm and our brew already. Transcendent stuff. The statue is a 10-second cool. Yeah, the statue isn't important. Revival's already there. Crackling Jade Lightning is always there. I'm gonna go put some sleeves on under this because I'm fucking cold. Our detox is on 8. Ring of Peace. Where is our Ring of Peace? Do we have a Ring of Peace? Is that what this is supposed to be? I think actually, yeah, it is supposed to be. Okay, we need to rename this one. Rename. Ring of Peace. There we go. So we actually do want that one, which is here. So 45, 45. There we go, and we're gonna put this sucker here. Something like that. There we go. Okay. Just like that. This one just seems slightly off compared to the others. Why does it seem just a tiny bit smaller, or is this one off and throwing me off? Why does that one seem a nick smaller? See, that's definitely too big now. It sticks out on one side. But then this makes it seem just a bit short. There it lines up perfect, but now it's short there. There's something about this one. Wait, which one's this? Progress bar. Is that the cast bar? cool down. Ancient teachings. Gotcha. Oh, okay. I got ancient teachings going at that point. I see, I see. Oh, because ancient teachings is activated by enveloping mist, renewing mist, or essence spawn. Okay. Okie dokie. Let me shrink the width of it a little bit. Okay. Okay. This one's Thunder Focus, that one's Manatee, so we don't need this one. Oh, this is actually does need to go up a little bit and over a little bit. Shrink it a little bit, but it definitely. No, it does need to go up just a bit. And like that. Center it on the 2. Somewhere in there like that. Yeah, we could even probably make this one a little bit bigger. And 28 will be about perfect. Yeah, I think we're happy with that. There we go. So, show this. Oh, I don't care for that right now. Oops. God dang it. Okay. We might find a new spot for that. We'll see. But I like that there. See what's going on. Everything there is looking nice. This one. And this one. Actually cancel that. Cancel that. Ah, it's still in that. Damn it. I don't want to put it in a group anymore. Cancel that. Okay, there we go. Okay, I want to make a new group. Here, why don't we do this? Let's try this. Yeah, that's not gonna be the way to go about it either. Damn it. We're gonna take it. Where's our left and right? Oh, there they are. Oh wait. Yeah, I still got those there, huh? There. Okay. 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 I think that. Oh wait, no, no. There's one more we're missing here. Oh wait, no, it just doesn't pop up right away. That's right. Okay. Okay. That really opens stuff up here. Sweet. Me likey. Leave some tank space there. These are a little less than 2 wide, so we have a little more than 2 there. So that there. And now leave space to read what pets are doing and stuff. We got our bosses here. We got our warning. Oh, our warning is gonna be probably here. So we need to put it on this guy. Oh, plus there's going to be some space for the pets under their frames, I believe. So we'll leave some space for that. That should be just enough. We do like a little spacing there though. So there. Bring this down. Yeah, leave a little bit of space between the two. In case there's some debuffs we need to remove and stuff. I'm gonna do the cast bar lower. Yes, yes. Okay. Oh. Is that our manatee? Because this is our... This one's manatee. Okay. That means this one is under focus T. Okay. Yep. So this one we don't want. That down and off to the side and out of the way. Oh, whoops. Let's like put it off to the side. Because we don't need that. Damn it, no, I don't want it to show. Fucking... Right click for more options, but none of those options is what I'm looking for. Control click to select multiple display, right click for more options. $28 by $28. Okay, other way around. Got it. Better. Okay. I'll end up moving those around a little bit to kind of organize them. Because this is the same as Touch of Death, so yeah, let's just go ahead and do this now. Whichever ones make sense for now. And then our Transcendence one. Okay. So we got our movement, our touch death, our just execute kind of attack. So I think our diffuse magic needs to go here. Here's our detox. Didn't we do a diffuse magic one? Huh. I could have sworn we did a diffuse magic. Yeah, where did you go? Why didn't I see that before? What was it just showing? Now it's showing it correctly. I feel like it wasn't. Yeah, 'cause there's Ring of Peace. Thunder Focus T, Thunder Focus T, Thunder Focus T. Why is that disappearing? Shit. Trigger. Hey, Rook, what's going on, big guy? Sorry, I'm sucked into my UI here trying to figure out, get these icons set just right. I figure out why this diffuse magic was disappearing. So I need that up here. I also need to move that. Diffuse magic. I'm gonna put that there. Okay. See, so now it's disappearing. Why? Oh. So I just have it marked that. Okay. Okie dokie. I do want the Ring of Peace. I want my interrupts in a row here. So what we're gonna do is move this. See, why does it let me select some of them but not all of them? That doesn't make sense to me. I read Sky, but it's just not it from your. Oh, fair enough. How life treat? Yeah, so far so good. I'm gonna be going to Mexico next week to get my teeth done. Get some fakers in here and yeah, and well, that's about it. And get some new teeth. It'd be fantastic. Can actually smile without gaps in my fucking mouth. Yep. How about you, man? How you been? What you up to? Cheapers. Where's the cheapers? Down in here. Cheapers. Let's move that aside for right now. I think what we're gonna do is take our Ring of Peace. Yeah, Ring of Peace. We're gonna scoot that sucker over here. We'll line those up in a second. We're gonna take our Zen Pulse. We're gonna move it. Zen Pulse. It's gonna go somewhere with a healing thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh fuck yeah. What's up?
What up? Turn it over.
I'm arranging my UI a little bit at the moment. Again.
For what? The time?
Say what?
For like the 1 millionth time?
Yeah, and there'll be plenty more where that came from. I'm sure. But that's okay. I enjoy it.
Fluid.
Uh-huh.
There are news channels now on TikTok for Helldivers 2.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Going
Nice.
on how explaining how the war is going.
Oh, that's fucking cool. That's pretty fucking cool.
Like telling which planets really need help.
Yeah, see, Eve kind of has a little something like that. That's what caught my interest a little bit. Not so much anymore. It's just I'm not smart enough for that game. At least not yet. At least not yet.
Every time we played a Fluid, it made my brain hurt.
Oh, I bet, dude.
But what made it really easy is when you got a shit ton of money.
Right?
And I got a shit ton of money. And we were like, okay.
Yeah, people were very generous. It was awesome.
Even though it probably wasn't a lot of money.
Right, no, in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't shit. But for newbies, it was quite a bit. Okay. All right. We got our stuns and interrupts in order. This one we're not going to be using. We have Zen Pulse, which is kind of a single target heal kind of thing. This is a self-heal, expel harm. Shikakun can go on anybody, it is single target. That's a group heal. She is technically a group heal, that's a group heal. We could put the group heals here. Vivification here. We're gonna move you, Manatee. We're gonna move you. We're gonna take these group heals. And we're gonna place these over here. That is not Life Cocoon 2. Oops, Girfed instead of gift. Nice. Genius. This one needs to be GG. Okay. Nice. Let's see. Shaylon's gift can go here. Group heal. And the chi is kind of a... This is a group heal, but also shield.
Do you want to run dungeons, Fluid?
I do.
Should I go Warlock or Death Knight?
Depends. Are we trying? If we do your Warlock, we're gonna do harder dungeons so we can get you some gear. If we do your Death Knight, we'll do some easier dungeons to
I
get
can
you
do plus
acquainted.
4. Actually, I think I got a key for plus 5. Let's see.
There we go. Okay. Group heals. And we got single target heals here. Chi Cocoon. Life Cocoon.
Should try to finish the stream.
Say that again.
Said I'm gonna finish on my Dream Surge quest to get some better gear.
Oh, there you go. Not a bad idea. Let's see. Yeah, I do need to leave a couple of spots for trinkets. So these would be my attacks. Oops. Jade Fire Stomp. There you are.
Where is the Dream Surge?
Okay, there we go. So those are the attacks I'm looking at. Those are my defenses. That's kind of a group heal there. Essence font. And that's really more of one. And let's leave that there because we also Oh, renewing mist is there, so we're not gonna have one there. Put our thunder focus T here. For our expel harm here, it's a single target on ourselves. And bring this one out a little bit. And our detox can come. No, it's gonna stay there. It's gonna come out a little bit. There we go.
How fluid.
Yeah.
This Death Knight has so many ghouls he's able to use by his side.
Oh, really?
Oh, big boy's
not,
here.
I did not know that.
But he's on a Holy Death Knight.
To be honest, I don't need the Cheevers. That looks good. Yep. So that'll work there. That one's in. Yeah, that one's gonna stay there. I don't know why it's a little off, but that's okay. Okay. Interrupts, group heals. Single target kind of heals. Kind of single target. Single target. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Let's see here. A little more groupish. That's a little more groupish. This one's more like for me. here. This one can go here. This one can go here. What did you get there?
Fluid.
Yeah.
As a Death Knight, shouldn't I get rune weapons?
To be honest, that I'm not sure, sir. That sounds right, yeah. But I'm not 100% on that.
I need a rune forge. Oh wait, I need a rune.
Okie dokie. Now I need to deactivate this guy. Just put it somewhere here. We'll put this behind Zen Pulse. Don't care for it all that much. And this one, the Chi Tornado, we'll put behind Essence Font. Change it in the future if ever need be.
Oh. Find rune.
And we just gotta move. Yeah, that's rename. Chi Tornado. Something like that. Yes. And this can go to the top. Because it does not matter. It looks weird back there. I want this Chi Tornado gone, to be honest. How do I just deactivate one? God damn it.
That's cool.
Damn it. That's not gonna work. I don't wanna delete it. God damn it. I ever need it in the future. Yeah.
There should be a forge nearby.
Yeah, that'll be fine. That's hidden enough. Okay. UI's getting even better. Shrunk a lot of things. Move a few things around. Put that down here. Oh yeah, because if they have pets, we need to see that. Okay. All right, satisfacto. Okay. What are you doing at the moment?
Trying to figure out where the rune forge is.
Oh. Shit, sorry, Rook. God damn it. I get zoned in a little too easy. What were you saying, Chungus?
Trying to figure out where rune. Fuck. Rune forge is.
Oh, I have no idea. You have to look that up on Wowhead or something.
That's what I'm doing.
Word. I'm at the Dawn of the Infinite dungeons right now because I want to get my goddamn staff.
I'm coming.
So let's get you invited up into this bitch. Too late. Alright, pre-made dungeons. Fine. What'd you say you had? +5?
I have a +2. I thought I had +5. I had a +5 last time.
Okay. And it's for which one?
Dark Earth ticket.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, we'll do this Galacron one and the Murazan Rise one.
Oh wait, never mind. It's Way Crest, man.
Either way.
Yeah, it's not one of the fun ones.
Yeah, we just gotta learn it a little better, that's all. Apparently the Waycrest Manor is a pretty good one for Mistweaver because of the mobs, so... Yeah, I just gotta learn it a little better. It's not great for the items it drops for me, but as far as the fights go, it's a decent one to have a Mistweaver, apparently.
Wow, look
Black
at that.
Code as
we have
well.
you.
Alright. Yeah, let's get you a new key here.
Oh, you like my buddy, Fluid?
Say what?
You like my buddy here?
Your buddy.
Can you see the monkey riding a goat?
Monkey riding a goat. Where's the goat? Wait, is this a goat dragon? No.
You don't see it, okay. It's just on my screen then. I got this monkey riding a goat following me around.
Nice.
Trying to give me quests.
That sounds fun. And I am gonna do the augmentation evoker, by the way.
Oh.
I'm gonna learn to buff some shit.
I found me some new moves, Fluid, that weren't on my hotbar.
Oh man. I think you got Hercules beat, I believe, in gear. That's right, it's a +2, so it should be okay.
I need a fucking support.
You're here. Alright.
Reforge and Light's Hammer.
You want to come summon this guy with me?
I will touch your portal.
Yes. Oh, touch my portal. Alright, he should teleport here, and then you guys can summon the rest. I'll be right back. Drink refill. And a damn ski.
Fluid. Oh, damn it. What dungeon are we doing? Huh. Fluid's not even. Why am I scared? No. What? Oh, could set it.
Sorry, my butthole needed attention. I'm sorry. God damn it, they kicked us, didn't they? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Fluid. And Fluid, I didn't even know what dungeon we're doing.
My old man butthole needed attention.
What dungeon were we doing? I didn't even know what dungeon we were doing.
We were doing Galakrond or whatever. I'm sorry. Okay, no more fucking around.
Yeah, Fluid. We didn't have to teleport anybody. Everybody else was here.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's my fault. Won't happen again. Let's see here. A 2 to 4 will be fine. We just need a spot for both of us. No, that 5. Oh, here we go. This one might take us. Oh yeah, I forgot I was gonna put on some sleeves.
Should I do as DPS?
Say what?
Should I do it as DPS for now?
It's up to you. What do you think? You're doing low level. Well, yeah. Have you done any learning as a tank?
I literally got called a bot on this one.
Okay. Yeah, because you kind of have to know where to take the guy. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, go ahead and do DPS.
I did alright as a tank. Fuck it, Fluid. I gotta learn somehow, right?
Word. Well, in that case, here, let's do a twofer instead. And in the meantime, you start watching a video.
Oh, Fluid, I know how to do it. I did it all.
It sounds like you didn't do it very well.
Well, I did a whole learn as go. Learn as you go Fluid.
Right, I get that. But a little research wouldn't hurt.
Okay, the reason why I call it bot is because I thought we were doing a totally different dungeon. I thought we were doing the other one.
Okay, well, still.
And I thought the dungeon didn't reset, so I thought it was glitched. And then they called me a bot. So I figured out, like, oh, this is a totally different dungeon.
God dang it, there are very few two. There are like no two. There's 1 2 in here, but they already have
You can
UPS
do a
and
4,
healers.
it's fine. Do a 4 Fluid. Or a 5, or a 6, or a 10.
We're not doing a 10. You don't know how to
do
take a
that.
10. You don't know how to take a 10. I can tell you that right now. I've run into shitty tanks on a 10. We're going to do like a 2 to 5. But these already have tanks. This one doesn't need a healer. Damn it. I fucked up. We had one just fine, but no, I had to fuck it up.
The man's naked. Chilling on his mouth. Just naked.
Airing it out, baby. Damn it.
Fluid, we're the same height now.
Are we? Oh, I keep forgetting that. Yeah, I keep looking for your Chungus name. That's right. Yeah, that's.
You
Okay,
keep looking
here we
for
go.
the fat panda.
We got a 5er. Anyone need summon? Seeing if Luntz needs to summon. I think the other 2 guys are just in the are inside already.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Do you see Luntz?
Everybody. Yeah, Fluid. Everybody's here other than you.
Cool. Cool. I'm glad they answered in chat. That's very helpful.
At least it says everybody's here other than you.
Okay. I wrote in chat if anyone needs a summon, but no. They wanted to ignore me. Dicks. I appreciate it, Rook. Sorry I haven't been responding. God dang it. I will pay attention, I promise.
Come on, Fluid. One job.
I'm in here.
One job.
What did I do?
I was talking about not paying attention to your chat.
Oh, gotcha.
One job.
Technically, I have multiple jobs.
The infinite dragonflight has already infiltrated the timeways.
Cut.
We must follow.
I gotta watch chat. I gotta play the game. I gotta listen to your bullshit. Like, it's a lot to deal with.
Wow. That's how we're gonna play it now. Alright. Okay. Yeah, how it is, Fluid, you know.
Rob, yeah.
Alright, Tanky gonna do tanky things.
Let's see it.
The infinite dragonflight has already infiltrated the timeways.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay, we're low enough. We can grab this these front guys and drag them all the way over to the right there. Just group them all
All
up.
the way to the right?
Yep, that group on the right there. Go ahead and drag all them together.
So I didn't bring the. Why is everyone not coming down here following
Provoke or something.
That's what I'm doing. Like, Jesus. Don't mind me just dying over here, trying to destroy. Right, next guys? Or are we just gonna skip
Take
them?
these guys down to the stairs, and so we can pull the guys down at the base of the stairs as well.
Why aren't they not targeting?
He targeted when he does the spinny thing. He's targeting the furthest player from you.
Okay, now that no. Well, no, like my guy wasn't like the game wasn't targeting for me. I was doing the auto target and it just wasn't targeting.
Gotcha.
I guess it's useless now bringing them down, but
No, it's fine. Go ahead and just drag them on down there. That's fine. If they're following you, that's good.
Fluid.
You got to make sure when you're pulling and stuff that you're using your defensive cooldown smartly.
Yes, Fluid. I'm using them the best that I can.
Oh shit! Damn it! That didn't get off in time. I'm sorry.
It's not letting me use my main ability to heal. That's pissing me off. Why is it? I am unable to use my main ability to heal at the moment.
Okay.
Oh, I'm low on mana. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know what it is though. Every time I get, I'm full health. But every time I get in a group, my health just dips real fast. All right, I need my mana. Holy fuck! It's draining. Why is it draining? The runes. No, my mana's just draining. Okay, let's do this.
Okay, drag him over here to the left, back by the stairs, to the right of the stairs here.
Okay.
Or to this side. Either way, just keep him to the side of one or the other. Yeah. And we work him around to get out of this whatever sand it is. Take him off the sand.
Come this way, my guy.
There we go. He's gonna jump. He's gonna jump again. He's gonna jump one more time. And then there we go. And now pull him over to the edge and as close to the sand as you can without actually being on the sand. Make sense?
Okay.
Oh shit! God damn it! Ah! These guys are gonna leave. Damn it!
I like how he says pulling this. I know this fight. I know what I was doing. I just got killed by a big wave. Trying to pull him back to the side again. Oh, someone. I don't know what it was, dude. I had nothing, no debuffs on me. My mana was just draining.
Right, and I'm not sure that's something you gotta figure out.
Where was my heals fluid?
You are a tank. You
Where's
are
my
just
heals
as
fluid?
much of a self-heal as you are an aggro
Yeah,
taker.
but no, it don't matter. The healer's job is to make sure everybody
Chungus, everyone else was getting hit and taking damage a lot. There's a reason for that. And I have to heal them more because they're spongier. Do you understand that?
I'm giving you shit fluid.
You gonna answer in chat or?
What did they ask?
I just answered for you. I'm trying to talk you through it.
I was gonna. But I was gonna say I do know this fight. Okay.
Okay.
It's not my first rodeo with this guy.
I hope not.
All right. See, fluid. We're in the corner now.
Okay, that's good. Good start. I like it.
Okay, sand.
I did not get to the edge like I was supposed to. That's my fault. I should still be able to work around it. Be good. I forget what I made my sprint. There we go.
Awesome. Making this easy.
Okay, perfect. There we go.
Okay, yep, making it easy on me. Yes, come here, big boy. That's right. Feed me.
Damn it, I am sucking with the spots. I'm sorry.
I'm doing wrong. I'm doing just fine by myself.
Yeah, you're doing good. You're doing good.
Okay, I'm not doing good. I'm doing good. Fine.
Okay.
And just, why can't I use this ability to heal myself? That's pissing me off.
There you go.
There we go.
There you go.
Did I do it good that time, Fluid?
Much better. Much better.
Okay, good.
I was paying attention so much to what you're doing. I was not paying attention enough to what I was doing.
You didn't have to pay attention to me, Fluid. I was doing just fine. My I don't know what it is. My Dark Man, which is what pulls them to me, doesn't work half the time.
Once again, just gotta look into what the ability does and why that might be. You might need some weak auras or whatever to compensate. So soak those yellow spots after he jumps, or it wipes the groove.
Soak those yellow spots? What yellow spots?
I guess the yellow spots where he jumps. Oh, God damn it! I could not get it off in time.
Oh, the boss we just fought.
Yes.
Indeed. And they will stop at
You
nothing
should
to
have just
ensure
released
the rise of my darkest self. You resigned.
Why did I click on you? Why? What's that?
Yeah, they're saying you need to taunt more.
The thing is, I only have one taunt ability, and it takes a while for it to reset.
Right. I think there is something to do with that. Alright, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I do have ability that helps drain it out, but like I only can use that ability so often too.
Right. What I'm saying is I think there's something to he's there. Yeah, there's gonna be like a move like to either shorten the time your taunt works or like maybe a heavy damage thing that like that pulls aggro because you put so much damage on really quickly. Something to that extent. We'll look into it.
Well, I am just running off what the game just gave me for abilities.
Right.
I am gonna go to Wildhead and get the correct set. That's not what I wanted. Follow me, buddy. Why aren't you following me? Oh my.
I think because we put on, I don't know.
Keep following me. Alright.
Yeah, because I have the most threat right now. That's why. I have way more threat than you.
Yep.
Oh, shit. Alright, you spongy fuck. Just kidding.
Right.
Even the aspect of time
And this one, so we right, I want to be right in the middle, right?
Yep, you're just following that boss man right around. Just avoid the orbs when he starts shooting those. If you get the little arrow on your thingy that says you got like chrono shear or something on you want to let that expire when you're on the light. Otherwise,
light, yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, the orbs are slow on the dark, fast on the light. So you use the line between dark and light to time when like you cross over between the orb thingies. It creates kind of a separation right as oh shit, I let that guy die again. Fuck.
Am I doing good, Fluid?
You're doing good. I mean, there's not much on you. See, that guy let it go on the dark, so that's why all that's coming at us. That wave.
Yep.
So.
Oh fuck.
Count the seconds.
See, so I'm gonna stay on the light till it expires. And actually, I could dispel it on myself. There we go. Let that go.
You must stop the infinite dawn.
With me, champions, the pathway is opened.
Come here, big boy.
You shall not interfere with our infinite
A lot of people tend to run right by it, but yeah. That guy was positioning to do so, but I'm not worried about it. We're gonna be just fine doing this. Oopsie.
I have tracked the infinites to a place, a moment where
Take
I
my slow
dare
ass
not
time,
tread.
don't mind me.
I shall be with you in a sense, but not as you know me now.
Oh, we got two more, right? Yeah, oh, this is the polite. This is the one.
Take them to the left. Take this group as much as you can to the left, and we'll do the other two dragons separate, or we don't even have to do them. Yeah. So yeah, right over here.
You want me to bring one dragon to the other dragon, or?
No, just pull all these right to the left here, just right here. That's in this area.
Yep. Gotcha.
There we go. And then we can just pull these right down to the end of the slope here.
Oh, you got pulled.
Okay, that's fine. They might have pulled him wanting to pull him. I'm not sure. So I don't know what this sword thing is. Target. Oh, I am. Sorry.
You letting somebody die?
Yeah, well, they've died a couple of times, and it's my fault. I should have healed them, but...
Well, we do have a Warlock who could easily put a Soul Shard on them.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure you used it on the last bit of mobs. Once again, my fault.
Be careful. We've gone back before the aspects.
How do we want to do this one?
To the right. Yep, all of them to the right here. At least the front bit to the right.
They'll know what to do.
Yeah, there you go. Right in there. That should be fine. Okay, there we go. Yep, go and pull the rest. Let's get them all together. Usually, I don't know how you did that. I didn't quite catch it, but if you attack the biggest mob in the group or biggest enemy in the group, usually it makes the minions follow as well.
Yeah, that's what I do. I always target the big guy.
Word.
Alright, round the edge again.
This one off to the... I think, to be honest, we fight him right here. He's going to move here in a bit once we put enough damage on him. Just try to stay out of his acid, really. Just slowly move him as we put damage on him.
I'll just move him around the edge.
He doesn't do much. He's going to shift, change spots once he transforms to it. Yep. Now.
The storm hungers. The road corrupt. Thunder falls.
Whoops.
The storms.
Okay, they split. Make sure to grab the guy from the right, pull him over here to the left. Perfect.
Okay, I'm for my ability here. There we go. Should be able to pull now both of them. Hopefully.
Yeah, we already got both of them over here. We did.
Well, they pull them both onto me. So
oh, gotcha. Yes, yes.
That is my plan.
Sinks into your bones.
BTR better?
Above and below.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah. I think so.
Or maybe battle res?
And we have to stop them. They wanna... Oh, there's no time to explain.
Not sure.
Very well, little dragon. My friends, with me!
If Iridicron came here with the Infinites, then they must be working together. Oh, that's bad. Really bad.
Which one are we fighting again?
Straight ahead here.
Straight
Through this
ahead?
tunnel too. Yep. I don't want to wipe 10 times. Oh, the next fight's pretty easy.
I know about this. This is
For the future
one we're protecting Chromie, right?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
You just have to basically soak most of the time.
Yep.
Wiz, your only job is to keep mobs off the DPS and heals. The rest of us will beat them down.
Basically, I'm just hoarding everybody onto me the whole time.
Shit, I was reading chat and didn't see Zubaku.
So, the Titan's puppets have come to
Tell
face
me you're at least reading this.
What? No worries, mate. Wiz, please ignore.
Looks kind of like the dragon soul, but even more ancient.
a hunger
Focus.
lost to the ages, one which I shall reclaim.
And I ain't tanking the boss, he says.
Champions of the Titans.
I feel a surge of energy.
I shall destroy you.
Whoa. Where were you on that?
I was trying to back up. I fucked that up. That was my bad. It doesn't help my daughter's crying at the moment.
Wait, why is it not healing her?
Is it doing that one thing, Fluid, where it's not healing her and it's glitching out on us?
I don't know. Well, I don't think so. I don't know.
Do you remember last time we were trying to do this and it every time you thought you were healing her, she just ended up dying anyways?
Well, yeah, because I wasn't quite on her. Because I was like 2 steps off of her. Wiz, I need to know you're reading chat. Yeah, this fight won't even take,
Alright.
but maybe 3 minutes if we do this right.
Oh, hello. Hello. Okay. Distraction acquired. All right.
I wouldn't put the daughter part in there, but alright. We'll go with it.
That's alright.
I have many, many wares.
Okay. Alright, we ready? Ready? Okay.
Ready.
Let's do this.
Champions of the Titans.
I feel a surge of energy.
Alright, where we going?
It's on me. Hold on. You let me, the shield. Okay, and now we stack on Crow. Whoa.
Never mind. Never mind. God. Fluid, how many times have we done this and I still am this dumb on it?
God damn it.
Oh my god, I'm an idiot.
Oh. Crap.
It's fucked up.
Oh, they left. They left. They all left, Fluid. They left.
God damn it.
They all left.
I told you not a +5. God damn it, you told me you had it all right.
I made literally a mistake twice there. And they got all...
Well, that's not the only one.
About it. Actually, the rest of the dungeon has gone fine. Thank you very much.
Oh, man. All right, let's see if we can do this fight by ourselves. Let's find out.
No,
It might just take longer, but I think we can do it.
I guess, yeah, if you can keep heals on me, and yeah. Wait, we only have to get them down, so...
To 15%. Right? Now, it's going to take us a while, but I think we can do it.
Fuck everybody else. Fuck everybody else. We don't need them, Fluid.
We got this.
They're fucking dickholes anyways. We have 5 minutes left?
Yeah.
Wait, how do we hit Fluid? How do we have 21 deaths? On a +5.
Because the other guys were taking a lot of aggro too, bro. They were taking it off of you a lot. And pulling stuff as needed, like, so yeah, I mean, they were doing quite a bit more than you realize, I think. Okay, there we go.
Because I was pulling when I was pulling. Every time I could do a pull, I was pulling.
Alrighty, ready?
Yeah.
Okay, it's on me, so let's get out of the blast. I'm in the shield, then come over to Chromie.
That's where I made the
Yep, stack on Chromie here. There we go. Nope, I can't heal through that. Fuck. I might have to chi cocoon it as well. Let me try a chi cocoon with it, and if that doesn't work, then it's just not enough. Because I thought that maybe it'll down.
Well, why don't we? Fuck, we don't have time to do it. Figure out why she's dying.
Well, no, here's why she's dying. Because if the whole team isn't so here's how it works. If the whole team isn't stacked on Chromie, no matter what you do, you will not be able to heal through it. It's going to do a certain percentage damage until you all stack, and it spreads that damage across everybody. Now, what I was hoping is that since there's only 2 of us in here, that it would only count the 2 bodies, so if we're both stacked, we should be good. But that doesn't seem to be the case. I think it's still accounting for 5 players, and because we don't have all 5...
Just to think, Fluid, just that run, we could have done it. Yeah. But they decided to leave because they're all pussies.
Like I said, it wasn't the first mistake. That's the thing.
Yeah, but the thing is, everything else was going smoothly. All right, this is.
I don't know about smooth.
I was doing the best that I can. I'm still learning. They can eat my booty hole.
Fair enough. Yeah, they can. They totally can.
Do they expect everybody being like good players? Jeez.
No, they expect if you don't know the dungeon that well yet as your role, then you go do it on the dungeon finder. It's on me. Okay, there we go. Now on. Okay. I'm gonna chi cocoon her. Oh no 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 no! I messed up. My fucking pinky. I'm sorry.
What did you do?
I accidentally hit with my pinky when I reached down to hit. I hit my roll with my pinky on my way to another button. God damn it. And now my armor's fucked up and we don't have a way to fix it. Right as he started blasting. God fucking damn it. I just wanted to put the chi cocoon on her.
Fluid. We had it that time.
My pinky like panic twitched.
Panic twitched? I don't know if it works like that, Fluid.
It kind of does, because it does, you know. Just don't worry about it. Okay.
What happens if we don't complete it in the time limit, nothing.
Your key gets knocked. Well, whoever's key it was gets knocked down, but they already exited because it wasn't our key, so it got knocked down either way for them. My armor's fucked on this round.
Why?
It's on me.
I shall destroy you.
Okay, I'm right on top of her. I cheek cocooned her.
All right, I'm right here.
Okay, we're right on top of her.
Oh, no. Literally needed one more heal on her or something.
Well, I'm telling you, it's not going to let us do it because it's meant to kill you if you're not all here. So it doesn't matter what you do. It's just going to kill her. Poop. Okay, we out. Wait, is there an... Oh, yeah, we have to just... Yeah. We have to leave party and
it'll...
it'll...
be upgraded. However, you still receive loot.
Say what?
We still receive loot, Fluid.
What do you mean?
Yeah, we still get loot.
Oh, now that I ended the dungeon, now we have this guy. Where?
At the end here.
What?
Yeah. If you hover your thing, it literally says still get loot. Your just keystone doesn't get upgraded.
Well, it wasn't our key, so yeah, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, if we complete it, Fluid, even though the time ran out, we can still complete it. You can heal you can repair your armor, why not?
I already repaired it, yeah. I don't think it's gonna give us the same loot.
Maybe it says your keystone will not be upgraded, but however, you will still receive a loot chest.
We'll find out. Oh, it just kicked me out because we're not in a group anymore.
What?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just me in here?
Did it not kick you out?
No.
Well, that's weird.
I'm doing this all by myself right now, Fluid.
Oh, because you didn't click leave instance. That's why.
Can I still invite you, Fluid?
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah.
To the group, but it's not gonna bring me into the dungeon.
Yeah, you should be able to just come here, Fluid. Just come here.
I'm not gonna run all the way. I'm not gonna run all the way back through there for what?
For
Chungus.
Fluid.
We can't beat him. Do you understand? Because we don't have 5 people.
Ah, nah, Fluid. Nah. Where is...
You just refuse to accept the fact that it's coded in a way that you can't do it without the 5.
No, I actually don't know how the fuck to get out of this without using Hearthstone.
If you right click on your portrait and either leave, well, now leave party. I'm gonna leave party. Now right click on your thingy and say leave instance.
Yeah, that's not even there.
You don't have leave instance there?
No. Just Hearthstone and back. I'm assuming Olgamir.
Well, the group is disbanded and it gave me a timer to leave the instance, so I don't know how to get you out. You're stuck forever in that dungeon.
Oh, I'm out.
Man. Shall we try again?
I'm good. Just kidding. Yeah, we can go again.
Alrighty, there's a twofer. And now let me look up a tank thing to teach you how to do your fucking job, because you refuse. Death Knight tanking. Okie dokie, here we go. Aha. That's why you don't see a lot of blood or Death Knight tanks.
It's not good, is it?
Death Knight tanks are designed to excel, or well, Blood Death Knights are designed to excel in fights where damage is very high but not lethal.
And mad at me, Flu, and I say I need somebody to heal me.
I see.
It's like a tank class, but a glass cannon of a tank class.
Yeah.
I'm gonna switch over to DPS Fluid. How about that?
Good call.
Well, there goes my tank. I tried it, Fluid. Failed. Moving on. How do I change now? How do I spellbook?
Here, I think I gotta decline this.
Here we go.
Refresh.
Frost and Ice, Harley Boom on Unholy Master Decay.
Wait. Did it not accept you as well?
Fluid, we're not in a party.
Oh, god damn it.
I'm going Unholy, Fluid.
You're going Unholy? Okay. Wait, hold on. Let me read the other types here, because this is Blood Death Knight for tanking.
Well...
Alright, let's see here. Okay. I just want Death Knight. God.
Well, Fluid. The Unholy class, that actually might work better as a tank, because even though I get one minion, I have abilities that turns that one minion into multiple minions. And I can still pull the enemies to me.
One of the tankiest specs. Frost Death Knight.
Say the Frost Death Knight's the tankiest?
That's what it says here. Let me look at the other. Unholy. Step down. Unholy is a step down, but also tanky because you have active and passive defensive abilities as an Unholy. So it's more like you're pushing buttons to be tough. As a tank, it sounds like the Frost might be the one to go. What's the Shadowlands one?
Oh, I should be using.
Not being released in pre-patch will not be players will not have the opportunity to choose a covenant until their first character reaches level 60 in Shadowlands. Starting their class newbie zone unless they are an allied race. There's a new tab on the squad. You will not be getting death specs. Abilities are drawn from general Death Knight abilities. Experienced Death Knight. AoE caps are introduced in Shadow. Okay, so I wouldn't worry about the Shadowlands one. It sounds like it. Sounds like a pain in the ass. So,
As far as tank-wise, it looks like Frost 1 is going to be your best bet, or Unholy if you... using defensives, you'd be an Unholy. So, I guess that part's up to you. Okie dokie then.
What do you think? That.
Gala. There we go. And you're doing DPS now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You still gonna do the blood?
No, I'm unholy.
You are unholy, okay.
Yep.
Okay, gun us down for a 2. Yeah. So now pay attention to what this tank does. See how it's done. No, I'm just kidding. Now, seeing as you're more of a DPS this time, you could do more of a 5.
Every time I buy this.
Even a 3, though. If we complete 3, that'll put you up anyways. Oh, never mind. Sixer. Fiver. Sixer. Somebody's bound to take us. I disagree. I'm way better than you think.
Wait.
+3 it is.
Alright.
Same dungeon. Looks like this guy's inside already.
Coming. Shit. Oh my god.
Oh, he's here. Cool. Chungus, where you at?
I'm coming.
Okay. So looks like everybody's here. Oh, maybe Clark needs a summon.
The infinite dragonflight has already infiltrated the timeways. We must follow.
Guys inside already?
Indeed.
The infinite dragonflight has already infiltrated the timeways. We must follow.
Oh, don't you worry. We'll find a way to stop them.
God damn it. Why do they never go back on my fucking Jade Fire? You pull them back for 2 seconds. Stupid. Fucking stupid.
We will keep the reinforcements at bay while you take care of their commander.
Right. We've got your back.
Shit.
Come on. Pull him away from the center.
Reel from the shores of time! You will not get past
I guess we're just gonna sit in the middle of fluid.
I guess so.
The amount of times that the boss target is me for other than the other tank.
You will not get past me! Reel from the shores of time!
Oh, why did...
I had no clue what happened. I just got stomped on and I was dead.
Oh, you were under the stomp. Gotcha.
Well, I wasn't under stop, I was just near it.
I gotcha.
Timeways.
This never gets old.
The Infinites have done well covering their tracks. This will take us some time. Champions, you must destroy any anomalies that appear. We cannot have them further twisted.
When do you think the Infinites went to, Nosdormu?
I do not know. They have often tried to corrupt the true timeline, but to invade the bronze temple to do so.
risk unraveling all of time as we know it.
Indeed. And they will stop at nothing to ensure the rise of my darkest self. Murasand.
I know, right? Dad's doing pretty good.
Of time cannot be allowed to disrupt the time ways.
No, we're trying to fix them.
The time ways shall be protected. Sands of time, I call upon you.
Oops.
The seconds pass.
Haha, I did it right, Fluid.
Maybe.
In the light. Am I tanking this more than the tank?
I don't think so. Don't go dying on me yet.
Oh, that feels good. What? That man's flying on a rock, Fluid. Did you see it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's a fucking slug. What the fuck?
That's cool. That's pretty neat.
I fucking want one. I want a fucking slug. What? Fluid, it's kind of bad when you're doing more damage. More damage than what? You're doing more damage than me.
Yeah, what does that tell you?
Why didn't
You shall not
Oh.
interfere with our infinite
We're doing it
God.
anyways. They wanted to skip. They act like it's gonna take us forever.
Yeah, everybody feels cool because they know how to skip a part. So they feel smart.
Oh, that man's dragon.
The Slytherin one?
The Chinese dragon?
Yep.
I have tracked the infinites to a place.
Hey, little Missy. Now listen here.
I shall be with you, Princess, but not as you know me now.
There's something tickling my nostril, but I can't tell if it's mustache hair or an old man nose hair.
He must have just fallen. He was the biggest robo-dragon.
I think if I sat back and did nothing fluid, do you think anybody would notice?
Nearly consumed all of dragonkind.
If you did what now?
Sat back and just did absolutely nothing. You think anybody would notice?
Probably.
Okay. I just got fucked right there. Literally just 3 hits. I was just gone.
I see that because everyone else is full health, so you just took something pretty big.
I think I just took the aggro of the fucking dragon and just got shit on.
Were you on the front side of the dragon? Because he does have a strong frontal.
Literally all of a sudden I was just fighting the dragon and all of a sudden the dragon was just on me. And after me he did his big move. I got fucked in the ass. This game hates me some days, Fluid.
Apparently.
Or am I just not that good at the game?
Well, you could definitely use some more knowledge with some of the mechanics and shit, but you'll get there.
Sorry, I'll stick to the dungeon, Fluid. You know, I'll stick to the dungeon. You know, don't need to go any higher than that. What are you doing?
Romantic power. Looks like we'll need to move this up.
The storm hungers. The road corrupt. The thunder calls. Feeding time. Finally. It's done. A roast. A feast. Seeps into your skin. My flame returns. Sinks into your bones. Feast for the flames.
We face enemies above and below.
Look at that fucking slug go, Fluid. Just zoom in.
Everyone, the infinites are here.
Hell yeah.
We have to stop them. They wanna... Oh, there's the doctor's plane.
Very well, little dragon.
It's just a slug.
Friends, with me!
If Iridikron came here with the infinites, then they must be working together. Oh, that's bad. Really bad. Can you scout ahead? I'll be with you in a moment.
For the future of Azeroth. So, the Titan's puppets have come to face me.
He's siphoning Galakrond's essence into a vessel? It looks kind of like the Dragon Soul, but even more ancient.
A hunger lost to the ages. One which I shall reclaim.
I need an opening to destroy that relic!
Champions of the Titans.
I feel a surge of energy!
I shall destroy you. Show me the Titans.
Now plow through them. Fucking use everything you got. Get through this quick, then we don't even have to worry about him doing that again.
Feel Earth's might.
Did you not get out of the way there?
I was trying to, but I was slowed.
Sorry, we good. We got it.
You don't need me.
You will not disrupt my work.
Homeboy better fucking get his ass in here. Oh no, it was good. That's one of his demons. Never mind.
Wanna res me, Fluid?
Yep. Nope, they're resing you. Never mind. Let's see, what did I get? Yeah, nothing that I need. Carapace. A chest piece.
Did I use it? I got gold.
You're a Death Knight now, not a Warlock. Yeah, I feel like when you die a certain amount of times in a dungeon, it doesn't give you shit. And sometimes it just doesn't give you shit, because maybe we're outranking this.
Yes, I would like to change my... Oh wait, no, I'm gonna replace my one. Fuck me, Fluid.
What?
What the fuck is wrong with this?
What?
So, when I got this key, I got a Darkheart Thicket. I exchanged the Darkheart Thicket. It gave me a Waycrest Manor. It just gave me another Darkheart Thicket.
After trading her?
Yes.
Damn it.
I went from a Darkheart Thicket back to a Darkheart Thicket.
Fuck. Well, that's right. We'll find another one. God damn it. But I'm gonna go grab something to munch on. I'll be right back.
I gotta hop off for a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Getting upset.
Fair enough. Well, word. If you get on again, I'll be here. Otherwise, I'll see you next time, buddy.
All right.
All right, later. All right. We got snacks. Jelly sandwiches. I just didn't feel like grabbing the peanut butter, really. Okay. Let's see if guildies wanna. H10. I don't know what that means. Looking for dungeon group for M+. Have a 16 plus 4. For Murazan's right, willing to wait. Yeah, willing to do any dungeon at any level. What's this? Oh, member. New rank, new rank, new rank. Spend week time. Oh. These little clock things. It's a note. What does the little clock thingy mean? What the fuck does that mean? Doesn't tell me what kind of monk, orc warrior, demon hunter. Doesn't really tell me anything about him though. Roster. Not worried about offline people right now. We're gonna try to put a team together here. We got a death knight, not worried about that. What are you? Druid. Paladin. Oh, we got a mage.
We'll see what we get out of this. Oh. Oh, I'm down. Oh, what in? I have 16 plus for Merzon. Any weird dungeon, to be honest. Alright. Okay. Sunrise better on a lower key in. Wait, what? Oh, how do you put that? Oops. Alright, now that being said, Waycrest was where was Waycrest? I know I've been there, I feel stupid, but Waycrest Manor. Drustvar. Crest bar is one of these. It's Stormwind. That's the Dark Portal. That's for something else, though. Or was it even here? No, that ain't it. No, I wasn't here either, I don't think. God damn it. No. I'm pretty sure. That was. Oh. Trust far. There we go. And it's like somewhere up in here. And here? Yeah, there we go. Got it. Right in here. So what's the return to Zoldazar? Oh, okay. We can go to Zoldazar for it. Okay, and then we take the Zeppelin from here. Here we go. Echo Isles. It's the only Zeppelin here, so I'm pretty sure. We need to do that later. Okay. Heading south. Wait. Not sure what that was. That must have been what he's doing.
Help! These little ones have taken our scrolls and turned themselves into beasts. We have dispelling scrolls, but you will need to get close enough to use them. Watch out!
They say you have the heir of the throne? Zandala forever. Do you want something?
Damn it, just missed
Give
it.
my
Okay.
regards to the throne.
Otherwise... another way I can get in here. Somewhere. One of the ships would take... Oh. It takes me there. Even if it takes me there, then I can fly over. That's the boat, I think. Oh boy. So now I don't know. Those aren't Echo Isles, technically. I don't think, right? Maelstrom. Forbidden Reach. Cellar Cavern. I feel like that's not gonna be. This is not the right one.
And which Loa do you bargain with?
The Echo Isles. We'll find out.
May the Loa bring you fortune.
I think we're going to the right place. I'm like 95% positive. Let's find out. And we can do that.
Do you know who I am?
We'll see if we get there in
I pray
time.
we chose our allies well.
Fuck. Okay. So this is Echo Isles? Wow. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I should have taken one of the others. One of the others. God dang it. Well, we'll take this right on back.
What wind did you ride it on?
What is it? Stay the course.
Perfect. There it is. We got it.
Oh, it's like an instant thing. That's nice.
The Alliance wants to hide among the monsters of Drustvar. Then we will hunt them both. Fight with honor and fight with strength.
I didn't bring anything to spread it with. We'll just squish it. Squish spread. Mm-hmm. This Pandaria one, I might have to do that. Just because I'm a monk. Alrighty, now we waiting on our new friend. My party leader? No, he invited me. Alright, I'm gonna take a dab ski while we're waiting. Alrighty, we'll be back. Okay. Well, we're waiting on our new friend for now. Was there anything else that we need to tweak? Oh yeah, what are we using currently? Big wigs? And big wigs isn't really... Yeah, let's take a look here. Bars. Create test bars. So really the only bar... I don't really have any bars. Create test bar. We really don't have any other bars. Because it takes the bars and converts it into this thing. That's right, that's right. I forgot. It would do that with, with the boss mods too. Okay. See, I still like the messages to pop up though. That's the thing. I would like the messages to be popping up. Orange test 3. Like things pop. Okay, I guess they do pop up there now that I think about it. Okay. So. Yeah, that has been telling me stuff. Okay, I just need to pay attention more. Okay. Alright. So in that case... I need to figure out which boss mechanics are dispellable by me. Okay, hold on. Okay, so that's fine. Actually, open that up again. Show that again. Okay, messages are showing there, and the timer is right off to my right, so I just got to keep an eye on that. Okay. Now we go into Big Wigs, dungeon bosses, let's say. Okay, so let's start with Waycrest Manor, so that's what we're doing next. Okay, now, we're gonna go into, go to YouTube, and we're gonna look up Waycrest Manor. M+ guide. Okay, Vesperal talks quick, but
Artlist creators,
all right. We just
want to
gotta
share
pay
your work with the
attention,
world
and
and
we'll
get
pause it as
featured on
needed.
our socials? Use Artlist in your video. Tag us and use the hashtag ALCreators.
Oh my!
To connect with your community of creators and step into the spotlight.
Waycrest Manor returns as one of the new dungeons for Mythic Plus in Season 3. The dungeon will start with a 39-minute timer, so as long as you complete the dungeon within that window, you will upgrade your key. At the start of the dungeon, you'll encounter soul essences. These normal mobs will spam cast Scar Soul on random players, dealing a burst of shadow damage, interrupt or stun the pack to avoid them ganging up on one player. As you make your way to the...
Okay.
These normal mobs will spam cast Scar Soul on...
There we go. Scar Soul, okay. Waycrest, trash, okay. I don't see a Scar Soul. Oob. Okay, so... Okay, so not in here to worry
Random
about.
players dealing a burst of shadow damage, interrupt or stun the pack to avoid them ganging up on one player. As you make your way to the first boss we'll be covering in this guide, the Heartsbane Triad, you'll encounter a few different types of mobs. Enthralled guards will attack the tank with Focused Strike, dealing physical damage, so use mitigation here. Bewitched captains have a frontal cone attack and shadow cleave. Be sure to dodge this, but more importantly they have a cast that needs interrupting named Spirited Defense. If this cast is successful, it will...
This needs to be in a Spirited Defense. Do we see that? Spirited Defense right there. Okay. Emphasize. We don't need the countdown. Messages need to be yellowish, yellow goldish. That'll be the interrupt color. Okay. Bars. Emphasize need to be red, straight up. Okay. Normal, green, yep. Warnings for encounter status changes, such as advancing to the next stage. Does this? I can set this for each one, right? I guess we'll find out. Okay.
Will apply an aura to the whole group, reducing all incoming damage to the affected mobs by 50%. Note that this aura is purgeable if it does go off. You may find two types of witches here depending on which one spawns. Heartsbane Runeweavers will cast a heavy hitting channel through Etch. If targeted, make sure to pop a defensive here to live. Classes like Hunters and Rogues that can drop combat can stop this channel. They will also cast Runic Mark on a random player, dealing ticking shadow damage and exploding upon expiration. Heartsbane Soul Charmers will repeatedly cast Soul Bolt, but note that your higher priority interrupt will be on the Soul Volley. If this cast is successful, it will deal heavy damage to your whole party. This Soul Charmer will also place down Warding Candles. These candles reduce the damage taken by enemies while they stand within the zone, so tanks make sure to kite out of these. Runic Disciples will cast Runic Bolt at random players, dealing upfront shadow damage. More importantly, you must make sure to interrupt their Spellbind cast. This deals damage but silences the affected player for 5 seconds. It can be stand within the zone, so this Soul Charmer will also place down Warding Candles. These candles reduce the damage taken by enemies while they stand within the zone, so tanks make sure to kite out of these. Runic Disciples will cast Runic Bolt at random players, dealing upfront shadow damage. More importantly, you must make sure to interrupt their Spellbind cast. This deals damage but silences the affected player for 5 seconds. It can be dispelled if it's not on your healer, as it's classed as a magic effect. In the room that the Triad resides in, you'll see 2 different packs on each side of the room. Feel free to clear these mobs to make sure you don't ninja pull during the boss encounter. Each pack will consist of Thistle Acolytes that have 2 interruptible casts. Bone Splinter deals damage to a random player and applies a 10-second debuff that deals moderate ticking damage. Drain Essence is their second cast that channels onto the target, dealing substantial damage over its 8-second duration. Both of these casts should be interrupted as much as possible. The Blight Toads in these packs will attack the tank with Blighted Lick, dealing a small amount of magic damage. Upon dying, these toads will leave a large patch on the ground from their Toad Blight cast. 4 seconds after, this patch will explode, so players should be sure to avoid the swirlies. The Heartsbane Triad is the first boss that we'll encounter. During this fight, you must fight 3 different bosses simultaneously. These bosses do not share their health pool and have an Ironbark Shield passive, reducing the damage they take substantially. Each boss can only take damage when they are holding the focusing iris, and they will take turns claiming the iris and will drop it after taking damage equal to 50% of their health. During this period, players should focus single target damage into that sister. Whilst the boss holds the focusing iris, they need to be tanked, and they also gain access to new abilities. Each sister has her own unique set of abilities and also auras. Selena will reduce the healing done by all players by 50% with her Aura of Apathy. Milady has the Aura of Dread, applying a stacking dot on all players while they are stationary, so be sure to keep moving. And finally, Sister Briar has the Aura of Thorns, dealing physical damage to players whenever she is struck. Sister Selena starts with the Iris and she will spam cast Soul Bolt, dealing a moderate burst of damage to a random player. This cast, along with the Ruinous Bolt and Bramble Bolt cast from the other sisters, are interruptible and they cast constantly during the fight. Your interrupt should be prioritized on the boss holding the Iris. Selena, while active, will also gain access to Soul Manipulation, mind controlling a player until the player reaches 50% health. The rest of the DPS should quickly swap to the mind control player and burst them down. Do be wary not to hit them too hard, especially with dots, as they will remain on the player. During this, Selena gains Soul Armor, reducing her damage taken by 99%, so this is even more reason to burst down your teammate quickly. When Sister Milady picks up the Iris, she gains access to the Runic Mark ability, dealing ticking damage to all players and causing each player to explode after 6 seconds. When it expires, it will deal damage to all players within 6 yards. During this time, make sure that your whole party is spread from each other. Note this debuff is a curse, so can be dispelled, but it still explodes, so make sure the dispelled player is away from the group. Sister Briar will gain access to Jagged Nettles when she claims the Iris. This cast deals a moderate burst of physical damage to a player and applies a ticking debuff which deals heavy ticking damage. To remove this debuff, the player must be healed above 90% HP. Healers should quickly spot heal this debuff and the affected player should use a defensive. If any of the bosses reach 100% energy, they will cast Dire Ritual, dealing a near lethal amount of damage to all players before resetting their energy to 0. Players should aim to defeat the bosses before any of their energy reaches 100%, but failing to do so, everybody should pop a defensive to live the cast. Upon defeating the Heartsbane Triad, you'll make your way to the central courtyard where you'll find the Soulbound Goliath. But first, you'll have to take on some new mobs. Coven Thornshapers will target a randomly selected player with Uproot, placing a patch of roots under the player, dealing damage and knocking them up upon spawning. This patch deals ticking damage and slows you by 50%, so make sure to step out of it. Infected Thorn is a single target cast on a random player that deals moderate upfront damage and leaves a nasty disease dot on the player that can be dispelled, though players should make sure to kick this. Thorn Guards will hit the tank with Tearing Strike, dealing physical damage and applying a 6-second bleed. Tanks should prepare mitigation for these bleeds. Additionally, Thorn Guards will cast Enrage, buffing their damage dealt by 25% for 10 seconds. This buff needs to be soothed off to help out your tank. Upon dying, the Thorn Guard will shatter, creating a deadly zone that deals a burst of damage and leaves a 5-second dot on players struck. Jagged Hounds are found in this courtyard in groups. Apart from melee attacking, they will also Thorn Claw the tank, dealing moderate physical damage. Tanks be very wary in this area. Just before reaching the second boss, you'll find a mini-boss named Matron Brindle. Be careful pulling this mob as it's very easy to ninja pull the actual boss. The Matron will channel Thorn Barrage into the tank, dealing hefty physical damage over 6 seconds and leaving a debuff that deals ticking damage over 6 seconds. She will also cast Splinter Spike, creating a swirly under each player and erupting a second later. This deals damage and knocks players back if they're caught in it. The Soulbound Goliath. Throughout this encounter, the boss will gain stacks of Soul Harvest every 2 seconds. This effect increases the boss's damage done by 5% and continuously stacks throughout the fight. During the fight, lightning will strike the area and leave behind patches of fire, dealing damage to the players who run into them. However, if the Goliath is moved into these patches, he will light a blaze and gain Burning Rush for 6 seconds. This deals party-wide damage every second, so healers prepare accordingly. It will also trigger Burning Soul Ads to spawn that fixate on. Eventually, each boss can only take down swirlies. The Heartsbane Triad is the first boss that we'll encounter. During this fight, you must fight 3 different bosses simultaneously. These bosses do not share their health pool and have an Ironbark Shield passive, reducing the damage they take substantially. Each boss can only take damage when they are holding the Focusing Iris, and they will take turns claiming the Iris and will last 4 seconds swirlies. The Heartsbane Triad is the first boss that we'll encounter. During this fight, you must fight 3 different bosses simultaneously. These bosses do not share their health pool and have an Ironbark Shield passive, reducing the damage they take substantially. Each boss can only take damage when they are holding the Focusing Iris, and they will take turns claiming the Iris and will drop it after taking damage equal to 50% of their health. During this period, players should focus single target damage into that sister. Whilst the boss holds the Focusing Iris, they need to be tanked, and they also gain access to new abilities. Each sister has her own unique set of abilities and also auras. Selena will reduce the healing done by all players by 50% with her Aura of Apathy. Milady has the Aura of Dread, applying a stacking dot on all players while they are stationary, so be sure to keep moving. And finally, Sister Briar has the Aura of Thorns, dealing physical damage to players whenever she is struck. Sister Selena starts with the Iris and she will spam cast Soul Bolt, dealing a moderate burst of damage to a random player. This cast, along with the Ruinous Bolt and Bramble Bolt cast from the other sisters, are interruptible and they cast constantly during the fight. Your interrupt should be prioritized on the boss holding the Iris. Selena, while active, will also gain access to soul manipulation, mind controlling a player until the player reaches 50% health. The rest of the DPS should quickly swap to the mind control player and burst them down. Do be wary not to hit them too hard, especially with dots, as they will remain on the player. During this, Selena gains soul armor, reducing her damage taken by 99%, so this is even more reason to burst down your teammate quickly. When Sister Milady picks up the Iris, she gains access to the Runic Mark ability, dealing ticking damage to all players and causing each player to explode after 6 seconds. When it expires, it will deal damage to all players within 6 yards. During this time, make sure that your whole party is spread from each other. Note this debuff is a curse, so can be dispelled, but it still explodes, so make sure the dispelled player is away from the group. Sister Briar will gain access to Jagged Nettles when she claims the Iris. This cast deals a moderate burst of physical damage to a player and applies a ticking debuff which deals heavy ticking damage. To remove this debuff, the player must be healed above 90% HP. Healers should quickly spot heal this debuff and the affected player should use a defensive. If any of the bosses reach 100% energy, they will cast Dire Ritual, dealing a near lethal amount of damage to all players before resetting their energy to 0. Players should aim to defeat the bosses before any of their energy reaches 100%, but failing to do so, everybody should pop a defensive to live the cast. Upon defeating the Heartsbane Triad, you'll make your way to the central courtyard where you'll find the Soulbound Goliath. But first, you'll have to take on some new mobs. Coven Thornshapers will target a randomly selected player with Uproot, placing a patch of roots under the player, dealing damage and knocking them up upon spawning. This patch deals ticking damage and slows you by 50%, so make sure to step out of it. Infected Thorn is a single target cast on a random player that deals moderate upfront damage and leaves a nasty disease dot on the player that can be dispelled, though players should make sure to kick this. Thorn Guards will hit the tank with Tearing Strike, dealing physical damage and applying a 6-second bleed. Tanks should prepare mitigation for these bleeds. Additionally, Thorn Guards will cast Enrage, buffing their damage dealt by 25% for 10 seconds. This buff needs to be soothed off to help out your tank. Upon dying, the Thorn Guard will shatter, creating a deadly zone that deals a burst of damage and leaves a 5-second dot on players struck. Jagged Hounds are found in this courtyard in groups. Apart from melee attacking, they will also Thorn Claw the tank, dealing moderate physical damage. Tanks be very wary in this area. Just before reaching the second boss, you'll find a mini-boss named Matron Brindle. Be careful pulling this mob as it's very easy to ninja pull the actual boss. The Matron will channel Thorn Barrage into the tank, dealing hefty physical damage over 6 seconds and leaving a debuff that deals ticking damage over 6 seconds. She will also cast Splinter Spike, creating a swirly under each player and erupting a second later. This deals damage and knocks players back if they're caught in it. The Soulbound Goliath. Throughout this encounter, the boss will gain stacks of Soul Harvest every 2 seconds. This effect increases the boss's damage done by 5% and continuously stacks throughout the fight. During the fight, lightning will strike the area and leave behind patches of fire, dealing damage to the players who run into them. However, if the Goliath is moved into these patches, he will light a blaze and gain Burning Rush for 6 seconds. This deals party-wide damage every second, so healers prepare accordingly. It will also trigger Burning Soul Ads to spawn that fixate on random players. If they do connect to the player, they will deal considerable damage to them, so make sure to kite away from them for their 10-second duration. Finally, triggering a Burning Rush will also reset all of his stacks of Soul Harvest, and this is best done at around 10 stacks. The boss will crush the tank, dealing a burst of physical damage, so prepare active mitigation here to cushion the blow, especially if the Goliath has high stacks of Soul Harvest. Lastly, the boss will cast Soul Thorns on a random non-tank player, impaling the player, dealing damage and stunning them until the Thorns are killed by other DPS. Players should immediately swap to the Soul Thorns to free the affected player. After taking out the Goliath, you'll proceed towards Ral the Gluttonous. In these hallways, you'll find 3 different trash mobs. Infected peasants are surrounded by groups of 4 or 5 devouring maggots. These peasants themselves are pretty harmless outside of their withering glob cast, dealing nature damage to a random player. The maggots will cast spit at random targets, dealing moderate magic damage and applying a 10-second dot. This can be dispelled. Some of these maggots, however, have the parasitic buff, granting them access to the Infest cast. This causes the maggot to burrow into a player, applying a 10-second dot to them that spawns 2 new maggots after 10 seconds. These new maggots also have a chance to carry the parasitic buff. Infest should be kicked by players as much as possible to prevent being overrun. Gore-stained piglets will attack the tank with Snout Smack, but outside of that, these mobs can generally be ignored. You'll want to clear inside the boss room to avoid ninja pulling during the fight. Phallic Gorges will leap to the furthest target with Ravaging Leap. This will deal damage to the player and apply a 5-second bleed to anybody within 5 yards. The furthest players should ensure they are spread from everybody to keep the bleeds to a minimum.
Sorry, chat. I will change it in just a sec.
Tanks should make sure to face these mobs away at all times, but feel free to use kicks on the Wretch cast. Banquet Stewards will cast an uninterruptible dinner bell, dealing massive damage and silencing all players within 8 yards for 2 seconds, so be sure to stand out of the targeted zone. They will also hit the tank twice with Meaty Rampage. Tanks, just make sure to expect extra incoming damage here. If your group move towards Ral the Gluttonous first from the lobby at the start of the instance, players will encounter another 3 types of mobs through the lounge. Crazed marksmen prefer to spam shoot random players and will cast Tracking Explosive on a random player. This uninterruptible cast will send a rocket that chases the player and explodes upon impact, dealing damage to anybody within 4 yards. The targeted player should make sure to stay spread from the group. Madden Survivalist will fire Serving Serpents at the entire group, dealing damage and applying a 6-second disease dot. This cast is a high priority interrupt to ensure the avoidable outgoing damage is kept under control. The Survivalist can also throw out 2 different types of traps at random players. Shrapnel traps will explode when touched, dealing damage to players within 4 yards, whilst the Freezing trap will stun the player for 8 seconds when touched. However, this stun can be dispelled. Diseased Mastiffs will hit the tank with Diseased Crunch, dealing small nature damage to them. Generally, you can ignore these dogs as their lower health pool means they get cleaved down quickly. Ral the Gluttonous. This boss will face a random direction and cast Rotten Expulsion, sending out several bolts that deal a burst of damage to players at the impact zone. Identify which way the boss is facing during the cast and sidestep it. These bolts leave behind a patch of goo that deals ticking damage and slows players by 60%. Bile Oozlings will also spawn from these patches, and when these mobs die, they will cast Bile Explosion, leaving a swirly behind that explodes after a few seconds, dealing big damage to players in the zone. Ral will cast Tenderize at the tank's location, charging up a frontal cone attack that will deal massive damage to players caught in it. Again, look which way he's facing and run to a safe spot. This will happen 3 times back to back, constantly recasting at the tank's location. Tank should pick 2 spots here and move between the 2 so that the rest of the group can easily stay safe. After finishing this series of casts, the boss will then call Servants, spawning adds at each of the doors that will slowly move towards Ral to be consumed. If any of the adds are consumed, they will give them a permanent 5% damage increase, so be sure to use CC to slow them down while quickly taking them out. Once you've defeated the first 3 bosses, your group must descend into the Manor's cellar. There are 2 entrances to the cellar, but for the sake of this guide, we'll head into the kitchen. Downstairs, you'll fight the second mini-boss, Matron Alma. She will afflict the player with Dreadmog, dealing ticking damage to the player and exploding after 6 seconds. Stay spread during this debuff so that you don't apply lingering dread to your friends. This can be dispelled by a recurse dispel if somebody receives it. Decaying Touch will be cast on the tank, dealing a large burst of magic damage and applying a 15% damage taken increase debuff that lasts 8 seconds. Make sure to use a defensive cooldown here, especially if tanking multiple enemies with the Matron. Lastly, she will cast Ruinous Volley, dealing moderate shadow damage to all players. Make sure that somebody kicks this cast. Coven Diviners will frequently cast Soul Bolt on a random target, dealing decent shadow damage. They will also apply a Fragment Soul on the tank. Healers should dispel this dot ASAP, as the Diviner's next cast, Consume Fragments, will increase their damage done by 5% per active Fragment Soul debuff on the group. Note this cast can also be kicked. Lord and Lady Waycrest. Initially, you'll only be able to attack Lord Waycrest. He'll hit the tank with Wasting Strike, dealing a burst of nature damage and applying a 5-second dot. Make sure to mitigate these strikes. His most dangerous ability, however, is Virulent Pathogen. This is a disease debuff that afflicts a random player and lasts 5 seconds. During this time, the player will be slowed by 50% and takes moderate ticking damage. Upon expiring, the player will explode and leave behind a swirly. Both of these explosions will apply a new Virulent Pathogen to anybody within the targeted zone, so make sure to spread if you have the debuff. While fighting Lord Waycrest, Lady Waycrest will spam cast from across the room with Racking Cord. Ranged can interrupt this to mitigate outgoing damage. She will also spawn multiple zones via her Discordant Cadenza cast. These zones will spawn near players, so your whole group will likely have to move. Upon Lord Waycrest reaching 30% health, Lady will heal him to full via Vitality Transfer, which in turn removes 30% of her health. Doing so will also buff Lord Waycrest with Putrid Vitality, increasing his damage done and haste by 3%. The group needs to cause 3 Vitality Transfers before Lady Waycrest becomes active. Now you can simultaneously fight both while kicking her Racking Cord cast. The final trash we encounter after defeating the Waycrests are Gloom Horrors. They will periodically strike the tank with Shadow Claw, dealing a burst of damage, but will also cast Dark Leap. leaping to a random target and dealing damage and applying a 5-second bleed to anybody stood within 5 yards. Make sure to stay spread here. Finally, we engage Gorak Tool. Roughly every 20 seconds, he will cast Summon Death Touch Slaver, which will spawn an ad. This Slaver will Dark Leap to players dealing damage and a bleed, but more importantly, will cast a Death Lens, stunning the player and damaging them to 70% of their health if successful. This cast is not interruptible, however these ads are susceptible to hard CC like stuns and disorients. Players should hard swap to these ads to nuke them down before you get overwhelmed by these Death Lens casts. This is because every Dread Essence that Gorak finishes will respawn all dead slavers while spawning a new one. To prevent this, players can use alchemical fire vials that spawn around the encounter. Running over these vials will give you an extra action button that allows you to throw it up to 40 yards. These vials must be thrown on a corpse of a Death Touch Slaver to remove it from the fight and prevent it being resurrected. Gorak will cast Dread Essence upon reaching 100 energy. This cast deals moderate damage to the group but also heals all slavers to full HP. It also removes any CC on them and, as previously mentioned, will resurrect any corpses of slavers. Finally, you must interrupt Gorak's Darkened Lightning cast. This will deal heavy damage to a player before jumping to nearby players. But that's all you need to know for this guide, and that wraps up Waycrest Manor in Mythic Plus. If this guide did help you or a friend out, then please feel free to drop a like down below and subscribe to your boy. And until next time, I'll catch you guys later.
When I first started EVE, I was a miner, and I was really tired of getting blown up by people all the
Oh! We are burning through this.
Oh dear, it seems you have slaughtered my entire household. The carnage is dripping through the floorboards. Why not join me in the basement and marvel at death's beauty? Send your soul to Gorak.
parasite. Death cannot be stopped. By destroying Lady Waycrest, you have opened the doorway to your world. Now, your nightmare is just beginning.
We're too late! Wait, who are you?
It doesn't...
Escape my vengeance!
Quickly, burn it! Quickly, burn it! We've done it. Gorak Tol has been banished.
See? There is nothing a strong arm and a sharp steel can't fix.
Thank you, heroes. You've broken the Coven and released us from Gorak Tol's power. We are in your debt.
How can I help? A steady tiller prevails. Drustvar stands firm.
You're on it.
I have many lucky doos. Oh, you love it.
Clue.
I need to get closer.
That's our thick bread. We got it. Oh! What? Wait. Apparently we gotta reset instance. Let's get out of here. One sec. We gotta get back out and reset instance.
What is your business with?
It appears we have uninvited guests. No matter. I'm certain we can accommodate them. Ladies, ensure our visitors are made comfortable.
As to command, mistress.
No power here.
You belong to me now. You've had your turn. You bear the black mark. Release the iris to me, sister. My thorns will rip you to shreds.
Give me the iris, you fool! Only I can focus its power.
You've had your turn. You bloody crap. Release the iris to me, sister. My roots will sprout again.
Where you
Trying
come
to get some
from?
interrupts in there.
Is it considered polite to murder your hostess's servants? On second thought, don't answer that. I can tell by your darn expressions that in your corner of the world, the concept of a home not made of dung is likely new and exciting.
seek your soul. The thorns seek your soul. Yes! Release us! The thorns seek your soul!
Continue to meddle in my affairs, and your deaths will be long and abhorrent.
I got jelly on my key.
Tonight's menu will be extra tasty.
God dang it. There.
Damn.
Oh dear, it seems you have slaughtered my entire household. The carnage is dripping through the floorboards. Why not join me in the basement and marvel at death's beauty? Your soul to Gorak. You cannot win. Attend to our guests. Our bonds can never be broken. You won't take it from me! I will never let him go!
foresight. Death cannot be stopped. By destroying Lady Waycrest, you have opened the doorway to your world. Now, your nightmare is just beginning.
We're too late! Wait, who are you?
It doesn't matter who they are. We need their help. Gorak Tool cannot be allowed to go.
Quickly, burn it! Quickly, burn it! Hurry! Set them aflame before the Trust King resurrects them!
Cannot hold me.
We've done it. Gorak Tol has been banished.
See? There is nothing a strong arm and a sharp steel can't fix.
Thank you, heroes. You've broken the Coven and released us from Gorak Tool's power. We are in your debt.
Greetings, Outlander.
Never mind. Fair enough. Word. I accidentally get rid of my staff? This might be able to go to the thingy.
It is too far away.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I Paladin, not restoration, retribution. And we got a hunter, so I gotta watch out for our mage. Our tank is a beast, I think. Yeah, for the most part. I don't know what's he doing. What he doing is. Dang. Got a thick heel, but a really thin other heel. Poop.
You are too late, outsiders. The temple belongs to my master.
1.
Rezan was a powerful Loa. Perhaps you will make a worthy sacrifice for Zul.
Getting it now.
Boltal in pieces again? No matter. I can rebuild him. But when you die, there will be no coming back.
What? What are y'all doing?
Are not welcome here. Ataldazar's power flows through me. You do not belong here. My claws will bind your heart. You do not belong here.
My thanks for killing the priestess. You have only succeeded in strengthening my hold on the temple. Impressive. You made it farther than I thought. But I will still be drinking your blood.
I am out of range.
Dab time? Dab time. Alright, I'm gonna take a dab. We'll be back. Let's do an 8 or 10. 8 is perfect. And we need to practice up some. Let us open up Morazon's Rise. M+ guide.
No living being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life. Good, real food.
Morazon's Rise is the second half of the new mega dungeon for Mythic Plus in Season 3. The dungeon will start with a 37-minute timer, so as long as you complete the dungeon within that window, you will upgrade your key. Tier Vanguards will cast Rending Cleave, inflicting big damage to anybody in front of the mob and applying a stackable 6-second bleed, so make sure to stay behind these mobs at all times. Infinite Twilight Maguses will cast Epoch Bolt at random players. Interrupt this where possible, but save interrupts for Corroding Volley when the Magus casts it. This is a massive AoE and slows everybody by 40% if successful. Valo, Timesworn Keeper, will cast Temporal Strike. Dodge this ground animation or you'll take massive damage and be knocked up. The tank must move Valo away from his Titanic Bulwark Sphere. This reduces incoming damage by 50% for 15 seconds for all units, so players can stand inside this as a free damage reduction. Larai, Timesworn Maiden, will cast an unavoidable AoE in Ancient Radiance. Prepare defensives here if you're already taking heavy damage. She also casts Orb of Contemplation. This sends an orb towards a random player, inflicting huge arcane damage to anybody struck and stunning them for 3 seconds. After reaching the player, it will then return back to Larai. Finally, Spurlock will charge a random player and then cast Binding Grasp, binding the furthest player from him and pulling them towards him, inflicting big arcane damage to that player for 10 seconds. This also silences them. Interrupt this cast as quickly as you can, but note the Spurlock will be inside his Shrouding Sandstorm, making him untargetable from the outside. To interrupt him, players must enter the circle. Tyr, the Infinite Keeper. Tanks will have to deal with the boss's Titanic Blow, dealing huge physical damage and a frontal cone and leaving consecrated ground on the floor that deals fatal ticking damage if you stay inside it, so make sure to avoid this and tanks don't fill up the room. Tyr will also face random players and hit them with Infinite Annihilation, exactly the same as the tank frontal but dealing less damage. The boss will also cast Dividing Strike, dealing huge arcane damage divided among players struck within the targeted area. If less than 2 players are struck, the boss will gain Infinite Empowerment, increasing all of his damage done by 33% for the rest of the fight, and this affects stacks. Tyr will inflict 2 players with Spark of Tyr, dealing arcane damage every 2 seconds to players within 4 yards. But beware that upon removal it will deal party-wide damage, so don't get too hasty with the dispels. Finally, at 0 energy, Tyr will siphon Oathstone, gaining a Radiant Barrier and causing a hastening eruption. While the Radiant Barrier holds, it inflicts AoE damage every 2 seconds, so players will need to burst this shield down ASAP. During the hastening eruption, volleys of Time Essence can be collected to increase haste and movement speed by 15%. This stacks up to 3 times to help you delete the shield. However, time capsules that do reach the Oathstone will add to Tyr's Radiant Barrier, so make sure to intercept these before they reach the middle. Upon defeating Tyr, you'll take out 2 new mobs before engaging the Gauntlet. You'll need to dodge the Infinite Watchkeeper's Timeless Curse, simply sidestep the ground animations. They'll also pulse out massive amounts of AoE damage through Infinite Fury, so healers be prepared, but your group should likely pop defensives here. Timeless Marauders will channel Infinite Schism, pulsing out AoE damage to your group and spawning large amounts of swirlies that must be dodged. This can get very scary if it lines up with the Watchkeeper's Infinite Fury. You'll also want to interrupt his Displaced Chrono Sequence cast. This does AoE damage and gives him and nearby allies a shield for 15 seconds. After these mobs, you'll have to navigate the Gauntlet and avoid getting hit by any of the frontals or swirlies, otherwise you'll have to restart. Once a player finishes the Gauntlet, they will be able to create a temporal rift for the rest of the party to pass through. On the other side of the Gauntlet, you'll find 2 dragons. The Infinite Diversionist is exactly the same as the Watchkeeper, just with a different name. However, the Infinite Saboteur will cast a Bronze Exhalation frontal at the tank. Dodge this and tanks face this mob away from the group. Now we can choose what boss we encounter next. For the sake of this guide, we'll deal with the Time Lost Battlefield. You'll then proceed down the stairs where you'll find many different mobs. Mobs buffed with time displacement will explode upon death, dealing AoE damage, so be careful killing them en masse here. But more importantly, they will clear the lethal sand on the floor when they die. Tanks should position these mobs as near to the sand as possible. Time Stream Anomalies will cast Bloom. Dispel this ASAP or the debuff will be duplicated onto a nearby player so it can quickly get out of hand. Also, avoid being hit by the Untwist frontal.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
When are we? No. This can't be right. The Infinites changed the true timeline. This can't be happening. If Murazan exists, that means Nostormo. No. We can fix this. We have to get back to the Timeways.
Should have left that lay out a little longer. Whoopsie daisy. The old Mr. Tinky Poo, get that down.
For too long, I was bound by the shackles of the Titans. Now my mind is open to infinite possibilities. But your path ends here. Infinite dragonflight shall continue. Annihilation is inevitable. My strike is true. Divided, you fall. My strike is true.
Tyr has always been a I just have to keep telling myself this wasn't really him. Okay, let's fix this. We just need to... Uh-oh.
Our vision shall come to pass!
An infinite army might slow us down a bit. Time to get speedy.
Damn it. Should have cut back. Yep, I fucked up. I hit the wall.
The time ways are ours!
God damn it.
The time ways are even twistier than before.
Ooh, hello.
Hello.
What you doing? Word. I'm in the middle of a dungeon at the moment, and then I'll join you.
Sounds good, G.
Word. I'm working on Murazan's Rise.
There's no
probably should be using these, shouldn't I, Fluid? I have potions. I have 20 Dragon Spring Water, which restores 250,000 mana over 20 seconds. Refreshing Healing Potion, which restores 118 health, 5-minute cooldown. A Mana Potion, which is 20,000 mana. Then I have an Explorer's Mix, which restores 187 health over 20 seconds. Fluid.
Yes.
So my money isn't shared between accounts on characters.
Your
And
gold isn't, no.
yeah, so what I'm thinking is, would I be able to send my gold from one character to another character?
I don't think so. Not legally, anyways. Or, well, you know what I mean.
Damn. Technically Fluid. Actually Fluid. I can.
Oh, awesome.
Wanna know how you do it?
Sure.
I give you the money, then I hop on my other character, then you give me that money back.
Oh, there you go. Fair enough. Easy enough.
We'll be able to transfer money between each other, Fluid.
Fuck yeah. Works for me.
Dragon water. Ooh. Ooh. Fluid.
Yes.
Could sell these for 30 gold a piece.
What's 30 gold a piece?
The cheapest for Dragon Spring water.
Gotcha.
There's even one here for 414,000.
Dang.
$1,207 for 40 spawns. So you're telling me how much money could I? 603 gold average just sitting here. Look at these aerated potions. These aren't too bad. Fluid, are you doing potions at all? Like
not really. I use the health stones that the warlocks give me, but I don't use any potions. I really don't need them.
I'm talking about like as a secondary skill. You just do like digital crafting. You don't do anything with potions.
Oh, jewel craft? No. I do jewel crafting and I do mining to help my jewel crafting.
Well, I could get these high quality asserted mana potions for a lot cheaper.
What the hell? I couldn't fucking stop him. Kept getting away from me.
Looks like they did it right. Ready? Oh, but I did it.
Ooh, that's gonna make me look broke if I keep paying that price to fix my armor. That was almost 500 gold.
Yes, sir. I've paid almost 1,000.
If I start paying 1,000 gold, oh my god, I would be broke, Fluid. I think that's why I fix my armor every time I have a chance. Like after every dungeon or something, I just fix my armor. That way I don't have to pay the hefty price. Ooh. That's not bad.
Oh no! It's Morchi! What is she doing here? Aw, is the goody-goody trying to save Nostormu? Well, too bad.
Oh, shit.
You, I'll deal with personally. This timeline has no need for heroes.
Good, you get an extra reward.
I don't know what happened there. Why was I guess stunned and...
We still have to clear out the anomalies before we can travel to the past. My timeline! Time bomb away! More Morchis are better than one!
I'm just gonna see if I can
5,
big
4, 3, 2, 1.
There can only be one Morchi! Each time, Sand! Stop in the name of Morchi! I have friends too! Time bomb away!
your dungeon going fluid?
Oh, well, right as you said that, I almost died, but other than that, good.
3, 2, 1.
I'm using the Dream Surge right now to learn my
God damn it.
version of the Death Knight more.
I gotta look up this dungeon. I don't know the mechanics here.
Which one?
Murder Zones Rise.
Isn't that so? What dungeon did we do before?
It was Galakron's Fall. This is the other one of that.
That's where the one that's in the ice, right? The one we walked by?
Partly, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I did that one. That's the one I got called a bot on.
One-time bomb away! Too bad for you!
Kite your person through the ground effect. Got it. Thank you.
Hi. Why can't I use this move all the time? I don't understand.
Oh boy, those guys are fighting maybe. Yeah. They got aggro.
You move. Of all the moves, the only one that doesn't know. Oh my goodness.
What?
That kind of makes sense. So, you know the move that I use to heal myself? It works better after I take a shit ton of damage.
There you go. See, I told you there's
Say-
something to buff it.
Say I got hit like almost to death and I use it, it will basically heal me for a good percentage of my health.
Right. Yeah, that sounds about right. My self-heal works 50% better if I heal when I'm under 35% health.
Okay. That is why I can't use it all the time. I need to be hit like a couple times, then I can use it.
Yeah.
Alright, since I know this knowledge now, it's more... The game really doesn't tell you that.
No, these are the things you gotta figure out. You gotta look at your moves, see what procs what, and piece it together. But there are rotations like that that tell you rotations on Wowhide.
Five,
I don't even know which one it is.
2, 1.
There can only be one Morty.
I don't know how we know which Morty's which, and which Morty to attack.
Each time, Sand.
Oh, fuck.
Get out of here!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What good are you all? Each time, sand. Let's put a pause on things. Time bomb away. I have friends too. Each time, sand. Stay still.
No!
Time bomb away.
We good, I got you.
Morchies are better than
They're dying on me now. I got you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There can only be one Morchie.
God damn it.
Each time, sand.
Shit! Nice.
It was supposed
Damn
to
it,
be
we all got a release. Oh, wait, no, I'm getting.
time. You all know what to do. What's this? A time relic? There's 2 arrows pointing to the right. Poor Morchi. I wonder if we could have been friends in another time. She did have great hair. A little heavy on the eyeliner, though. Now we can open the time ways to the past. Come on. We need to save Nosdormu.
Fes Presti. Oh, Elvis Priesty. Got it.
We only get one chance at this. Traveling so far into the past takes a lot of power, and I'm no aspect. Here we go! Aha! Well, here goes nothing.
Murasan shall rise!
Oh, shoot! Can you handle this? Come on! The aspects are just ahead! Wait, the proto-aspects, I mean.
Pretty sure that's how you get cancer.
We face enemies
Oh my
above
God.
and below.
Everyone! The Infinites are here, and we must stop them! You have to trust me! Now,
Oh,
we
shit.
have to face
Oh.
the Infinites together this time.
Jesus Christ.
They're the black glowing planets we need.
Very well.
I got one
My
call
friends,
tomorrow
with
so
me,
far, and that's
we
about
face
it.
them together.
It depends on when the old lady gets done at the doctor. So I'm assuming probably around noonish, but we'll see.
Marathon shall rise and lead
Okay.
us to a greater future. Can you not see?
Word. Well, just be careful.
We saw plenty.
Alright, night, buddy. Glad you're back. I said glad you're back.
Infinites to me.
He's opened a portal.
We fly together. The infinites cannot hurt.
Cease your actions.
My thanks, champion.
The second slow. Come, my infinites.
We need to close that portal.
We cannot. Your future will not come to pass. This will slow you down. You cannot stop me. After my own heart. Infinites to me. The second slow.
Your nightmare shall not be.
Ooh, what should I get?
What do you mean?
Is unmatched.
Well, I'm able to get some better gear at the moment.
For the future of
I
Azeroth.
just don't know what to get.
You are what flies.
It sucks to have all purple gear and this blue gear, so I don't know what my purple gear is.
Thank you for your aid.
I have you now, Nestor. Give in to your true self. To Marathon. The infinite dawn rises. A future free of torment. Perfected by our protection. Master Moon, your time is up. Shall one day be.
Alrighty. We out this motherfucker. Alrighty. Yeah. You learned one mechanic.
Generally, this will target the tank, so the rest of your group should stay behind. Infinite Rift Mages need to die to open up the portals. They will spam cast Temporal Blast into the tank, dealing arcane damage. Spare Kick should go into this, as your main priority will be on interrupting the Infinite Burn. This does heavy upfront damage to a random player and applies a 9-second nasty dot that also slows the player. Time Loss Rocketeers will primarily hurt your tank with Staticky Punch, leaving a nature dot for 8 seconds. Outside of this, the rest of your group must interrupt the Rocket Bolt volley the mob casts. This will deal massive damage to anybody within 40 yards. Time Lost Aerobots will charge up an Electro-Juiced Gigablast frontal attack that must be dodged. Watch out for where the Aerobots are facing. Pendulums will channel Time Beam at a random player, interrupt this cast or dodge the missiles that flake off. Horde Destroyers will cast Volatile Mortar, avoid the ground animation here. Also, make sure to use CC during the deploy Goblin Sappers to ensure the Goblins don't connect with any of your team or you might end up dying. Here the fight will change depending on your faction. This is a relatively simple fight with not too many mechanics, but if you are Horde, Anduin will cast Mortal Strike on your tank, reducing healing effects received by 50%. He'll also aim a frontal shockwave at the tank regularly, so other players should be sure to dodge this. Outside of this, Anduin will summon 3 adds whenever he casts for the Alliance. Your group should swap to these adds and cleave them down ASAP to continue on with the fight. These adds are CCable, so help to reduce the outgoing damage here by kicking and stunning. Note that healers can dispel the fireball dot that conjurers apply too. Anduin will pursue a random player with Bladestorm, so your party should make sure to stay away from him during this cast as he travels around the battlefield, and finally he will
Alright,
cast
Chungus, you
Battle
ready?
Cry, dealing AoE nature damage to your party, so be prepared with defensives if needed. The fight is pretty much the same for Alliance players, except for obvious reasons you'll now be fighting the Horde. Now we move on to the alternate form of Chromie, Morchi. She fires a tank blast and a frontal cone, so make sure to face her away from the group and DPS spread. Outside of this, she'll cast more problems, summoning clones of herself that channel a Dragon's Breath. Before her clones finish casting this spell, they will destabilize, leaving only the real Morchi to unleash a wide cone attack, so you need to find her quick here and position yourself behind her so you don't receive a Sam Buffett debuff. Morchi is the only one not wearing a hat. Morchi creates traps at random locations with time traps. Triggering these traps will cause a time stasis, rooting players for 30 seconds, or trapping creatures until the next familiar face is cast. This cast summons copies of your party that fixate on the corresponding player, which you'll need to drag through a time trap, otherwise it'll probably kill you. Rinse and repeat this fight until you take her down. Before fighting Chrono Lord Dios, you'll fight Infinite Slayers. Make sure to dodge the Slayer's frontal ability in Bronze Exhalation, while simultaneously dodging the timeless Curse Swirlies that will be spawned. The last boss in Morazon's Rise, Chrono Lord Dios. This is a two-phase encounter where the main aim is to take out the adds as soon as possible in phase 1. These Infinite Keepers will create portals that summon reinforcements we must take out, and they'll also spam cast Infinite Bolt, dealing arcane damage to a random player and applying a dispellable magic dot in Chronal Burn. This will do damage to a player for 15 seconds, but decreases in frequency over time. Upon defeating these Timekeepers, the Rift destabilizes, inflicting 15% max health damage to Dios over 4 seconds. Take out these Timekeepers as quickly as you can so that you're not overwhelmed with more spawn, as at the same time you'll be dealing with Dios, who will conjure Infinity Orbs which fall to the ground and upon arrival will explode in an Infinity Nova. This deals huge damage to players and increases their damage taken from future Novas by 300% for 3 seconds. And this does stack. Note that these orbs will fall slower when players stand underneath them. Dios will cast a Frontal Breath on tanks, inflicting arcane damage and slowing their haste and movement speed by 20%. This affects stacks but also affects enemy units, so tanks should try and aim these at the summon adds too. Upon defeating all of the keepers, the boss will now enter stage 2 at 20% health. Here, Dios has 3 abilities that he will repeatedly cast until the end of the fight. Infinite Corruption blasts Nosdormu with Bronze Magic, sending arcane artillery throughout the arena, so make sure to dodge these swirlies. These will scar the ground for 2 minutes, dealing damage to players stood within it, so try not to fill up the room here. He summons more Infinity Orbs that you can stagger by standing under them. And finally, Dios continues to cast his Temporal Breath frontal attack. During this phase, Nosdormu is freed and we also receive a haste buff, so this stage of the fight is pretty free. But that's all you need to know for Morazon's Rise in Mythic Plus. If this guide did help you or a friend out, then please feel free to drop a like down below and subscribe to your boy. And until next time, I'll catch you guys later.
Therapy, for me, came at a time that was really pivotal. Becoming a new father, I needed more support. I have an extensive collection of regulatory tools up my sleeve. Meditation, breath work, yoga. I have put the time.
Alright. Like, honestly, it's not the tank's fault at all.
Morazon's Rise is the second half of the new mega dungeon for Mythic Plus in Season 3. The dungeon will start with a 37-minute timer, so as long as you complete the dungeon within that window, you will upgrade your key. Tier Vanguards will cast Rending Cleave, inflicting big damage to anybody in front of the mob and applying a stackable 6-second bleed, so make sure to stay behind these mobs at all times. Infinite Twilight Maguses will cast Epoch Bolt at random players. Interrupt this where possible, but save interrupts for Corroding Volley when the Magus casts it. This is a massive AoE and slows everybody by 40% if successful. Valo, Timesworn Keeper, will cast Temporal Strike. Dodge this ground animation or you'll take massive damage and be knocked up. The tank must move Valo away from his Titanic Bulwark Sphere. This reduces incoming damage by 50% for 15 seconds for all units, so players can stand inside this as a free damage reduction. Larai, Timesworn Maiden, will cast an unavoidable AoE in Ancient Radiance. Prepare defensives here if you're already taking heavy damage. She also casts Orb of Contemplation. This sends an orb towards a random player, inflicting huge arcane damage to anybody struck and stunning them for 3 seconds. After reaching the player, it will then return back to Larai. Finally, Spurlock will charge a random player and then cast Binding Grasp, binding the furthest player from him and pulling them towards him, inflicting big arcane damage to that player for 10 seconds. This also silences them. Interrupt this cast as quickly as you can. Finally, Spurlock will charge a random player and then cast Binding Grasp, finding the furthest player from him and pulling them towards him, inflicting big arcane damage to that player for 10 seconds. This also silences them. Interrupt this cast as quickly as you can, but note the Spurlock will be inside a shrouding sandstorm, making him untargetable from the outside. To interrupt him, players must enter the circle. Tyr, the Infinite Keeper. Tanks will have to deal with the boss's Titanic Blow, dealing huge physical damage in a frontal cone and leaving consecrated ground on the floor that deals fatal ticking damage if you stay inside it, so make sure to avoid this and tanks don't fill up the room. Tyr will also face random players and hit them with infinite annihilation, exactly the same as the tank frontal but dealing less damage. The boss will also cast Dividing Strike, dealing huge arcane damage divided among players struck within the targeted area. If less than 2 players are struck, the boss will gain infinite empowerment, increasing all of his damage done by 33% for the rest of the fight, and this affects stacks. Tyr will inflict 2 players with Spark of Tyr, dealing arcane damage every 2 seconds to players within 4 yards.
I got a minute.
But beware that upon removal it will deal party-wide damage, so don't get too hasty with the dispels. Finally, at 0 energy, Tyr will siphon Oathstone,
Plus I still need to get higher level
and causing a hastening eruption. While the Radiant Barrier holds, it inflicts AoE damage every 2 seconds, so players will need to burst this shield down ASAP. During the hastening eruption, volleys of time essence can be collected to increase haste and movement speed by 15%. This stacks up to 3 times to help you delete the shield. However, time capsules that do reach the Oathstone will add to Tyr's Radiant Barrier, so make sure to intercept these before they reach the middle.
right?
Upon defeating Tyr, you'll take out 2 new mobs before engaging the Gauntlet. You'll need to dodge the Infinite Watchkeeper's Timeless Curse, simply sidestep the ground animations. They'll also pulse out massive amounts of AoE damage through Infinite Fury, so healers be prepared, but your group should likely pop defensives here. Timeless Marauders will channel Infinite Schism, pulsing out AoE damage to your group and spawning large amounts of swirlies that must be dodged. This can get very scary if it lines up with the Watchkeeper's Infinite Fury. You'll also want to interrupt his displaced Chronos Sequence cast. This does AoE damage and gives him and nearby allies a shield for 15 seconds. After these mobs, you'll have to navigate the Gauntlet and avoid getting hit by any of the frontals or swirlies, otherwise you'll have to restart. Once a player finishes the Gauntlet, they will be able to create a temporal rift for the rest of the party to pass through. On the other side of the Gauntlet, you'll find 2 dragons. The Infinite Diversionist is exactly the same as the Watchkeeper, just with a different name. However, the Infinite Saboteur will cast a Bronze Exhalation Frontal at the tank, dodge this, and tanks face this mob away from the group. Now we can choose what boss we encounter next. For the sake of this guide, we'll deal with the Time Lost Battlefield. You'll then proceed down the stairs where you'll find many different mobs. Mobs buffed with time displacement will explode upon death, dealing AoE damage, so be careful killing them en masse here. But more importantly, they will clear the lethal sand on the floor when they die. Tanks should position these mobs as near to the sand as possible. Time Stream Anomalies will cast Bloom. Dispel this ASAP or the debuff will be duplicated onto a nearby player so it can quickly get out of hand. Also, avoid being hit by the Untwist Frontal. Generally, this will target the tank, so the rest of your group should stay behind. Infinite Rift Mages need to die to open up the portals. They will spam cast Temporal Blast into the tank, dealing arcane damage. Spare Kick should go into this, as your main priority will be on interrupting the Infinite Burn. This does heavy upfront damage to a random player and applies a 9-second nasty dot that also slows the player. Time Lost Rocketeers will primarily hurt your tank with Staticky Punch, leaving a nature dot for 8 seconds. Outside of this, the rest of your group must interrupt the Rocket Bolt volley the mob casts. This will deal massive damage to anybody within 40 yards. Time Lost Aerobots will charge up an electro-juiced Gigablast frontal attack that must be dodged. Watch out for where the Aerobots are facing. Pendulums will channel Time Beam at a random player.
Okay.
When are we? No. This can't be right. The Infinites changed the true timeline.
Yep. Yeah, so this is the one I got caught a bot on because I didn't know. I thought it was broken.
If Murazan exists, that means
I see.
No! We can fix this. We have to get back to the time ways.
Why is it that you lose health as soon as I unclick off you, Chungus?
I don't know why. I was away from everybody, and all of a sudden I just get booped up in the air. Explain that one to me, Fluid.
I'm not sure.
See, there he goes again.
Yeah, I took that one too. That's one of his bigger attacks. Oh, yeah, I didn't see that sucker coming.
Position. If you want to move the channel.
Bound by the shackles of the Titans. Now my mind is open to infinite possibilities. But your path ends here. Infinite dragonflight shall continue. Feel the horrors yet to pass. Apart, you are weak. My strike is true. Annihilation is inevitable. My blows are infinite. Infinites grant me strength. An infinite vision guides me. Feel the horrors yet to pass. Cannot change what is.
Tyr has always been a hero to dragonkind. I just have to keep telling myself this wasn't really him. Okay, let's fix this. We just need to... Uh-oh.
Our vision shall come to pass!
Damn it. What? I didn't see. Damn it. Fucker. What? Okay. Because he just knew ahead of time that I was going to go that way. Okay. Come on, man.
The time ways are ours.
They opened the portal, Chungus. I don't need the cast bar on the focus frame, to be honest. Actually, yeah, we'll change it later.
The time ways are even twistier than before.
Fluid, this part fucked me up in the tank.
I bet.
Not knowing what to do.
Yeah, you gotta kill the specific enemy at the edge of the sand.
when time gets rewritten, things get messy here. Be ready for anything.
When Morchi spawns the clone, you walk it through the little time portal on the ground. When this next boss fight coming up, when Morchi spawns your clone, a clone of you will pop up trying to come at you. They do super heavy damage. Don't try to fight them. Try to walk them into one of the gold swirlies on the ground.
Oh no! It's Morchi!
Gotta kite them into it.
What's she doing here? Aw, is the goody-goody trying to save Nostormu? Well, too bad.
Look at my army fluid.
This timeline has no need for heroes.
No, they're dead.
My timeline, time bomb away. More Morchis are better than one.
5, 4, 2, 1.
There can only be one Morchi. Each time, sand. Stop in the name of Morchi. I have friends too.
Yeah, so she spawned our clones. Now walk them into a portal.
Are these little portals right here?
Yeah, with all the swirlies on the ground. Yeah, just walk them right into that.
I got rooted.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good are you all?
Let me know if you get rooted again, because I'm pretty sure I can dispel that.
Each time, sand.
Holy shit.
It was supposed to be my time. You all know what to do. What's this? A time relic? There's 2 arrows pointing to the right. Oh, Morchi. I wonder if we could have been friends in another time. She did have great hair. A little heavy on the eyelid.
Beat me to it, touche.
We still have
Oh shit!
anomaly to go. Let's head to
Alright, I was too
Use
focused
my
on that.
ability. Why can't I use my ability? That's so weird. Sorry. No. Hoping for some good gear fluid.
Or you know.
Dodge Pats here. Is what chat says, if you can. Okay.
Alright, time for this boss.
We're waiting for these dragon things to go across. Okay. Nope. Oh, you went too. Somebody went too early.
I was following the group.
The Horde and Alliance are fighting? Well, this could be any point in time.
God damn it.
Why aren't we attacking the bot?
Because Tank's not in here yet.
Why should we just start tanking it? He would have healed me, right, Fluid?
Oh yeah, yeah. I got you, dog. I'd have played cheek tune on you.
You say that, Fluid.
Wow, well, no, you went on the one shot. That's on you, bro. You gotta dodge that. I can't do anything about that. I saw that shit.
These can respawn, right?
Oh. I was out of rolls. Fuck.
I'm so far away though.
I fucked up.
Why is it set up like this?
I don't know. Okay. We releasing. I'm a-coming, boys. I'll be there soon. Hang in, fellas. Oh, they are not hanging in. They are dying and respawning. Oh, boy, oh, boy.
I took the wrong portal, didn't I, Fluid? I took the one we originally took.
If died, take other portal.
Yeah, I took the wrong portal.
I might have to. It might be too late for me.
You took the wrong portal, didn't you?
Seeing as I was the first one on my way back, I might still beat you guys there, even though I took the long way.
Oh, Fluid, I'm ahead of you.
Okay.
They're probably there already, Fluid.
I see somebody in front of me.
That's me.
Okay, well, I'm right behind you.
Okay, then we are the first ones. Nope. There's waiting for the dragon. What are they waiting for? Get back.
Are they not in here?
Mm-mm. They're just sitting up there.
They're on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they're going.
Oh, this way, this way. They're taking
they're
on
fighting.
the. Yeah. Oh no, Fluid Tank's gonna die again. The tank's dead. Oh, tank's healing.
Can we go to the other side without pulling this?
If we... Maybe. They don't need our help, Fluid. They're fine. See, they didn't need our stuff.
Tank almost died, though.
Tank can heal himself. Should I just go in Fluid?
We need reinforcements! Rally together! Light take you! We stand as one! Our storm wind feel like blades edge! You shall fall! Forward, march! The kingdoms cannot fall!
Come on! We need to save no Stormoon!
That's boss.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's not good.
What's not good?
I accidentally targeted these fucking things. God damn it. I didn't... they were passing by at that point.
Just keep going for it. Just keep running by. Just keep going.
I can't because the portal doesn't activate if you aggro.
Oh.
Yeah.
I guess we'll be waiting for you then, Fluid. See you when you die.
We only get one chance at this. Traveling so far into the past takes a lot of power, and I'm no aspect. Here we go!
They're asking what you're fighting, Fluid.
Say what?
They're asking what you're fighting.
The portal dragon things. Alright, fuck you. God damn it.
Did you just accept your fate, Fluid?
Yeah, cause yeah, nobody's coming back apparently.
No, Fluid. We're already at the last
Yeah, I
portal.
see that.
Exist?
Dicks.
Rise? Oh, you know what I mean. Huh. Well, here goes nothing.
I don't have to worry about Chromie on this one, I don't think, right?
Shall rise!
Shoot! Can you handle this?
Hmm? Ah, damn it, I couldn't click fast enough.
Come on! The aspects are just ahead! Wait, the proto-aspects, I mean.
I need to get closer. We face enemies, above and below.
Everyone! The Infinites are here, and we must stop them! You have to trust me! Now, we have to face the Infinites together this time. They're the black glowy dragons in the ravine.
Very well, little dragon. My friends, with me, we face them together!
The Infinite shall dawn! Infinites to me!
Oh, I'm not getting yelled at, am I?
Doesn't look like it.
Cool. I'll have to dive though.
Oh! Ah! Why didn't it cast it? God damn it. Oh?
Come, my Infinites!
We only have 5 minutes to fix this.
Yeah, we got this.
Isn't this one of them where something big happens that does like a big amount of his health? I don't remember.
Cease your actions! Allies after my own heart. Infinites to me!
Your nightmare shall not be.
No power can save you! For the future of Azeroth.
Our dream is our hope.
You are the prize!
Thank you for your aid.
I have you now, Nestor. Give in to your true self, to Morathar. The infinite dawn rises, a future free of torment, perfected by our protection.
You gotta catch those orb thingies that drop.
I'm dead fluid.
I know, I'm just saying, I think that was the thing you were talking about earlier. It's like you don't do something and it's big or something. Get those orbs.
Alright, pop that Riz.
Somebody's rezzing you.
I am out of range.
Cool, I got literally absolutely nothing. That
neither.
blade would be nice.
All right, I'm gonna go take a dabski.
Seems good.
You still gonna be here?
What time is it? No, I will not.
You heading out?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
I know.
I might call it a night as well then. I don't know, maybe I'll try to get into a raid and get those last 3 bosses done.
Might call night. Then it turned to let me stay up for 5 hours to do a raid.
No, I only need I only need 3 more bosses.
Fluid, let's be real. Those 3 more bosses would take you 5 hours.
Nah.
Because imagine how many groups you're probably going to have to go through just to finish all 3.
Oh no. Last week was much better. Like before we hit the vault last week. Like it's just a matter of which group you get into, man. That's all.
That's what they all say.
Yeah, well, how many heroic bosses have you beat? Cause I got 6, bitch. No, 4, bitch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Technically, I have 5 there. So I only need 2 more to complete. Oh yeah, because there's 8 bosses here. I see. I only need 2 more. So, ha, Chungus. What is this? Rewards a piece of equipment on the weapon. Sure. Alright, anyway. Look, I'll catch you next time, Chungus. Break time, chat. We'll be right back.